Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 476 Sherlock Isn't Human. Sherlock's voice finally roused Harry. He then realized that when the ethereal music stopped, Harry blinked blankly, then was surprised to find himself with one leg propped against a box wall, looking as if he were about to jump into the stadium. Not far from him, Ron also assumed the diving stance, frozen in place. Of course, they weren't the only ones behaving erratically. Draco Malfoy, held firmly by Lucius and Narcissa behind him, was still struggling. "Let me go. I want her. I want her now." Narcissa frowned, pointed her wand, and Draco immediately shuddered, leaning back limply, only to be caught by Lucius. Similar scenes played out throughout the box, mostly affecting young male wizards around Harry and Ron's age. The adults were much more composed, although they also wore expressions of lingering satisfaction. None of them did anything outrageous. Compared to this small box, the atmosphere in the stadium was far more intense. Angry roars filled the arena, as no one wanted the villa to leave. Harry shared their sentiments. He was, of course, supporting Bulgaria. Bulgaria had the villa. That was justice. Ireland? Go to hell. He was even wondering why he was wearing a large green shamrock on his chest. Ron, however, was even more outrageous. He was absent-mindedly tearing at the shamrock from his hat. Bill, Charlie, and the twins chuckled to themselves. Percy and Ginny looked at Ron with disdain. Lust at first sight? No great things come from that. Just then, Mr. Weasley, the father, couldn't stand it any longer. He smiled and leaned over, snatching the hat from Ron's hands. "Don't do that, Ron," Mr. Weasley said with a smile. "You'll need it after Ireland's performance." "Huh?" Ron seemed still lost in thought. He snorted, staring speechlessly at the Velas. But by then they were already lined up on the other side of the arena. Hermione and Ginny reached out and pulled Harry back to his seat. Hermione clicked her tongue loudly. "Oh dear, why are you doing this too?" Ginny said. "Those are Velas, Hermione." "Harry did very well, look at Ron." "But Sherlock is perfectly fine," Hermione retorted. While the Velas were dancing, Hermione had been watching everyone she knew in the box, especially Sherlock, fearing he might do what Harry and Ron had done. Fortunately, Sherlock had watched the Velas dance with an appreciative gaze throughout. When the dance ended, he remained as still as a mountain. The Weasley twins, however, seemed restless, but Bill and Charlie quickly pulled them back to their senses. Most surprisingly, Percy's reaction was almost identical to Sherlock's. Throughout the entire process, he watched the scene with a furrowed brow, managing to avoid making a fool of himself. It was truly impressive. Hearing Hermione's words, Ginny blurted out, "Oh dear, how can Harry compare to Sherlock? Sherlock isn't even human, PFFT, sorry, Sherlock." Ginny realized her mistake as soon as the words left her mouth and quickly apologized, but everyone had already burst into laughter. Her face flushed red, and she anxiously explained to Sherlock, "Sherlock, you know, I didn't mean that. I meant, you're not human. No, I mean, you're not an ordinary person." Seeing Ginny's flushed face, Sherlock smiled slightly. "Calm down, Miss Weasley. As you said, I certainly understand what you mean. However, I must correct you. Facing the Velas' ability to fascinate men, besides having enough willpower, sufficient psychological preparation is also a condition. So don't be too harsh on Harry and Ron. It's their first time seeing a Vela, and it's understandable that they reacted this way without being psychologically prepared." "Sherlock, thank you," Harry said somewhat embarrassedly. "Thank you? Harry, I'm not making excuses for you." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "On the contrary, I think you should have done better." "Huh?" Harry, who had just been secretly pleased that Sherlock had suddenly become so understanding, was immediately stunned. "The moment you saw them, you should have realized that you couldn't fight them with your willpower alone, and you should have made some defensive preparations. And Ron too, his posture just now was absolutely terrible." Harry, Ron, Ginny, who had been at a loss, couldn't help but laugh as Sherlock started disciplining Harry and Ron. and her tension immediately eased. This little interlude simultaneously diluted the awkwardness of Harry and Ron's self-sacrificing actions for justice, and Ginny's subconscious blurred out that Sherlock isn't human. Just then, Ludo Bagman's booming voice rang out at just the right moment. "Now, everyone, raise your wands. Let's welcome the Irish national team's mascot." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge green and gold object flew into the stadium with a whoosh. It was like a giant comet, circling the stadium before splitting into two smaller comets, each heading towards a set of goalposts. At the same time, an arched rainbow suddenly appeared across the arena, connecting the two glittering spheres. When the rainbow faded, the glittering spheres reconnected and merged, forming a giant, dazzling clover. The clover rose high into the air and began to swirl above the stands. If that were all, it wouldn't have been so remarkable. But the next moment, something began to rain down from above. It was no exaggeration to say that it was like a golden rain, falling like beads from a broken string. Gold coins. Galleons. "Wow, that's amazing," the Weasley twins and Ron cheered together. The clover swirled above their heads, continuously showering huge gold coins onto their heads and seats. Sherlock, with his excellent eyesight, had already noticed that the giant clover was actually composed of countless little gnomes. Each gnome wore a red vest, had a small mustache, and carried a small golden or green lantern. "It's an Irish leprechaun," Mr. Weasley, once again acting as the narrator, shouted amidst the cheers. The crowd cheered loudly and began a chaotic scramble for coins. Some had just crawled under their seats to collect them. The discontent from the villa's departure was finally swept away. When Sherlock saw Ron happily grabbing a handful of coins, he smiled slightly. "Money and beauty, humanity's eternal pursuit." Hermione laughed and said, "Sherlock, your statement sounds a bit vulgar." Sirius, overhearing their conversation, lowered his binoculars and teased, "How about another way, career and love?" Hermione's face immediately turned red. She muttered something and turned her head away. Next, the giant clover disappeared, and the goblins that made it slowly descended onto the field. They faced the Bulgarian villa directly. The stadium was right in the middle, creating a kind of head-on confrontation. "Ladies and gentlemen, the mascot's performance has ended. Now, please give a warm welcome to the Bulgarian Quidditch national team." Ludo Bagman then began introducing the Bulgarian players one by one. With each name called, the Bulgarian supporters cheered loudly. When the seventh name was called, before Bagman could even speak, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. When Bagman shouted, "Let's welcome Victor Crumb," the deafening cheers seemed to shake the entire arena. "It's him! It's him! It's him!" Ron shouted from his box, following Crumb with his panoramic binoculars. Although they had seen his picture at the Bulgarian tents, seeing him in person was still a surprise. He was dark-skinned and thin, with a large, hooked nose and thick, dark eyebrows. Combined with the somber air Hermione had described, he looked like a giant eagle. "Can you believe he's only 18? Ron couldn't help but say to Sherlock and Harry beside him. It was clear that while he supported Ireland, he was also a fervent fan of Crumb. After the Bulgarian team entered, it was naturally Ireland's turn. They too won cheers from the audience. Of course, these cheers couldn't compare to those for Crumb. However, their flying broomsticks attracted everyone's attention. Firebolts. 7 of them. At that moment, Harry suddenly remembered something from a year ago. Back in Diagon Alley, when he first saw firebolts. The Quidditch shopkeeper walked out of the shop and loudly announced to the crowd, "The Irish International Club has just placed an order for 7 of these. Don't miss out, they're hot items for this World Cup." A year later, he actually saw them in the Quidditch World Cup final. This foreshadowing was too deep. At this moment, Ludo Bagman called out again, "And our referee today, the beloved president of the International Quidditch Federation, who has flown all the way from Egypt, Hassan Mustafa." Cheers erupted again, and a short, thin wizard, wearing a pure gold robe matching the stadium's colors, strode onto the field. He had a large beard typical of the Middle East. Those in the VIP box needed binoculars to spot a silver whistle peeking out from under his beard. Mustafa carried a large wooden box under one arm and his referee's flying broom under the other. He placed a box on the ground and gestured for the 2 captains to come to the center of the field to shake hands. The captains of Bulgaria and Ireland walked to the center of the field together, extending their right hands. Nothing dramatic happened. After the perfectly normal handshake, referee Mustafa made a move that sent gasps through the entire stadium. He suddenly kicked the wooden box he had just placed on the ground away. The next moment, 4 balls shot into the air. They were a bright red quaffle, 2 black bludgers, and the tiny, winged golden snitch. Even with Harry's excellent dynamic vision, he only caught a glimpse of the golden snitch the instant it flew out of the box, and then it vanished without a trace. Mustaf's action instantly ignited the entire audience. Harry was also excited. A world-class competition was truly something else. Even the referee was extraordinary. Mustafa then mounted his broomstick and blew his silver whistle. The next moment, 15 broomsticks rose into the air simultaneously. The match officially began. Sherlock didn't use the panoramic telescope at first. Even so, he could feel the excitement of the match. It truly lived up to its reputation as the final of the highest-level sport in the wizarding world. It certainly didn't disappoint. Whether it was the Irish player riding a firebolt or the Bulgarian player with the legendary crumb, both sides moved at an unbelievable speed. Because the chaser kept passing the quaffle back and forth, the commentator, Ludo Bagman, could only manage to name them, not explain what they were doing. For names with longer syllables, like Dimitrov and Ivanova, he couldn't even finish saying the name before the quaffle was in the next player's hands. Some of the more difficult moves in a Hogwarts Quidditch match were effortless for these world-class players. Sherlock turned to Harry and found his little brother completely absorbed in the game. He pressed the panoramic binoculars tightly against his glasses, making them sink into his nose. Watching him turn the slow-motion knob on the right side of the binoculars and occasionally press the game analysis button on top, Sherlock chuckled and picked up the panoramic binoculars himself. The tool's usefulness was finally on full display. For example, when 3 Irish chasers were sprinting close together, with the middle player slightly ahead, all 3 closing in on the Bulgarian player, purple explanatory text flashed on the screen. Chapter 477 Hermione has grown up. The Quidditch World Cup final stadium was filled with the deafening cheers of 100,000 wizards. Moonlight shone on the lawn, gleaming with a dazzling green glow. The panoramic telescope Sirius Black had given him earlier finally proved its true value at this moment. No longer a toy Ron used to repeatedly watch the old wizard pick his nose, it was now a powerful tool for analyzing tactics. When the slow-motion analysis function was activated, the situation on the field instantly became clear. Harry stared at the telescope, and suddenly saw purple explanatory text flash by. Eagle head offensive formation. 3 chasers advance in a synchronized arrowhead formation, using a triangular formation to compress the defensive space, forcing the opposing players to retreat to the goalpost area. Offensive threat level. Before he could finish reading the tactical analysis, the 3 chasers of the Irish team had already moved as described in the text. The green-clad figures drew precise arcs in the air, like 3 green arrows released from a bow, swooping towards the Bulgarian goal. The high speed brought by the fire arrows caused the airflow from their tails to even flutter the colorful flags on the sidelines. Not long after, another line of text appeared on the screen. Boskov tactic. The chaser feigns takeoff with a quaffle, creating the illusion of a one-on-one score. Once the opposing chaser is distracted, the ball is passed to a receiving player below. The core of this tactic lies in timing, pioneered by Russian chaser Petrova Boskov in 1976. Harry was mesmerized, his eyes glued to the Irish chaser. He held a bright red quaffle, his broom suddenly shooting high. The 2 Bulgarian chasers fell for it, immediately accelerating to catch up. But just as he slightly raised his wrist to pass, the other Bulgarian batter seemed to sense something. He suddenly abandoned his original plan, gripping his bat tightly, his arm muscles taut, and with a bang, hit the runner at him. However, the Irish chaser was no pushover. Having used this tactic, he was naturally prepared to be countered. So when the ball flew towards him, he nimbly dodged to the side, tossing the quaffle downwards with fluid movements as if he'd practiced it 1,000 times. This time, they successfully executed the Boskov tactic. His teammate below caught it steadily, sending it through the air in a beautiful arc. The quaffle remained in his hand for less than 3 seconds before being accurately passed back to the other chaser in the eagle head formation. The chaser, without hesitation, lunged towards the Bulgarian goal like an arrow. The Bulgarian goalkeeper, with a gold headband, stood with his legs shoulder-width apart, arms outstretched in a defensive stance. But the Irish chaser wasn't in a hurry. He calmly made a shooting motion to the left. The goalkeeper reacted quickly, lunging to the left, arms outstretched to intercept. However, at the moment of his dive, he was surprised to find the quaffle still with the chaser. Oh no, he'd been tricked. Too late. In that instant, Ireland flicked the ball with their wrist, and the quaffle whooshed precisely into the right goal. Troy scores. Ludo Bagman, the commentator, finally had his moment to shine. His voice was filled with triumphant excitement, even a slight crack. 10-0, Ireland takes the lead. This is the first goal of the match. Cheers erupted instantly in the stadium. Irish fans waved green scarves and flags, a green wave surging through the stands. Even the Bulgarian supporters couldn't help but applaud this brilliant goal. Good goals know no borders. Such tactical coordination deserved everyone's cheers. What, Harry, hearing the commentator's voice, frantically searched everywhere through the panoramic binoculars, shouting, "What 10-0? The quaffle was clearly taken by Leversky, dear Harry, that happened 15 seconds ago." Sherlock, just hearing Harry's words, knew he was completely absorbed in the slow-motion analysis function of the panoramic binoculars. He chuckled and shook his head, then patted Harry on the shoulder. "Little brother, I suggest you don't use slow motion for now, huh?" "That's right, Harry." Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione loudly echoed him, "Look at the field. If you don't watch at normal speed, you'll miss the exciting part." Hearing Sherlock and Hermione's words, Harry quickly looked up from the panoramic telescope. He saw the Irish chaser Troy flying around the field, arms outstretched in celebration, the moonlight shining brightly on his green jersey. The referee, positioned in the center of the field, didn't blow his whistle to stop him. After all, it was the first goal of the match, and both the spectators and the referee were exceptionally lenient, with no one objecting to the celebration. The Irish team's mascot also seized the opportunity and began its performance. The Irish leprechauns, which had been obediently staying on the sidelines, all took to the air, thousands upon thousands of golden points of light shimmering in the moonlight, quickly converging into a giant clover. The veins on the leaves were clearly visible, even the tiny serrations along the edges. The Bulgarian players remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious. However, the Vila mascots on the other side of the field stared at the Irish leprechauns with grim expressions. Even with their anger, their exquisite faces remained captivating. The people in the VIP box were also incredibly excited. From this goal onward, the match truly began. Sirius Black and Mr. Weasley slapped their thighs in celebration. The Weasley children's voices rose and fell. "Well done, brilliant, wonderful, truly wonderful." Almost everyone was cheering loudly for this beautiful goal. Hermione excitedly hugged Sherlock's arm with one hand, waving the other vigorously, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Only Harry was angry. He was angry with himself. He had missed the very first goal of the match. How could he have made such a basic mistake? "Don't worry, Harry," Ginny said softly, quietly moving closer to him. "The telescope will record the game. You can watch it again using the replay and analysis functions after it's over." Harry felt a little relieved by Ginny's comforting words. He then obediently adjusted the speed dial back to normal and continued watching the game. Among the group in the box, Harry, Charlie, and Sherlock were undoubtedly the most talented Quidditch players. Harry and Charlie, needless to say, were both Griffin's top players and had already won the Quidditch Cup. Although Sherlock wasn't on the house team, his ability and vision were unquestionable. Even now, former Captain Wood hadn't given up on having him join the Griffin team. So, it didn't take long for the three of them to see the game's potential. The Bulgarian chaser's movements were precise and clean. The power and angle of his passes were top-notch. Whether it was high passes or low-post combinations, there were no obvious weaknesses. It was clear that their journey to the World Cup final was no fluke. But everything has its comparisons. Despite Bulgaria's strength, there's always someone better, and there's always someone better. If Bulgaria's ball chasers were world-class, then Ireland's were top-tier. To put it another way, they'd taken it a step further. The Irish ball chasers moved with fluid, skillful grace, as if the brooms were an extension of their bodies. Even more remarkable was their seamless teamwork. They could anticipate each other's passing route simply by their positioning and subtle movements, as if they could read each other's minds. Under their combined efforts, Ireland's entire attacking system was practically flawless. The rose-shaped badge on Harry's chest kept screaming their names: Troy, Mallet, Morin, Troy, Mallet, Morin. Not long after the match began, Harry had already memorized their names, even though today was the first time he'd met them. Just 10 minutes later, Ireland, relying on exquisite teamwork, scored 2 more goals, making the score 30-0. This prompted a deafening roar of cheers and applause from the Irish supporters, all dressed in green. The Irish bastards, meanwhile, put on a spectacular show. The trailing Bulgarian team, naturally, refused to back down. In addition to their 3 chasers, their 2 batters gave it their all. Finally, after exerting every ounce of their strength, they managed to hit the quaffle at the Irish chasers. Twice in a row, the Irish chasers were forced to scatter, abandoning their optimal attacking formation resembling an eagle's head. Finally, one of the Bulgarian chasers seized an opportunity, breaking through the Irish defense. He nimbly evaded 2 defenders, then deftly rounded the goalkeeper, and slammed the quaffle powerfully into the net. After scoring, he roared to the heavens. The Bulgarian supporters, who had been holding back for so long, finally got their chance and erupted in wild celebration. The Viva, Bulgaria's mascots, naturally joined in the celebrations. "Oh no. Quick, plug your ears with your fingers," Mr. Weasley shouted, seeing the Vila start dancing. Sirius, as an elder, smiled without saying a word. He seemed to enjoy seeing the young wizards in the box lose their composure because of the Vila, including his godson Harry. However, Harry obediently followed Mr. Weasley's advice. He not only plugged his ears with his fingers but also closed his eyes. Clearly, although Sherlock had previously said he should prepare himself mentally and use this opportunity to strengthen his resistance, Harry knew very well that his ability to resist the temptation of beauty was not strong enough. Since he lacked confidence, he decided to ignore the competition to avoid focusing on it. Sirius sighed quietly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It seemed there was no hope of watching the spectacle. Feeling someone pat his shoulder, Harry finally lowered his hands from his ears. Ginny's soft voice came from beside him. "That's enough, Harry." Harry opened his eyes and saw that the Vila had stopped dancing and returned to their places. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you, Ginny." After thanking Ginny, Harry refocused his attention on the match. Ludo Bagman, who was in charge of the commentary for this match, sounded like he was reciting a menu, calling out the names of the players on both sides of the field one after another. Dimitrov. Levski. Dimitrov. Ivanova. Strangely enough, Harry and Ron had always thought that their memories were not very good. But at this moment, for some reason, they not only remembered these tongue-twisting names, but could even match the names with the players on the field one by one. Until Bagman suddenly shouted in a loud voice, "Oh, my God!" At this moment, the 100,000 wizards in the entire field fell silent instantly, and even the sound of the wind became clear. All eyes were locked on the 2 seekers, Crumb of Bulgaria and Lynch of Ireland. They plummeted through the crowd of chasers, their brooms moving so fast they almost left after images, as if they were about to plunge headlong into the hard grass. Clearly, the 2 had spotted the golden snitch. Harry followed their descent through the panoramic telescope, squinting as he searched for the snitch amidst the chaos of the players. "Oh no, they're going to crash," Hermione cried out involuntarily. Her body trembled slightly with tension, and her hands instinctively tightened around Sherlock's arms. "Dear Hermione, I understand your nervousness, but what you're doing isn't quite right," Sherlock said suddenly. Hermione was startled, then abruptly released her grip as if burned, her cheeks instantly turning bright red, even her ears flushing pink. She then realized that while it was one thing to hold Sherlock with only one arm, embracing him with both arms was inappropriate. After all, she wasn't the little girl she was 3 years ago anymore. Next month she'll be 15, and her secondary sexual characteristics are already beginning to emerge. The slight curves of her breasts are faintly visible beneath her thin dress. Just now, with her arms clenched tightly, she naturally pressed against Sherlock's arm. And now, in the height of summer, the fabric is incredibly thin. She hadn't noticed it then, but now, recalling it, Hermione finds that subtle touch remarkably clear. She can even faintly feel the muscle lines on Sherlock's arm through the fabric. It goes without saying that Sherlock only alerted her after clearly feeling this delicate contact. Very much in line with his straightforward style. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the Quidditch match, and no one noticed them. Even so, Hermione felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. She quickly lowered her head, staring at the tips of her shoes, but her vision was somewhat unsteady. I didn't mean to." Her voice was barely a whisper. She didn't even dare to look Sherlock in the eye, only staring at the ground, repeatedly proclaiming in her mind, "Heaven and earth bear witness, this time it really wasn't intentional." Chapter 478 The Powerful Green Team. "It's all right, Sherlock seemed unfazed by Hermione's apology, as if discussing something trivial. However, I need to correct one of your points. What? Hermione was taken aback, not understanding what Sherlock was trying to say. You're only half right, only the Irish seekers fall to the ground, the Bulgarians don't, as if to confirm Sherlock's words. At the very last moment before the two seekers were about to make contact with the ground, Victor Krum stopped his dive. The next instant, he soared upwards on his broomstick, spinning rapidly as he flew away. Lynch, who had been running alongside him, was in a much worse situation. He followed Krum down the slope but couldn't stop in time. He crashed heavily to the ground with a thud, making intimate contact with the hard earth. Even the excellent braking performance of the firebolt couldn't save him. Lynch's fall was so heavy that it could be heard throughout the stadium. A groan of despair rose from the Irish spectators' seats. Fool, Mr. Weasley couldn't help but complain. Krum is faking it. Play paused. Mr. Bagman stepped in again at this moment. The trained field doctor rushes to the field to check on Lynch's injury. He's fine, just overdone it. Charlie, who knew the situation well, quickly comforted his little sister Ginny. Of course, that's exactly what Krum wanted to achieve. Ginny had moved to the side of the box, her face showing a look of horror. Actually, she wanted Harry to comfort her. Unfortunately, Harry was only focused on the game and didn't see her at all. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Harry, because he had done something similar before. Just this year at Easter, in the last game of the final term of the third year, he used a similar method to make the two Slytherin batsmen collide violently. So seeing Krum do this now, he was naturally completely attracted to it. Taking advantage of the pause in the game, Harry quickly seized the opportunity to press the replay and game analysis buttons on the panoramic binoculars. After adjusting the speed dial, he put the binoculars back on his eyes. He saw Krum and Lynch dive down again in slow motion. His camera flashed with a line of bright purple text. Just like before, Lonsky feint, a dangerous maneuver specifically designed to distract the opposing seeker. Pretending to see the snitch in the low-flying area, the player rushes towards the ground, stopping just before impact and pulling up with a flying broomstick. The core of the maneuver is to make the opposing seeker imitate them, crashing into the ground. The dive speed and altitude are determined by the feint caster. This maneuver is highly dangerous. Failure could easily result in a crash. Named after the Polish seeker, Józef Lonsky. Undoubtedly, Krum successfully executed the feint. He stopped his dive a short distance from the ground, while Lynch failed to stop and crashed heavily to the ground. With the help of his binoculars, he noticed that Krum was extremely focused at this moment, his facial muscles tense. I get it, Harry slapped his thigh. Krum didn't even see the golden snitch. He just wanted Lynch to imitate him. Brother, I thought you'd see it right away, Sherlock said with a smile. Huh? Harry didn't quite catch on. Forgot already? You did the same thing to Krum in the match after Easter. Reminded by Sherlock, Harry remembered. Because they were behind in points. Wood had required him to catch the golden snitch while Gryffindor was leading by more than 50 points. In that situation, to prevent Malfoy from spotting the snitch, he had made several feints, pretending to have spotted the snitch and then having Malfoy chase after him. One of these feints involved diving from a great height. He had fooled Malfoy several times using this method. In fact, Harry had done something similar in the earlier match against Ravenclaw. Diving was one of his strengths. He had done what Krum had done today, diving from a great height and drawing Cho Chang along with him. However, he stopped when he was 10 feet off the ground. Partly because Harry wasn't sure if he could control his broomstick if the distance shortened further, and partly because he was cautious. With 10 feet as a buffer, even if Cho Chang couldn't stop, he wouldn't crash into the ground like Lynch. But Krum was different. He stopped his dive less than 5 feet from the ground. He was also faster and more aggressive than Harry. After finishing the replay, Harry adjusted the panoramic binoculars back to normal speed. Got it? Sherlock asked after seeing Harry's actions. Harry nodded, expressing genuine admiration. He's amazing. Harry had never seen anyone fly like that. Krum seemed to be using a broomstick at all. He flew freely through the air, seemingly without any support, as light as a feather. That's really impressive, Charlie chimed in. I could never do what he did, but I think you could, Harry, and you, Sherlock. Harry shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, I couldn't do it either. Sherlock didn't immediately deny it. After a moment's thought, he said, with targeted training for a period of time, it might not be impossible. What are you talking about, Ginny? Seeing this, quickly returned from the side of the box and took the opportunity to sit next to Harry. Hermione, seeing this, also sat next to Sherlock without saying a word. "Yeah, what are you talking about? I want to hear too." So the seating arrangement became Hermione, Sherlock, Charlie, Harry, Ginny. Ron, who had been sitting between Harry and Ginny, was now squeezed into a corner, next to Percy. "Ron, he's talking about the Lansky feint," Charlie, oblivious to the subtle shift in seating arrangements, enthusiastically explained to the young wizards. "Actually, everyone who plays Quidditch does this feint a little bit, consciously or unconsciously, but very few can do it to the level of Krum. No, to be precise, apart from those legendary seniors, I've only seen him do it among the young. This move requires not only enough courage and confidence, but also a considerable amount of skill with a flying broomstick." While Charlie was explaining, the doctor was feeding Lynch some drinks. Lynch slowly regained his strength. During this time, Krum circled above Lynch's head. Krum truly deserves to be called the best seeker. Look, even now, he's using this time while Lynch is recovering to search for the golden snitch. Hearing Charlie's words, Harry quickly took out his binoculars again. Sure enough, Krum appeared to be flying freely in the air, but he was actually seizing this undisturbed opportunity to search for the golden snitch. It was clear that if he could catch the golden snitch now, not only would the game be over, but Bulgaria would win. Unfortunately, even after Lynch stood up, he still hadn't caught anything. Amidst the loud cheers of the Irish supporters in their green jerseys, Lynch mounted his firebolt again, leaping into the air with a powerful push. His recovery seemed to give the green team confidence. When referee Mustafa blew his whistle again, the chasers quickly organized an attack, launching frequent assaults with their superior skills. In the next 15 minutes, the green team was unstoppable, scoring 10 goals in a row, creating a 100-0 run. This gave them a 130-10 lead. Meanwhile, the game began to turn ruthless. When the chaser named Mallet charged towards the post again with her quaffle, Bulgarian goalkeeper Zagrav flew out to meet her. Everything happened so fast that even Harry, with his excellent dynamic vision, couldn't see what was happening. A burst of angry shouts erupted from the Irish crowd, followed by a long, piercing whistle from Mustafa. Harry realized then that Bulgaria had committed a foul. Mustafa is berating the Bulgarian goalkeeper for hitting him, an excessive elbow. Bagman seized the opportunity to explain to the noisy crowd. "Ah, yes, Ireland is about to take the penalty. I thought only Slytherins would do that," Harry said somewhat belatedly. He couldn't help but recall the final match against Slytherin last term. To prevent Gryffindor from winning, they had gone to great lengths to stop them from scoring. "Don't imagine the World Cup to be something sacred, my dear friend," Sherlock shook his head. "Admittedly, their skills are far superior to those of students in school, but in some ways, they're the same. For example, their hunger for victory. For example, the deliberate fouls like just now. And some tactics unrelated to the game. Harry, Ron, I suggest you cover your ears." Sherlock said this because after Mallet was fouled by the opposing goalkeeper, the goblins angrily rose into the air like a swarm of shimmering bumblebees. Now that the referee had awarded Ireland a penalty, the goblins quickly formed the words "ha, ha, ha." Faced with such provocation, the villa on the opposite side of the field naturally couldn't stand it. They angrily tossed their hair and started dancing again. This time, not only Harry and Ron, but even the Weasley twins instinctively covered their ears with their fingers. Among the underage male wizards, only Sherlock and Percy didn't do so. Soon, Hermione and Ginny each grabbed Sherlock and Harry's arms. Sherlock immediately understood Hermione's meaning, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked towards the arena. Harry turned to see Ginny giggling and saying, "Look at the referee." A truly comical scene unfolded on the arena. The respected referee from Egypt, Hassan Mustafa, had descended from the sky to stand before the dancing villa. His behavior was bizarre. He repeatedly flexed and extended his limbs, displaying his muscles to the villa, while excitedly stroking his long beard. "Oh, this won't do. Our referee's also captivated by the villa. Anyone want to go up and slap him?" Clearly, Mr. Bagman, who uttered these words, was simply enjoying the spectacle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Defeat is Still Glorious. A court doctor who had just treated Celtics seeker Lin Key saw the referee captivated by the villa and immediately rushed onto the court, covering his ears with his fingers. He went to Mustafa and began his treatment, kicking him hard in the shin several times. The doctor's intervention brought Mustafa back to his senses. The young wizards in the VIP box saw his expression clearly through their binoculars. The Egyptian referee looked extremely embarrassed and was yelling at the villa. The villa stopped dancing at his intervention, but their expressions were defiant. Perhaps I'm mistaken, judging from the game, Mustafa actually wants to send the Bulgarian team's mascot home. Bagman's booming voice sounded somewhat uncertain. Oh, I've never seen anything like this before. If that's the case, the game might become uncivilized. Regardless of Bagman's character, he was certainly a man of considerable experience. The rest of the game did indeed become increasingly rough and barbaric, just as he had predicted. First, the two Bulgarian batters landed on either side of referee Mustafa and began arguing angrily with him. Not only that, they also made obscene gestures towards the Celtics mascots, the Irish Goblins. The Goblins, still pleased with the referee's recent call against Bulgaria, formed hey, 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 in the air again. Referee Mustafa remained unmoved by the Bulgarian players' protests. He raised one finger, clearly signaling them to take off again. However, the two batters beside him refused, stubbornly continuing their protests. Foolish behavior, Sherlock concluded upon seeing this. Confronting the referee directly on the field is extremely unwise. They'll only receive harsher penalties. Sure enough, seeing the two batters refuse to return to the air and continue playing, Mustafa decisively blew his whistle twice, issuing each of them a technical foul. 2 penalties for Ireland, Bagman shouted, and the Bulgarian crowd roared angrily as the referee's decision and the commentator's explanation were announced. But Bagman's voice quickly drowned them out. Personally, I think Volkov and Vakanov would be better off on their brooms. Going directly against the referee never ends well. Alright, they're on. Ireland's Troy has the quaffle. Time to start the penalties. After the penalties, the game resumed. Harry had thought that the Gryffindor vs Slytherin final last term was the most intense, dirty, and rude match he had ever seen. But now it seemed that record was about to be broken. Of course, he wasn't the only one. For everyone in this box, and indeed most of the stadium, the ferocity and intensity of the match was unprecedented. Both batters were showing no mercy. Especially Volkov and Vakanov of Bulgaria, who had just been penalized by the referee. They didn't even care whether their bats were hitting the ball or a person, just wildly swinging and hitting. Compared to them, the Slytherin batters were like infants yet to be weaned. The chasers were no less formidable. Dimitrov charged straight at Morin with a quaffle, nearly knocking her off her broom. Foul, the Greens supporters chanted in unison. They all stood up, forming a massive green wave. Foul, Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice repeated the words. Dimitrov injured Morin. It was a deliberate flying collision. It's definitely going to be a penalty. Yes, the referee blew the whistle. The Irish Goblins, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass. They all rose into the air again, this time forming a giant hand, making a very rude gesture towards the villa on the other side of the field. This gesture was something they had just learned from the two Bulgarian batters. A truly practical application of what they had learned. However, the villa were immediately indignant. This time, instead of dancing, they flew across the arena, hurling handfuls of fiery objects at the goblins. After doing so, they became anything but beautiful. Their once delicate, flawless faces stretched into sharp, beak-bird heads. Long, scaly wings sprouted from their shoulders. You see, children, Mr. Weasley seized the opportunity to launch into a lecture, his voice even drowning out the commotion of the crowd below. Never be fooled by a beautiful woman. Hey, Arthur, don't say such unpleasant things at a time like this. Sirius pulled him close, then winked at Harry. Listen to me, there's nothing wrong with pursuing beautiful women. That's what your father did. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Ginny, standing nearby, secretly puffed out her chest. Because the two teams' mascots were fighting, wizarding officials from the Ministry of Magic rushed into the arena to try and separate the villa and the goblins. Unfortunately, with both sides already entangled, their efforts yielded little result. It could be said that the fierce battle below was no less intense than the match above. In some ways, it was even more so. Sherlock's gaze shifted from the players to the mascots locked in combat, and he couldn't help but shake his head. His judgment proved entirely correct. The entire wizarding world was just a giant makeshift stage. Harry, however, was focused on the match, glancing here and there through his binoculars. The quaffle flew from one player to another like bullets. Laversky, Dimitrov, Morin, Troy, Mallet, Ivanova, Morin again, Morin scores. Just like before, Mr. Bagman, the commentator, could only manage to announce the players' names, unable to fluently describe what they were doing. Moreover, his previously enchanted commentary was now less clear. The arena was filled with the screams of Vila, the clanging of wands from officials, and the angry roars of Bulgarians. The Greens had scored, yet there was no cheer from the Irish supporters. So the game continued. Next, the Irish batter strained his neck, blasting a stray ball at Crumb. Crumb, who had dodged countless times in the game, couldn't dodge in time and was struck head-on by the stray. A deafening chorus of complaints erupted from the stands. Crumb's nose looked broken, blood was everywhere. But referee Hassan Mustafa didn't blow his whistle to stop the game, unlike when Lynch was injured. This was understandable, as Avila had thrown a fire at him, setting his broomstick tail on fire. Under such circumstances, his concentration was clearly compromised. A kind-hearted person like Harry couldn't blame him. The blame lay with Avila, who was practically making things worse. Harry, being kind-hearted, really hoped someone would notice Crumb's injury sooner, even though he supported Ireland. But in this match, Crumb was undoubtedly the most exciting player on the field. Ron, a Crumb fan, reacted even more intensely. Stop. Hurry. What's the referee doing? What's the commentator doing? He can't play like that. Look at him, quick, look at Lynch. Just then, Harry suddenly shouted. The Irish seeker suddenly swooped down. Harry didn't know what the others thought, but he was certain that Lynch's move wasn't a feint by Lansky. He saw the golden snitch. Harry couldn't help but shout, he saw it. Look at him, in this small box alone. Besides Harry, Sherlock and Charlie also realized this. However, they weren't as excited as Harry. But with Harry's reminder, everyone in the box realized what was happening. At the same time, about half the spectators in the stadium also realized what was going on. The green shirt supporters rose to their feet again, creating another green wave as they screamed and cheered for their seeker. Just then, an unexpected person appeared. Victor Crumb. He rode a flying broomstick, close behind Lynch. Despite having just taken a severe blow, his face was covered in blood, his vision blurred, and he looked particularly ferocious. Through the telescope, one could even see the blood splattering in the air behind him. Although he was the one chasing from behind, and his flying broomstick wasn't a firebolt, he still managed to catch up with Lynch. The two bodies gradually became parallel, and they swooped down towards the ground again, just like before. Oh no, they're going to crash, Hermione couldn't help but cry out, while once again tightly hugging Sherlock's arm. No, Charlie said calmly. To be precise, Crumb won't crash, Sherlock said with a smile. Yes, Lynch will, Harry added the final blow. The wizards in the small box looked at the three of them in astonishment. Are you guys doing some kind of divination here? However, the truth was exactly as they said. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Key crashed to the ground a second time. Even though he had spotted the golden snitch first, he still couldn't control his body at the last moment. A group of angry Velas swarmed around him without a word. Where's the golden snitch? Where's the golden snitch? This time even Charlie couldn't help but ask. Harry shouted, he caught it, Crumb caught it. Sherlock glanced at Hermione, who was clinging to his arm again, and sighed softly. The match is over, a glorious defeat. Chapter 480 Finding Harry's Lost Things. Compared to the Irish seeker Lynch, who had just fallen awkwardly on the field, surrounded by a group of Velas, the Bulgarian seeker Victor Crumb moved with the agility of a lithe eagle, instantly soaring into the air. Spots of blood, still fresh from his nose, shimmered on his bright red robe, particularly striking in the moonlight. He raised his fist high, and between his clenched fingers, a dazzling golden light flickered. At that moment, that light was like the first ray of dawn piercing through the clouds, proclaiming that he had successfully caught a golden snitch. The scoreboard began to change rapidly. The score between Bulgaria and Ireland became 160-170. Apart from a few sharp-eyed experts like Sherlock, Harry, and Charlie, most of the spectators were still immersed in the afterglow of the intense match. They hadn't yet recovered from the dazzling battle, completely unaware of the decisive events that had unfolded on the court in that brief moment. But like a giant jet poised for takeoff, It began to slowly accelerate, initially emitting only a low rumble, then the sound grew louder and louder. The Celtics supporters initially whispered among themselves. As the murmurs gradually gathered, they finally erupted like a surging tide, bursting into a deafening, joyous roar. Even the commentator, Bagman, who is already a big fan of the Celtics, couldn't help but shout out excitedly. However, as a commentator, his professionalism instantly kicked in. Even though he was filled with excitement, he didn't overly express his stance in his words, simply stating objectively, the Bulgarian team's crumb caught a golden snitch, ending the match, but the Irish team won. My God, I think no one here expected such a shocking outcome before the match. Why did he catch the golden snitch at this time? Ron was flushed with excitement, raising his hands high and jumping up and down, cheering and shouting with a face full of doubt. Ginny looked puzzled as well. She glanced at Harry beside her and asked softly, wasn't it a bit unwise of him to end the game when Ireland was leading by 160 points, because he knew they would never catch up? Charlie sighed, turning to Sherlock and Harry with a questioning look in his eyes. Am I right? Harry was cheering loudly, nodding as he said, the Irish chaser is fantastic. Sherlock nodded slightly, adding, if this drags on, the score gap will only widen. Once Lynch gets the golden snitch, Bulgaria's situation will only become more dire. Hermione leaned forward slightly, her eyes fixed on Krum as he slowly landed on the ground. At that moment, a large group of doctors on the field blew their whistles, trying to drive away the goblins and Velas who were still fighting, and trying to clear a path for Krum. He looks really pathetic, but he's really brave, Hermione murmured to herself. Seeing Krum's tenacious performance on the field, Hermione's previous prejudice against him based on his appearance subtly dissipated. She then noticed that Krum's face was even more somber than in the previous photos. He was stubborn, even refusing to let the doctor clean his wounds or wash the blood from his face in robes. His Bulgarian teammates surrounded him, all shaking their heads dejectedly. A sense of loss permeated the entire team. But not far from them, the Irish players were completely immersed in the joy of victory. They danced with glee, as if the whole world was celebrating their triumph. The Irish mascot leaped merrily, showering them with gold coins. The coins shimmered in the air, mirroring the players' radiant smiles. Flags waved everywhere in the stadium, and the stirring melody of the Irish national anthem resounded from all directions, its exhilarating rhythm seemingly capable of lifting the entire stadium. The Bulgarian mascots, the Vila, had returned to their original beautiful forms, though they all looked dejected and gloomy. We fought bravely, said the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, Aberonsk, his expression grave. He gave Sherlock a deep look and slowly spoke, Holmes, to borrow your words, we lost with honor. You absolutely deserve that affirmation, Sherlock replied earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Perhaps in this match, you were just slightly lacking in luck. Sometimes, luck is indeed part of skill. Aberonsk shrugged slightly, a wry smile appearing on his face. I think you understand that in the arena, things are often like that. Now, the Irish team, accompanied by their mascots, has circled the arena once, and the Quidditch World Cup trophy has been delivered to the penthouse. Bagman continued to announce the match's progress to the audience in his booming voice. The next moment, an extremely dazzling light suddenly illuminated the penthouse without warning. The light was so intense it caught everyone off guard. Several young wizards were stinging in the eyes from the sudden glare. They instinctively closed their eyes, and it took them a while to adjust. Surprisingly, the light allowed all the spectators in the stands to clearly see what was happening inside the boxes. Harry squinted, looking towards the entrance. Two wizards, panting, carried an enormous golden cup into the box. They carefully handed the cup to Cornelius Fudge. Seeing that Ireland had ultimately won, Fudge's previously stiff expression, strained by the game's tension, relaxed considerably. Mr. Bagman, who had just finished commentating, now took on the role of host. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the Bulgarian team, who, though defeated, are still honorable. The 7 Bulgarian players ascended the stairs and entered the box. The entire audience, even the green team supporters, applauded enthusiastically. A wave of cheers erupted, a heartfelt acclaim for the Bulgarian team's fighting spirit on the field. Countless panoramic telescopes gleamed in the sunlight, focusing their beams on Sherlock's box. The blinding glare forced Sherlock to turn his head. In that instant, his gaze swept behind him and suddenly sharpened. One by one, the Bulgarian team members entered the box between the 2 rows of seats. They shook hands with their country's minister, Aberonsko, and the host, the British Minister for Magic, Fudge. Bagman stood to the side, calling out the names of each team member as they approached. Victor Crumb was at the back of the line, looking extremely disheveled. His previous refusal to have the doctor clean his wounds made his blood-stained face and the dark circles under his eyes particularly striking, making him appear even more exhausted. Even now, he still clutched the golden snitch tightly in his hand, as if it were his only remaining shred of strength in this defeated match. Harry suddenly noticed a detail. Once Crumb landed, his movements became somewhat uncoordinated. His legs were noticeably pigeon-toed, and his shoulders were bent forward sharply, making his gait completely different from his agile figure on the field. Sherlock, Harry couldn't suppress his doubts and turned to Sherlock, trying to find an answer. The latter nodded and said softly, "Just as you think, my dear friend." Harry understood and didn't ask any further questions. However, when Bagman loudly announced Victor Crumb's name, the entire stadium was instantly engulfed in cheers, a thunderous and enthusiastic roar that echoed through the sky. Those in the boxes also applauded enthusiastically. Ron's hands, clapping so forcefully, were now as red as his red hair. Regardless of the outcome of the match, Crumb's superb skills and tenacious fighting spirit on the field made him a truly outstanding athlete, worthy of everyone's respect. Next up on stage were the Irish team members. Seeker Edan Lynch was being supported by Chaser Moran and Connolly, one on each side. He had fallen twice, seemingly quite badly, his eyes glazed over, and his head was spinning. It was hard to say whether he looked more disheveled than Crumb. However, when Troy and Quigley raised the trophy high, Lynch's blank face finally broke into a wide grin. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers once more. This time, not only Ron, but Harry clapped frantically, his hands numb from clapping. After the awards ceremony, the Irish and Bulgarian players left the box. The green shirts rode around the arena on broomsticks, beaming with glee. Edan Lynch sat behind Connolly, his arms tightly wrapped around Connolly's waist, a silly grin still plastered on his face. Whether he damaged his brain or was simply too caught up in the joy of victory, it was unclear. "He looks like he really did fall hard," Harry said worriedly. "Won't he suffer any lasting effects? Even if you have a problem, he won't," Sherlock said with a slight smile. At that moment, little Bagman pulled out his wand, gently pointed to his throat, and whispered, "Whisper." Under the spell's magical effect, his voice, hoarse from his long, passionate commentary, finally returned to normal. This match will surely be talked about for a long time, becoming a significant chapter in Quidditch history. Now, everyone could hear that his voice was completely hoarse, tinged with fatigue. What an unexpected turn of events. It's just a pity the match didn't last longer. "Oh, right. How much should I give you?" Upon hearing this, Fred and George immediately flipped over the backs of their chairs like two nimble monkeys, quickly standing in front of Ludo Bagman. Their faces beamed with joy, and they stretched out their palms, eager for the money. "I'm so glad you withdrew most of your bets," Mr. Bagman said, rummaging through his pockets for a while before finally finding enough galleons to pay the brothers. "The odds I gave you were way too high. If it were based on all the previous bets, I wouldn't have enough money to pay you back." Hearing this, the Weasley twins secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they hadn't heeded Sherlock's advice, judging from the situation, Bagman might have really reneged on his promise. Fortunately, they had only bet on a fake wand, which Bagman valued at 5 galleons. Even at odds of 1 to 3, Bagman would only need to give them 15 galleons. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, some spectators were already beginning to leave and return to their camp. But those in the upper boxes weren't in a hurry to leave. For them, this occasion was a rare social opportunity. People sat in small groups, chatting happily. The Weasley twins excitedly counted their 15 galleons, while Harry and Charlie discussed the details of the match. Bill, Ron, and Ginny listened attentively. Percy tried to talk to Cornelius Fudge, but it didn't seem to be going well. Just then, Sherlock noticed a corner of the box. Not far away, Malfoy, seemingly stimulated by the intense match, was eagerly bargaining with his father. The father and son's conversation carried clearly, quite amusingly. "I want to buy a firebolt. I'll buy you a Nimbus 2002. I want to buy a firebolt, a Nimbus 2002 Super. It's an upgraded version. The performance is great. I want to buy a firebolt. You almost died last time. If I rode a firebolt, would I crash? If you rode a firebolt, you'd be dead already." The father and son stared at each other, neither willing to give in, the atmosphere tense. Just then, Narcissa gracefully walked over, seeing their tense state, and couldn't help but ask softly, "What are you doing, Mom? I want to buy a firebolt." Draco Malfoy mustered his courage and made his request to his mother again. Narcissa, who had been smiling, instantly darkened upon hearing this, and said sternly, "I think you're a stray arrow." Sherlock looked away and saw Mr. Weasley excitedly recounting to Sirius how he got the tickets. "I helped Ludo out a little. His brother Odo got into some trouble. He messed up a lawnmower and gave it a lot of supernatural powers, causing quite a bit of chaos in the Muggle world. I sorted things out, so this time he gave me a few precious World Cup tickets." Sirius smiled slightly. "So you're pretty brave." "Just kidding, I'm super brave, okay?" The British Minister of Magic, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and the Irish Minister of Magic were also gathered together, talking about something. Judging from Fudge's annoyed look, it was clear that the Bulgarian Minister of Magic had told the Irish Minister of Magic about what had just happened. Similar things were happening in every seat of the box. Someone always managed to find their partner. Sherlock's gaze swept over these people one by one, subconsciously analyzing and organizing each scene. Finally, his gaze settled on the house elf from the Ministry of Magic, Barty Crouch, who claimed to speak over 150 languages. Barty Crouch himself, who had reserved a seat for Sparkle, hadn't shown up until the end of the match. As for Sparkle, she was still covering her eyes with her hands. Sherlock had noticed this throughout the entire match. "Acrophobia, huh?" Sherlock smiled and shook his head. Luckily, he was there today, otherwise, his little brother Harry would have unknowingly suffered another loss. As time ticked by, the people in the box began to rise, preparing to leave. "Don't tell your mother about your gambling," Mr. Weasley pleaded with Fred and George, glancing at the people slowly making their way to the entrance. "Don't worry, Dad," Fred said cheerfully. "We have many grand plans for this money. We don't want it to be confiscated." Mr. Weasley hesitated, probably wanting to know what their grand plans were. After a moment's hesitation, he decided it was best not to ask, lest he cause himself unnecessary trouble. "Well, we should leave now," Mr. Weasley said helplessly. "Yay!" the young wizards shouted excitedly in unison, standing up to leave with the adults. However, just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, but I don't think it's time to leave yet." "Why?" Mr. Weasley asked, his face full of doubt. The others also turned to look at Sherlock with curious eyes, wondering what he was up to. "Because I think we need to find what Harry lost first," Sherlock said slowly and deliberately, his gaze deep. "Lost something?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise, and he said blankly, I didn't lose anything, is that so?" Sherlock chuckled, his smile filled with both excitement and anticipation. His gaze slowly swept over Harry's coat pocket, and he asked, word by word, "Dear Harry, then please tell me, where's your wand?" Chapter 481 His Barty. Hearing Sherlock suddenly mention wands, Harry instinctively rummaged through his coat pocket. His wand was right there. The next moment, however, he looked up, his face filled with shock, and exclaimed, "Oh no, my wand is gone." He only had the telescope Sirius Black had bought him. As for the wand, it was gone. "Are you kidding me?" Ron, who was closest to him, couldn't help but ask. Harry panicked and started searching around again. Hermione and Ginny helped him search, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find Harry's wand. Then, Harry suddenly realized something. Ever since he learned of the existence of the wizarding world, he had always carried his wand with him whenever he came to this world. Now, when he suddenly discovered his wand was missing, even though there was no danger around, he still felt weak and helpless. This was the mindset of a traditional wizard. "No, starting this term, I'm going to learn Barton magic from Sherlock. But before that, I have to find my wand first." Just then, Hermione suddenly realized something. Even Harry himself hadn't realized he'd lost his wand, but Sherlock had just offered to help him find it. So she immediately turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, do you know where Harry's wand is?" Reminded by Hermione, Harry and Ron also realized this, and looked at Sherlock expectantly. Of course, they weren't the only ones. Sirius, Mr. Weasley, and his children all turned their gazes to Sherlock. In everyone's memory, Sherlock never disappointed. This time was no exception. "Obviously," he said, glancing at Sirius. Sirius's concern for Harry was self-evident. Seeing Sherlock's look, he walked over without a word and said succinctly, "What do you need me to do?" Sherlock enjoyed dealing with intelligent people. He smiled slightly and slowly turned his gaze behind him. Noticing Sherlock's gaze, everyone was startled. Because the person Sherlock was staring at was none other than the house elf, Sparkle, who was still covering his eyes and suffered from acrophobia. Hermione asked incredulously, "Sherlock, you mean?" She found it hard to believe that such a pitiful-looking house elf could be a thief. Sherlock didn't answer Hermione directly, but slowly said, "Professor Flitwick once told me that house elves are masters of apparition. Even in a place like Hogwarts with its magical barriers, they can still use this magic with ease." "That's right, but without their master's permission, they can't use magic without permission," Sirius nodded. "Sorry, I've seen exceptions, and more than once." Sherlock paused, and Harry immediately thought of Dobby, the Malfoy house elf. "Sherlock, you mean you want me to stop her?" Sirius looked at Twinkle, somewhat surprised. "Professor Snape once stopped house elves from using this magic." "Sirius, you? No problem." Before Sherlock could finish speaking, Sirius proudly declared, "What Snape could do, I can do too." A year later, Sirius's confidence had grown considerably. Even if you were to have a wizarding duel with Snape, he was confident he could fight him to a standstill. Mr. Weasley, listening to their conversation, sensed something was amiss. He looked at Sherlock and Sirius in surprise. "Sherlock, Sirius, what are you talking about?" Sherlock shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Sparkle and the empty seat beside her. "You know, I've always admired a certain kind of person, someone who dares to steal from me." Only then did Sparkle seem to realize that Sherlock was actually talking to her. She parted her fingers, secretly glancing at Sherlock, then closed them again. "Sparkle, did you take Harry's wand?" Hermione suddenly asked. Sparkle trembled violently, shaking her head frantically, her ears flapping. "Sparkle didn't do it." "Sparkle isn't a thief. I never said you were the thief, little elf," Sherlock said, and to everyone's astonishment, suddenly reached out and pulled. Before the competition officially began, Sparkle had said she would reserve a seat for her master, Barty Crouch, the director of the International Department of Magical Exchange and Cooperation. But Barty Crouch hadn't appeared by the end of the competition. Because the competition was so exciting, no one had given it much thought. Even those who had considered it weren't too concerned, since Barty Crouch seemed incredibly busy. It wouldn't be surprising if he reserved a seat but didn't come. However, with Sherlock's outstretched hand, something unexpected happened. The entire space seemed to shake, and then a human figure appeared in the seat. No, Sparkle, who saw this through her fingers, was immediately shocked. She knew very well how much trouble this person would bring to her master if he appeared in public. At that moment, she disregarded her fear of heights, reaching out to grab the person who hadn't fully revealed their true form, while snapping her fingers with the other. Apparition. A house elf's signature move. "Do you think I'm dead?" Sirius, who had been warned by Sherlock long ago, sneered and waved his wand. Nothing happened. However, Flashy snapped her fingers several times in a row, but there was no reaction. Her apparition had failed. This was truly nothing happening. Seeing her trump card magic fail, Flashy panicked. "No," she screamed again, her voice shrill and piercing. "Please, no, don't," but it was all in vain. As her apparition failed, a person appeared as if from thin air, being pulled to the ground by Sherlock. However, his state was strange. His body was indistinct, some parts visible, others invisible. Harry was all too familiar with this situation and immediately blurted out, "The invisibility cloak, obviously, my friend," Sherlock said, stretching out his hands and easily removing the invisibility cloak from the man. He took 2 steps back, and the man's figure was now fully visible to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a good look at who this person wearing the invisibility cloak is." Sitting next to Mr. Crouch's house elf, a young man with unusually pale skin and freckles appeared before them. He had light blonde, messy hair and looked to be only in his early 30s, but strangely, he had faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Glancing at the face that bore a resemblance to Barty Crouch and the one tightly gripped in his right hand, Sherlock smiled. It seems the truth is now clear." But before he could finish speaking, the young man, who had been somewhat bewildered by Sherlock's sudden revelation of his invisibility, suddenly roared and lunged at him. "Watch out!" Hermione screamed, stepping forward to help Sherlock. Sirius snorted and raised his wand. With him there, no one could harm his own. However, Sherlock reacted even faster. With a thud, the young man's momentum halted, and he fell backward to the ground. "Consider yourself lucky." This is the Barton spell I just learned, Sherlock said slowly, withdrawing his fist amidst everyone's astonished gazes. You're the first to experience it, only then did the people in the box react. Sherlock had knocked out an adult with one punch? This was simply unbelievable. Crouch, Mr. Weasley, recognizing the young man, was stunned. Barty Crouch Jr., Master Barty, although he could no longer apparel it, sparkle still rushed to the young man's chest. You killed him. You killed him. You killed Master's son. She looked up at Sherlock, tears streaming down her face, as if accusing an executioner. Calm down, I only punched him, Sherlock sighed. Please move aside. While saying please move aside, Sherlock's hands moved swiftly, grabbing Gilgamesh and tossing him aside. Then he grabbed Barty Crouch Jr. by the collar and put him back in his seat. When he returned, Sherlock had a wand in his hand. Barty Crouch Jr., whose wand had been taken from him, glared at Sherlock, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. Don't let someone steal your weapon so easily next time. Sherlock handed the wand to Harry, then looked at Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley, your behavior tells me this man shouldn't be here, right? Of course he shouldn't be here. With a roar, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, strode over. He glared at the young man, his eyes blazing with anger, then turned to Crouch's house elf. You, tell me now, what exactly happened? Sparkle can't say anything. Sparkle will cause Master trouble. I understand, this was Mr. Crouch's doing. Sherlock nodded thoughtfully. Things are getting more and more interesting, not telling. Very well, excellent. Then I'll go ask him myself. Fudge's anger was practically overflowing. He immediately began assigning tasks. Even Arthur Weasley, who had only come to watch the match, wasn't spared. Harry, still reeling from the sight, was completely bewildered. Sherlock, what's going on? Clearly, someone who shouldn't be here is here. Sherlock chuckled. Barty Crouch, it seems this director has a bigger secret than I imagined. You're absolutely right. Mr. Weasley, burdened by his assignment from the minister, strode over. Sherlock, you've really blown the sky up this time. He stared at Sherlock, his eyes filled with disbelief. How long had it been since they uncovered a truth sealed for 12 years? And Sherlock had done it again. Sherlock, the detective, truly deserves the title. I'm sorry, because of Sherlock and Harry, I'm afraid you'll both have to come to the Ministry of Magic with me. I'm going even without you saying so, Sherlock asked curiously, but please tell me first, in your opinion, where should this Barty Crouch Jr. have been? He should have been dead. The last person you thought had died 12 years ago was Peter Pettigrew, and he was even touted as a hero. Turns out he was alive and well, and was ultimately proven to be a complete traitor. Sherlock sneered. Your ministry is truly full of talent. Arthur Weasley, faced with Sherlock's mockery, he was speechless. This happening twice in a row was truly outrageous. Not far from the private box, the Malfoy family of three witnessed this entire scene. Draco Malfoy didn't realize what this meant. But his parents, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy, exchanged a glance. Both of them saw deep surprise and apprehension in each other's eyes. A moment later, Narcissa suddenly turned to Draco and said seriously, Dragon, you must stay away from that guy named Holmes at school from now on. I avoid them whenever I see them, Draco said sullenly. Ever since Gemma forced me to apologize to Potter last time, well done. It seems Gemma was protecting you. Lucius took a deep breath, watching Sherlock walk away, and slowly said, Fudge told me that this student named Holmes discovered what happened between Black and Peter. Like him, I thought Dumbledore was too naive, still using such a ridiculous method to promote his students. Now it seems that it wasn't Dumbledore who was naive, it was Fudge and me. Sherlock Holmes, Lucius repeated the name, then suddenly felt a chill. He remembered how he had thrown that notebook into Hogwarts 2 years ago to cause trouble, only to lose more than he gained. Now it seems this matter is most likely related to Holmes. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly shuddered. Sherlock, who was about to leave the box, suddenly turned back and glanced in their direction. Even though the other was just a boy not yet 15, Lucius saw in his eyes a warning. Absolutely outrageous. Chapter 482 Azkaban's First Escapee. At Sirius's request, on the way out of the box, Sherlock recounted how he discovered Harry's stolen wand. All the suspicion stemmed from something unusual. Think about it, at the Quidditch World Cup, Barty Crouch, the director of magic, went to great lengths to have his house elf reserve a seat for him. But he never showed up until the end of the match. Indeed, that's not like Crouch. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. You know him? Ronky asked. You sound like you know him quite well. Oh, of course I know Crouch. Sirius shook his head and said softly, he's the one who ordered me sent to Azkaban, without even a trial. What did you say? Fred and George said simultaneously. You must be joking, Ginny couldn't help but say. I'm not joking, Sirius said quietly. Crouch was once the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Didn't you know that? Some nodded, others shook their heads. Sirius didn't offer further explanation, instead turning to Sherlock and asking, but to conclude that someone was sitting next to that house elf based solely on that is rather unbelievable, isn't it? Sherlock shrugged. Of course not, but it was enough to pique my interest and draw some of my attention to her. That's enough. While all my attention was on the match itself, I noticed someone had taken Harry's wand right under my nose. Either the illusion charm or the invisibility cloak. In any case, by doing so, he essentially handed me the evidence of the crime. Just that simple. Sirius found it hard to believe. It sounded far too easy. Just that simple. Sherlock nodded, looking at Harry and stating bluntly, speaking of which, you're the one who should be concerned, my dear Harry. You let someone take your wand so easily. Harry blushed. Sherlock was absolutely right. His wand had been stolen without his knowledge. If it weren't for Sherlock, who knows what Barty Crouch Jr. would have done with it? But judging from the way he glared at Sherlock just now, this guy is definitely not a good person. Sirius, tell us about Barty and his son, Ron couldn't help but say. You're going to the Ministry of Magic soon, and we don't know when you'll be back. There's not much to say, Sirius sighed. Even though he was the one who sent me to Azkaban, I still think he was a remarkable wizard. Remarkable? Sherlock's interest was piqued. Tell me more about it. Yes, remarkable. He was not only incredibly powerful, but also had a strong desire for power, which made him stand out on the First Wizarding War. Simply put, someone like him would never be a supporter of Voldemort. He publicly declared his opposition to the dark arts more than once, but many who opposed the dark arts, well, never mind, you wouldn't understand, you're too young, don't be like that. My dad always uses that kind of rhetoric when it comes to crucial moments, Ron said indignantly. Just try it and see if we can understand. Sirius was amused by Ron's annoyed look. Alright, I'll try. At least Sherlock will understand. Hey, this time, Harry and Hermione also expressed their dissatisfaction. Sirius laughed again, of course, on purpose. When Voldemort's power was at its peak, every week brought terrible news, more deaths, more disappearances, more torture. The Ministry of Magic was in complete chaos back then. They didn't know what to do and had to do everything they could to keep it from Muggles. At the same time, Muggles were dying too. Terror, tension, chaos. That was the situation back then. Those who haven't experienced it won't understand. But looking back now, it's precisely in times like these that good people show their best qualities, and bad people reveal their worst nature. Just like the old saying goes, Sirius sighed deeply and said something profound. The peak produces false supporters, twilight witnesses devout believers. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a sense of understanding. It's normal that you don't understand. Just like I said, you only understand after experiencing it. At that time, you didn't know who his supporters were and who weren't, who served him and who weren't. You knew he could control people tightly, making them do terrible things involuntarily. You were afraid for yourself, your family, and your friends. It was during this time that Barty Crouch began to rise to prominence. As he rose through the ranks of the Ministry of Magic, he took some very tough measures against Voldemort's supporters. It was through his insistence that the Aurors gained some new powers, for example, the right to kill, not just arrest. Crouch championed violence against violence, and he even allowed the use of the unforgivable curse on suspects, which earned him the support of most Aurors. I wasn't the only one handed over to Dementors without trial. Of course, at the time, I had no intention of defending myself. Because at that time, I felt that I had harmed your parents, Harry. But in my opinion, Crouch was just as ruthless and cold-blooded as many on the dark side. Did you know that he also had his supporters? Many people thought he was right to handle things this way. At that point, many wizards were clamoring for him to become Minister for Magic. After Voldemort disappeared, it seemed only a matter of time before Crouch became the top leader. However, just then, a very unfortunate thing happened. Sherlock raised an eyebrow and made the most reasonable deduction. His son was discovered to be a Death Eater. Harry, Hermione, and Ron looked at Sherlock in surprise. Wasn't that a bit too far-fetched? Sirius Black's handsome face broke into a cold smile as he slowly said, perhaps, perhaps not. But it's an undeniable fact that Crouch's biological son, Barty Crouch Jr., was found with a group of Death Eaters who had escaped from Azkaban through smooth talk. They were supposedly searching for Voldemort, hoping to bring him back to power. I was there myself when Crouch Jr. was imprisoned in Azkaban. So I only learned these things after I got out. But one thing I'm certain of is that the people with Crouch Jr. when he was arrested were all Death Eaters. I'd bet my life on that. Maybe he was a Death Eater, maybe he wasn't, but he shouldn't have been there at that time. I don't know the specifics, you can ask Dumbledore if you have time. He participated in Barty's interrogation. Crouch Jr. was imprisoned in Azkaban like that, Hermione asked softly. Did Crouch try to exonerate his son? Exonerate? Crouch tried to exonerate his son. Sirius Black chuckled coldly, as if he'd heard a funny joke. Hermione, it seems you don't know this man well enough. Anything that threatens his reputation is cast aside. He dedicated his entire life to becoming Minister for Magic. Crouch's paternal love was only shown in putting his son on trial. According to various accounts, this actually gave Crouch an excuse to demonstrate how impartial he was. To send his own son to Azkaban, he personally handed his son over to the Dementors, Sherlock said thoughtfully. But Mr. Weasley just said he should be dead, meaning, as you believe, he died in Azkaban. Exactly, Sirius said gravely. I saw the Dementors bring him in. I watched them through the bars of the cell. He was at most 19. They threw him into the cell next to mine, and at dusk, he screamed for his mother. But a few days later, he was silent. They were all silent in the end. He only occasionally screamed in his sleep. He died a year later. Did Crouch's father visit him when he was in Azkaban? Sherlock asked again. Yes, Sirius glanced at Sherlock. At the time, Crouch was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, and he and his wife were allowed to visit their dying son. That was the last time I saw Barty Crouch before today. He was half supporting his wife as they walked past my cell. His wife died soon after that visit, overwhelmed with grief. She withered away like the boy. Crouch didn't come to claim his son's body. The Dementors buried him outside the fortress. I saw them do it with my own eyes. That's why, just when Crouch thought he had accomplished his mission, he lost everything. One moment he was a hero, confident he would become Minister for Magic, and the next, his son was dead, his wife was dead, and his family's reputation was tarnished. After I escaped, I heard that his public standing plummeted. Because after the boy's death, people no longer focused on his selflessness, but instead began to sympathize more with his son and question, why would a child from a good family go down such a tragic path? What kind of injustice could drive a young man to do such a thing? The final conclusion was that his father had never really cared about him. And so, Cornelius Fudge took the top position, while Crouch was transferred to the International Department of Magical Cooperation. Silence. A long silence. Just as Sirius had said, after hearing about Barty Crouch and his father's story, they were indeed somewhat confused. Just as Harry was about to say something, Sherlock said quietly, I roughly know what happened. Then Harry found himself not surprised at all. He immediately resigned himself to his fate and asked, what happened? First of all, Sirius's title as the first Azkaban escapee in history is gone. Sirius, Sherlock, Hermione scolded. This is no time for jokes. I'm not joking, Sherlock said seriously. Sirius, you only escaped last year. But based on your description, and my deduction, Crouch Jr. has been away from Azkaban for over 10 years. My description, Sirius, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly realized what she meant. You mean Crouch's wife? That's right. The one who truly died in Azkaban wasn't Crouch Jr., but his mother, Mrs. Crouch. Motherly love is truly great. No matter what her son did, she was willing to die for him. Everyone couldn't help but look at Harry. As everyone knew, Harry's mother, Lily, also died for Harry. Sirius, unwilling to delve into the topic, continued, so, it seems he wasn't entirely without love for his son. He certainly valued his career highly, but I believe he wasn't without affection for his family. Deep down, he still loved his son and his wife, Sherlock said calmly. I think Dumbledore would be very interested in this topic. He loves all that talk about love, PFFT. Sirius couldn't help but laugh. Sherlock, it's not good to talk behind someone's back, I'm not saying anything bad, just stating a fact, and I would say the same thing even to his face. What do you want to say to my face? With a familiar crackling sound and a gentle voice, a long-bearded old man wearing half-moon spectacles appeared before them. It was Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, sir, Professor, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were stunned the moment Dumbledore appeared. Sirius smiled without saying a word, while Sherlock readily picked up where they left off. I said, "You'll definitely be interested in the topic of Barty Crouch and his son, because you love all things love, sir." The others looked at Sherlock with admiration. As expected of him. Truly brave. But to everyone's surprise, Dumbledore didn't deny it. "You're absolutely right, Sherlock. Love is the greatest emotion in the world, and both those who love and those who are loved are truly blessed." After saying this somewhat convoluted sentence, Dumbledore asked curiously, "But you don't seem surprised by my sudden appearance. Did you already anticipate it?" "Not before," Sherlock replied truthfully, "but after Sirius just finished talking about that matter, I knew you would come. I just didn't expect you to come so soon. Arthur is more anxious than you think, Sherlock," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I'll go to the Ministry of Magic with you later." Sherlock instantly understood. The Ministry of Magic, this makeshift organization, is up to something again. Dumbledore is here to support them. Chapter 483. The truth is not as important as saving face. Who made him reveal Barty Crouch Jr.'s identity in that situation? Sherlock didn't know it was Crouch Jr. at the time, so he had no idea it would have such a huge impact. Even if he didn't know it was Crouch Jr., he didn't need to do it in public. The Director of Magic protecting his criminal son, if that got out, how much damage would it do to the Ministry? "Arthur, don't you know?" "I know, but Barty was in the wrong. He kept it from us for so many years." "Arthur, are you even a member of the Ministry? Even if Barty was wrong, it's an internal matter. It's not for outsiders to point fingers. And it's not for a kid who isn't even 15 to teach us how to do things." Arthur Weasley suddenly felt exhausted. When Sherlock used the missing Harry's wand to trace back to Barty Crouch Jr., who should have been dead, he was initially very surprised. But after the initial surprise came immense joy. Knowing the whole story of the feud between Barty Crouch and his son, he almost instantly guessed what had happened. He was also a father and could understand everything Barty Crouch had done for his son. But understanding didn't equate to agreement. What Barty Crouch Jr. had done back then was outrageous. He deserved to go to Azkaban. Besides, this sentence was Barty Crouch's own decision. He had betrayed his own family back then, and then did this again. How could anyone accept that? Therefore, Sherlock's revelation of the truth and restoration of facts was a good thing from any perspective. But Cornelius Fudge's attitude towards this matter greatly surprised him. Although Fudge initially strongly condemned Barty Crouch's heinous behavior, he then turned his attention to Sherlock. Arthur didn't react at first, arguing for Sherlock, but as he listened, he gradually began to understand. Fudge's anger wasn't about Barty Crouch's act of getting a criminal out of Azkaban and then concealing it for over a decade. He was angry that Crouch hadn't told him beforehand. From Fudge's tone, it seemed as if he would have accepted Crouch's actions if he had been informed beforehand. What he truly found unacceptable was Sherlock's public exposure of the Ministry of Magic scandal. It was so absurd, utterly unbearable. Under no circumstances can this be made public. "What?" Mr. Weasley was immediately stunned. He blurted out instinctively, "Suppress it again." Fudge sneered, "It's all that arrogant brat's fault. If he hadn't acted so presumptuously, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Arthur, you should know very well how important the event at Hogwarts is. We absolutely cannot afford any problems at this crucial juncture. Don't forget, Barty is the director of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation. He's been handling this matter from beginning to end. If something happens to him at a time like this, what will people think of us? Right now, stability is the most important thing. Everything else can wait." Mr. Weasley was speechless. He knew Fudge's character all too well. When the Sirius Black incident first broke, although he wasn't qualified to attend, he learned what had happened afterward from his colleagues and Hogwarts professors. Even that kind of thing was planned to be suppressed, let alone this matter. Mr. Weasley, however, wasn't about to give up. He took a deep breath, intending to argue one last time, but Crouch stole Harry's wand. I think he must be planning to use it for something dangerous. What dangerous things could he possibly do? Fudge waved his hand dismissively. The Ministry has already examined him, and Crouch shows signs of long-term Imperious Curse control. Imperious Curse? Arthur exclaimed in surprise. He actually cast the Imperious Curse on his own son. Arthur, why are you so surprised? Have you forgotten that during the Wizarding Wars, he supported the Aurors using the Unforgivable Curse? Using the Imperious Curse on the son of a Death Eater is perfectly normal. I think Crouch's grabbing of the wand was more of an instinctive reaction. What's so dangerous about that? It's that students named Holmes who's more of a problem. Fudge narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems this isn't the first time he's caused me trouble. That self-righteous guy, it's all his fault this time. But I heard Dumbledore likes him. Since that's the case, out of respect for Dumbledore, I won't punish him this time. However, I've already written to Dumbledore asking him to come over. It's necessary for him to know the importance of this matter. Arthur was dumbfounded. This is turning black into white. He took a deep breath, forcing back a curse that was about to escape his lips, and then asked, "What did Barty say?" He admitted it. Fudge laughed, his smugness practically overflowing. "He told me everything. Little Crouch was in very bad shape. If he stayed in Azkaban, he wouldn't be far from death." Mrs. Crouch also knew she was going to die, so she begged Barty to rescue their son, as a final act of kindness. You know, old Barty loved her very much, so he agreed. While the couple went to see Little Crouch, he gave him a dose of Polyjuice potion containing Mrs. Crouch's hair. Mrs. Crouch, in turn, drank a dose of Polyjuice potion containing Little Crouch's hair. Mother and son swapped appearances, thus completing the switch. Mr. Weasley, hearing this, understood, and he slowly said, "Because Dementors are blind, they can only smell a healthy person and a dying person entering Azkaban, and then smell a healthy person and a dying person leaving Azkaban. They have no idea that the two people have switched roles." With Barty's help, he finally succeeded in bringing Crouch out. That's right, a year after this, Mrs. Crouch died. Because she had been drinking Polyjuice potion, she was buried looking like Crouch when she died. Everyone thought Crouch died at that time, even I was fooled. At this point, Fudge snorted somewhat unhappily, seemingly dissatisfied with Barty for keeping this a secret from him. Later, Barty pretended that his wife had died and held a funeral. In reality, the grave was empty, and the house elf was responsible for caring for Crouch's recovery. To control his son, poor Barty had to use the Imperious Curse. Because Crouch hadn't left the house for over 10 years, and this happened to coincide with a Quidditch Cup final, Barty brought him out, but that Holmes found out. Fudge frowned at Mr. Weasley. "Arthur, not many people know about this yet, and Ludo is still with Barty Crouch. I've already spoken to Lucius, he promises not to say anything. As for your children, Harry Potter and his friends are in your hands." At this point, Fudge finally smiled for the first time. "Barty Crouch begged me not to announce it yet. He thinks the same as me. If something goes wrong at this crucial moment, the rest of the event will definitely be affected. He promised to let me handle things as I see fit at the end of the year." What a good man, so devoted to the Ministry of Magic. Weasley was utterly speechless. He knew Barty Crouch's character all too well. He was a man who valued his career far more than his family. What he said to Fudge was very likely sincere. He genuinely didn't want the rest of the event to be affected. As for Fudge, part of his reason was the same as Barty Crouch's. He didn't want this grand event to be affected. But the bigger reason was to protect his and the Ministry of Magic's reputation. The previous incident with Sirius and Pettigrew had already proven that, for him, face was more important than the truth. Besides, Weasley vaguely sensed that Fudge seemed pleased to have gained control over Barty the Elder. Fudge had become Minister for Magic by sheer luck. That position should have rightfully belonged to Barty. Over the years, although Barty had been transferred to other departments, he had never really looked down on Fudge. Now, this crucial leverage was in Fudge's hands, forcing this once arrogant man to lower his head. Power, is it really that important? At that moment, Arthur's mind flashed with his son's face, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He couldn't let Percy become like that. He quickly asked, "What about Crouch Jr.? Send him back to Azkaban." "No, I promised Barty the Elder that he could continue wearing the invisibility cloak and stay outside, but we'll send people to keep an eye on him." What a joke. Mr. Weasley's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What clever little devil had come up with this brilliant idea? "I don't think it's a good idea, Cornelius." Just then, a gentle voice spoke Arthur Weasley's thoughts aloud. With a distinctive apparition sound, several people appeared beside Fudge and Mr. Weasley, the one leading them being Dumbledore, who had just spoken. Fudge stared in surprise at Dumbledore and Sirius, who had suddenly appeared before him. Not only Dumbledore and Sirius, but they also brought two boys with them, Harry and Sherlock, whom they had just mentioned. Dumbledore, how did you suddenly come? Cornelius, is your memory as bad as this old man's? Dumbledore's gaze swept over Mr. Weasley, giving him a slight nod, then turned to Fudge and said, "You wrote to me asking me to come. Have you forgotten so quickly?" "It was me." Fudge was startled, then realized that he had indeed written to Dumbledore. However, when he wrote a letter, he emphasized that Sherlock acted without respect, which carried a critical tone. His request for Dumbledore to come was merely symbolic. Similar requests had been made many times over the years, and Dumbledore had always refused. But he hadn't expected Dumbledore to actually come this time, and so quickly at that. He composed himself and then asked, "Dumbledore, what did you mean by that just now?" "Exactly what it said, Cornelius." Dumbledore stared at Fudge, his wise gaze making Fudge feel slightly uneasy. "I don't think it's a good idea to send Crouch Jr. back to his father's side." "Why?" "Because Crouch Jr. may already possess the ability to resist the Imperious Curse," Dumbledore said without hesitation. "He stole Harry's wand because he wanted to use it for something dangerous." Fudge was taken aback at first, then laughed. "Dumbledore, don't joke around. Resist the Imperious Curse, especially the one cast by Barty the Elder? Even I might not be able to do that." Sherlock and Harry exchanged a glance, both giving awkward but polite smiles. This minister seemed to have no proper understanding of his own abilities. "I'm not joking, Cornelius," Dumbledore said seriously. "People who are frequently cursed develop resistance to them. The unforgivable curse is no exception." All right, even if it's true, so what? Even if he can resist the Imperious Curse, a wizard without a wand wouldn't be a match for his father, would he? Fudge said, glancing at Sherlock. "I saw it clearly just now. He's physically weak. Even a boy under 15 could knock him down with a single punch." "Sherlock isn't an ordinary 15-year-old boy," Sirius Black, who had initially ignored Fudge, said bluntly. "If he punched you, you probably wouldn't be able to withstand it either, Mr. Black. I know he's good friends with Harry, but you don't need to give him such high praise." Barty Crouch's submission seemed to embolden Fudge, making him less enthusiastic and polite towards Sirius Black than before. Sirius Black wasn't about to let him get away with it, and shoved Sherlock forward. "Go on, Sherlock, give him a punch." "Okay." Sherlock smiled slightly, then took a step forward. Seeing Sherlock's highly professional stance, Fudge couldn't help but take a half step back, his face filled with terror. "I'm here for a meeting. What are you trying to do?" Chapter 484 never disappoints when it comes to being disappointing. When Harry, who had come with him, saw Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge take a half step back, he couldn't bear to watch. Was that half step back for real? Just then, Dumbledore reached out and stopped Sherlock. He glanced helplessly at Sirius. Seeing Sherlock's eager expression, if he didn't stop him, Sherlock might actually punch Fudge. That would be a real mess. Sure enough, when Sirius saw Dumbledore stop Sherlock, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He couldn't watch the show. "Cornelius, I still hope you can call Barty Crouch and his son here." Dumbledore looked at Fudge, his face amiable. "Some things need to be clarified in person. Is that necessary?" Fudge secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sherlock retreat. But upon hearing Dumbledore's words, he frowned again. "Barty already told me that with him and the other Aurors from the Ministry of Magic keeping an eye on things, Crouch Jr. won't be able to cause any trouble. I already said that's not safe, because Crouch Jr. might be able to resist the Imperious Curse." "Not only that," Sherlock suddenly spoke up, and everyone looked at him. "I originally thought that under those circumstances, Crouch Jr. would have been taken to the Ministry of Magic and placed under close guard, but now it seems that's not the case." Fudge frowned upon hearing Sherlock speak, and was about to reprimand him for not having the right to speak among the students, but Dumbledore immediately spoke up. "Sherlock, do you mean that they might make a move?" Not long ago, Sherlock had written to Dumbledore about Harry's dream. So he immediately understood Sherlock's meaning. Allies, servants, this time, the prophecy had come true again. "It's possible, and quite likely." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore immediately became serious. "Corneli, Barty Crouch and his son must be here immediately. Don't worry, we just want to ask them a few questions. If all goes well, we can do it your way." "All right." With that last reassurance, Fudge reluctantly agreed. He looked at Arthur Weasley, who immediately turned and left the room without a word. In fact, He hadn't initially intended for Mr. Weasley to handle this. However, at the time, only Arthur Weasley and Ludo Bagman remained from the Ministry of Magic in the box. Bagman had now gone to Barty Crouch's side on his behalf, leaving him with only Arthur Weasley. Moreover, Mr. Weasley had a good relationship with Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius, making him a suitable candidate in that respect. Dumbledore, you should know this very well. While waiting for Mr. Weasley's return, Fudge spoke to Dumbledore in a warning tone. I don't want anything to affect it. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Corneli, I know better than you. Don't forget, the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts. Harry's eyes lit up when he heard this name. Yes, Ludo Bagman had mentioned it before the Quidditch World Cup, but Barty Crouch had stopped him. When the Weasley twins asked their father, he was also very secretive. Harry had actually been a little curious then, but the upcoming Quidditch World Cup had overshadowed it. He never expected Dumbledore to just casually mention it. How to put it? It gave him a feeling of not understanding the meaning, but it sounded very impressive. The problem was it something he could say? You actually said it, sure enough, Fudge exclaimed immediately upon hearing the name. This is a secret, Dumbledore. How could you say it? Keeping it a secret at this stage is pointless. Dumbledore shook his head. There's only a week until the official start of school. I'll tell the students about it at the opening ceremony. That's still a whole week, Fudge said, displeased. Don't worry, Cornelius, if you think it's necessary, I can get Sherlock and Harry to keep it a secret. Can they do that? They've done it more than once. Seeing Dumbledore's resolute attitude, Fudge said nothing more. However, he always felt that since the incident involving Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew last year, Dumbledore seemed somewhat different. He seemed to have become a bit hardened. Strangely enough, in the past, when Dumbledore expressed no interest in the position of Minister for Magic, Fudge was always worried that he would take his place, because he knew very well how he had obtained the position. But now that Dumbledore's attitude had hardened, Fudge felt it was unlikely the other would do that. A thought even crept into his mind. Was he being pathetic? Did he only feel comfortable when the other party resorted to force? What followed was a rather tedious wait. During this time, Dumbledore and Harry sat properly. Sirius and Sherlock, on the other hand, walked around, observing the Minister for Magic's office with great interest. They talked and commented on the decorations. This location is bad, it doesn't fit in at all, the colors of this desk are too gaudy, this handwriting is really ugly. Although Sirius did most of the talking, it still made Fudge very uncomfortable. But with Dumbledore there, and the two of them, while talking incessantly, never actually touching anything, he ultimately held back. Oh well, once Barty Crouch pledged his loyalty, Dumbledore should understand that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Even a powerful figure like Barty Crouch had been compromised. As for the fact that this compromise was given to him solely because of Sherlock, Fudge didn't care at all. Just as Barty Crouch had mistaken Percy's surname for Weasley's as Weatherby, Fudge was equally unconcerned about Holmes, so what if he discovered the truth? As a student still at Hogwarts, cooperating with the Ministry of Magic was his duty. Thinking this, Fudge simply picked up a cup of black tea and slowly blew on it. Just a little longer, he'd feel better soon. Just as Fudge frowned, wondering why it was taking so long to deliver a message, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Mr. Weasley practically rushed in, accompanied by his son, Percy Weasley. The latter's nose was still bleeding. Sherlock's gaze swept over the father and son, immediately recognizing that Percy's actions were intentional. As for Mr. Weasley, he was too preoccupied with such details. Meanwhile, from their reactions, Sherlock had already deduced what had just happened. A cold smile crept onto his lips. The Ministry of Magic truly never disappointed when it came to instilling hope. Seeing the Wheel-Eye's expressions, Fudge's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Arthur, what happened? Please, no bad news. Please, no bad news. Even if it is bad news, please, not too bad. Fudge prayed silently, but Mr. Weasley's words shattered his illusion. Suspected Death Eaters attacked the Muggles in the camp. Dark marks appeared in the sky above the camp. Crouch Jr. has been kidnapped. Bang! Fudge's teacup fell to the ground. At that moment, his face was even paler than Percy's, who was bleeding from the nose. Yet, he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on Mr. Weasley, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. What did you say? Say it again. Weasley took a deep breath and blurted out everything he knew. Sherlock had discovered Barty Crouch Jr., who should have been dead but was still alive. This matter was so important that some Ministry of Magic staff, including Fudge and Arthur, returned early. Shortly after they left, a group of strangely dressed wizards appeared at the camp the Ministry of Magic had prepared for wizards. They did something extremely heinous. These wizards, wearing hoods and masks, used magic to levitate several muggles in the air, twisting them into various bizarre shapes. Not only that, they also set fire to several tents, causing considerable chaos. Their attire and behavior naturally led the Ministry of Magic to identify them as Voldemort's former supporters, the Death Eaters. They took pleasure in torturing muggles, deriving their happiness from the suffering of others. Morally depraved, lacking any moral compass, their actions were extremely heinous. Due to the suddenness of the event, the Ministry of Magic's contingency plans were inadequate, and the decade-long period of peace had left the Ministry somewhat overwhelmed in dealing with such emergencies. Even members of the Ministry of Magic's family, like Bill, Charlie, and Percy, joined the effort to maintain order. Even so, it was still insufficient. However, just when everyone was at their wits' end, the situation ended in a way no one expected. Someone launched the Dark Mark over the camp. As the name suggests, the Dark Mark is the symbol of the Dark Lord and his supporters. Its appearance is very distinctive, a gigantic skull composed of countless emerald green star-like objects, with a large python emerging from its mouth like a tongue. Under the watchful eyes of countless wizards, the skull rose higher and higher, emitting a dazzling light within a cloud of green smoke, standing out like a new constellation against the dark night sky. Regardless of its terrifying appearance, the appearance of the Dark Mark instantly changed the entire situation. The suspected Death Eaters who had been tormenting muggles, upon seeing the Dark Mark, immediately paraded away without a word. The chaos they had caused thus ended. But even greater chaos ensued. But for the Ministry of Magic, they preferred to deal with the wizards suspected of being Death Eaters. If that were the case, the Ministry could announce that only a portion of the Death Eaters hadn't been captured. This was understandable. After all, Voldemort ruled the wizarding world for over a decade during that dark period, and it was understandable that some escaped. However, the appearance of the Dark Mark changed everything. Compared to Professor Trelawney's unreliable death prophecies, the Dark Mark was a true harbinger of death. During the Wizarding Wars, whenever Voldemort or his followers killed someone, the Dark Mark would appear in the air. During that time, the fear this mark brought was unparalleled. Where there was the Dark Mark, there was death. But since Voldemort's disappearance, the mark hadn't appeared again. A full 13 years. The shock of the Dark Mark's reappearance was unimaginable. The fact that the Death Eaters fled at the sight of it showed just how terrifying it was. More importantly, shortly after the Dark Mark appeared, the Ministry of Magic personnel escorting Barty Crouch Jr. back were ambushed. The Aurors escorting Crouch were knocked unconscious on the spot, and Barty Crouch Jr. was kidnapped. When Mr. Weasley learned of this, he was stunned and immediately took Percy back to the Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Fudge felt no hope left. He felt as if his spine had been ripped out, staggering and collapsing into his ornate high-backed chair, his face as pale as bone dust in a cauldron. Every word Mr. Weasley spoke suffocated him. Barty Crouch Jr. had been kidnapped. And after the chaos of the Dark Mark hanging high and the Death Eaters openly rampaging through the camp, a deathly silence fell over the office, broken only by Fudge's heavy, rapid breathing. Dumbledore remained standing calmly, his deep blue eyes revealing no emotion. Sirius Black frowned, and Sherlock and Harry exchanged a knowing look. Mr. Weasley's face was itched with heartache, while Percy stood tall and proud, as if boasting. A moment later, Fudge abruptly looked up, his eyes a mixture of fear and the slap of shame from reality. He waved trembling fingers and asked, Who's escorting Crouch? Mr. Weasley sighed. John Dexter. What an idiot, Fudge exclaimed. Why would he escort Crouch alone, Minister? We were short-handed everywhere, Percy interjected, his tone tinged with pride. My nose was broken in the battle by those Death Eaters. Chapter 485. Initially arrogant, then obedient. Fudge, of course, paid no heed to Percy's nose. He kept repeating monotonous, identical words, yelling, idiot, fool, moron. How could the Ministry of Magic have such an Auror? The Auror office said he was highly capable, yet he couldn't even keep an eye on someone under the Imperious Curse. Calm down, Cornelius. Looking at the impotently furious Fudge, Dumbledore said kindly, I vaguely remember that Drax's NEWT test scores were all excellent. However, While his scores were excellent, his abilities were lacking, so this situation is understandable. You, Fudge suddenly realized, pointing a trembling hand at Dumbledore, his voice shrill. You knew all along. You said he would resist the Imperius Curse. You just said it wasn't safe. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Yes, Cornelius, I warned about that. Unfortunately, our worst fears have come true. Barty Crouch Jr., an extremely dangerous Death Eater, is now free, and likely with the help of his accomplices. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Fudge's face turned from deathly pale to deep purplish red. He wanted to roar again, but his throat seemed blocked, and he couldn't utter a sound. Dumbledore's calmness was like a mirror, further reflecting his previous arrogance and ignorance. In fact, he still wanted to refute, to accuse Sherlock of meddling, to blame Doolittle's incompetence, but the situation had become so serious that any excuse seemed utterly pale and ridiculous. He looked around. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm, yet the power contained within it made him uneasy. Reality was like a cold snake, coiling around his neck. The fig leaf he had prepared had been completely torn away. Helpless, he didn't even notice the silent mockery in Sherlock's eyes, Harry's worry, or Mr. Weasley's complex gaze, which was almost pitying. As for Percy's desperate attempt to portray himself as a valiant fighter, he completely ignored it. Undoubtedly, news of Barty Crouch Jr.'s escape would spread quickly. According to Arthur Weasley's earlier statement, more than one person knew that the Auror had been defeated and the prisoner had been rescued. Not to mention, the reappearance of the Dark Mark, dormant for 13 years, was a devastating blow. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire wizarding world would be thrown into panic. He could no longer escape. This problem had to be addressed. Otherwise, he would become the target of public criticism, and even his position as Minister for Wizardry would be in jeopardy. Finally, he couldn't help but look at Dumbledore, his eyes pleading, "Mr. Dumbledore, what should we do now?" Sherlock and Sirius's eyes gleamed with even more scorn. This was bureaucracy. Now they knew to ask for help? Weren't they just arrogant? Their change from haughty to obsequious was laughable. However, Dumbledore didn't mock them. His tone remained amiable, but his words forced Fudge to take them seriously. Abandon illusions, prepare for battle. What do you mean? Fudge abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. To be able to make such a move in such a short time, as far as I know, no one but Voldemort could. When Dumbledore uttered that name, both Fudge and the Wheel Eyes couldn't help but shudder. Dumbledore, don't joke around. Are you saying the Man of Victoire is returning? Perhaps, perhaps not. Dumbledore didn't intend to tell anyone about Professor Trelawney's second prophecy at this time. So he simply stated the facts. I think he must have gained a powerful ally. Only under such circumstances could his will be so effectively enforced. But, in any case, I hope you are prepared. 13 years ago I said there was no evidence that Voldemort was dead, he had only become very weak. To this day, there is still ample evidence that Voldemort is slowly regaining his strength. If we just let things slide, when things actually happen, we will be caught off guard by a crisis capable of destroying the entire wizarding world. I understand. Fudge's voice carried a sense of powerlessness crushed by reality. He waved his hand weakly, indicating that he wanted to be alone. Connolly, there's one more thing we haven't done. What is it? Call Barty Crouch over. Yes, Fudge said somewhat absent-mindedly. You just said you wanted to call Barty Crouch and his son over for a confrontation, but young Crouch is already. Is it still necessary? It is. Although young Barty escaped, old Crouch is still a key figure. We need to know everything he knows, Barty's possible whereabouts, his associates, and any possible plans. Time is of the essence, Dumbledore added, his tone leaving no room for doubt, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Fudge closed his eyes, took a deep breath, a simple action that seemed to drain all his strength. When he opened his eyes again, only a disheveled look and a hint of resigned dejection remained. Arthur, he said in a hoarse voice, go and fetch Barty Crouch, Chief Crouch. To hear, immediately, Mr. Weasley tugged at Percy, then silently led him away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to use his wand to clean his wound. He was waiting again, but this time Fudge's mindset was completely different. Just now, he was confident and assured of victory. Now, he was restless and terrified. Sherlock's gaze swept over everyone in the room. Cornelius Fudge slumped in his chair, his eyes blankly fixed on the shattered teacup on the carpet, as if it were his crumbling authority. Dumbledore was whispering something to Sirius. Judging from their posture, Dumbledore was telling Sirius something he didn't know before. Harry, like Fudge, looked tense. Although he hadn't seen the dark mark, just hearing Mr. Weasley's description made him feel a shadow looming over him. Sherlock withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He'd wait for Barty Crouch to arrive. He was the key figure. From him, he could get more useful information. After an unknown amount of time, the office door opened again. Barty Crouch entered. His steps maintained their usual rigid and precise rhythm, but the imposing air on his face was replaced by an undisguised weariness and something deeper. Not only that, his hair seemed grayer, and his shoulders were no longer as straight as before. He glanced around the room, his gaze sweeping over Dumbledore, Sirius, Sherlock, and Harry, finally settling on Fudge's distraught face. Fudge immediately averted his gaze. Mr. Weasley, who had entered with him, sighed upon seeing this and casually closed the door. Then, without waiting for Fudge to speak, he repeated the key information from the previous incident. Suspected Death Eater wizards had attacked the camp, the dark mark had appeared, and Barty Crouch had been kidnapped during transport. In fact, on the way here with Mr. Weasley, Barty Crouch had already suspected the facts. He knew about the Death Eater attack on the camp and the appearance of the dark mark. However, upon hearing the news of his son's kidnapping, Crouch's body swayed almost imperceptibly. In an instant, all color drained from the face of the wizard known for his iron fist and ruthlessness, a figure even Sirius Black admired. His weary facade was ripped away, revealing an abyss of despair. Sherlock had been observing Barty Crouch since he entered the office. Noticing the change in his expression, he immediately understood Crouch's thoughts. However, Crouch's despair lasted only a fleeting moment. Then, something astonishing happened. Barty Crouch straightened his back, though not with the same force as before. It was enough to demonstrate a resolve. The sorrow on his face vanished quickly, replaced by a terrifying, icy calm. I understand. Crouch's voice was chillingly steady, without a tremor, only a metallic quality. He faced Fudge directly, offering no explanation or pleading, but stating crisply, Minister, this outcome is deserved. Fudge looked up at him in astonishment, and the others were stunned. Only Sherlock raised an eyebrow and let out a soft "oh." Crouch's voice echoed clearly throughout the office, the root of all this lies with me. I abused my power by illegally bringing the convicted Barty Crouch Jr. out of Azkaban. I concealed the truth for 13 years, even using the Imperious Curse on him, but it failed, leading to this catastrophe. He's now in the hands of the Death Eaters, and the danger and potential damage are incalculable. This is entirely my responsibility, not the Ministry of Magic, not Minister Fudge. He paused slightly, his eyes deep, as if drawing a final line on his last vestige of power, to maintain the Ministry's normal operations, to ensure the Triwizard Tournament can continue with minimal disruption, and to facilitate your all-out pursuit of the fugitive. I am willing to immediately plead guilty and accept all investigations and trials by the Ministry of Magic. I also recommend that the work of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation, including all coordination of the Triwizard Tournament, be transferred to Ludo Bagman, Director of the Department of Sports. He should have co-chaired this event with me. He is qualified, familiar with the situation, and only he can ensure the smooth operation of the subsequent procedures of the event. Barty Crouch's tone was completely businesslike, devoid of any personal emotion. Fudge opened his mouth, utterly shocked that things had turned out this way. But amidst the shock and regret, there was also a slight sense of relief. Because someone had willingly taken the blame. Crouch, who kidnapped your son? Where might he have gone? Do you have any leads? Dumbledore suddenly asked. No, I've already told Minister Fudge the details. 4 years, I've been controlling him with the Imperious Curse. He hasn't had a chance to meet anyone else. Barty Crouch paused here. Ever since I rescued him, he's been wearing an invisibility cloak from morning till night, always with his house elves. She's his caretaker. She sympathizes with him and sometimes persuades me to give him preferential treatment as a reward for his good behavior. This time, it was because she begged me. She told me he likes Quidditch. She told me my wife rescued him to give him his freedom, not to imprison him for life. She persuaded me for months, and considering he hadn't left the house for several years, I finally agreed. In this description, Barty Crouch seems to deliberately avoid using the names of the house elves and his son, consistently referring to them as she and he. Fortunately, his explanation is clear and logical, avoiding any ambiguity. Then, is it possible that he could resist your Imperious Curse? Dumbledore continued. I think you know that he secretly took Harry's wand. Not only that, but he also attacked Sherlock after he discovered him. Barty Crouch suddenly looked up and gave Dumbledore a deep look, his eyes seeming to convey a message that only they could understand. After a moment, he shook his head. "I don't know, I understand," Dumbledore nodded, then turned to Fudge. "Cornell, things have come to this. I hope you remember what I just said. Abandon illusions and prepare for battle, Dumbledore." Dumbledore. Fudge seemed somewhat lost. Could it be? Could the Man of Darkness really be back? This can't be. Don't joke around, don't joke around. I think the person who kidnapped Crouch might not be the Man of Darkness. Maybe it could be one of his other companions, right? I can't give you a definite answer. Dumbledore looked at Fudge calmly. But judging from the current situation, Voldemort is eager to make a comeback. Furthermore, the people who kidnapped Crouch are definitely not the same group that caused chaos in the camp. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left in such a hurry when the Dark Mark appeared. So kidnapping Crouch is part of Voldemort's plan, perhaps even a crucial part. Perhaps, this is closely related to Voldemort's search for a physical body and to regain his power. With each word Dumbledore spoke, Barty Crouch's expression grew more pained. When he finished speaking, Crouch could no longer contain himself. He nodded to the crowd. "Excuse me, everyone, I must leave for a moment." Then, turning to Fudge, he said, "Minister, I will stay home for the time being and will not go anywhere. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 486 Because You Have No Love. Sherlock and his group left the Minister for Magic's office. He no longer cared what the Ministry of Magic was going to do next. Whatever they did, they certainly wouldn't catch Barty Crouch Jr. He looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, I'd like to speak with Mr. Crouch again." Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened slightly. "What else do you want to know?" "Yes, some clues may require more direct questioning to clarify." "All right, leave it to me." Dumbledore nodded. Soon, Sherlock stood with a puzzled Barty Crouch. Dumbledore stood aside, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. "Holmes, you?" "It's Holmes, Sherlock, not Percy," directly corrected Crouch's mistake, then cut to the chase. "Mr. Crouch, you just mentioned that Barty Crouch Jr. hasn't left the house for several years, is that right?" "That's right." Barty Crouch nodded, but didn't understand why Sherlock was asking this. "From your description just now, and from Minister Fudge's earlier account, you were indeed initially very wary of your son, even resorting to the Imperious Curse. But as time went on, you inevitably lowered your guard. That's undeniable, and it's only human nature. You also mentioned that when Barty Crouch Jr. behaved well, the house elves would persuade you to give him some special treatment as a reward. I imagine that reward would include being allowed outside, right? So, what prompted you to keep him under strict confinement for years before that?" Barty Crouch's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He didn't answer immediately, but his gaze towards Sherlock was filled with wariness. This young wizard was not simple. But Crouch didn't believe that the other could see through his concealment simply by observation. However, he still needed to think of a way to deal with it. However, he had underestimated Sherlock. Sherlock gave him no chance to catch his breath, continuing, "Mr. Crouch, you should be familiar with the name Bertha Jorkins, shouldn't you?" Upon hearing this name, Barty Crouch's eyes immediately lit up with wariness. This young wizard was more than just extraordinary, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds. If he didn't know this was impossible, he might have even suspected that the other party had used legilimency on him. As far as I know, over the years, Bertha Jorkins has been moved from one department to another, causing more trouble than she does. Everyone thinks she's incredibly forgetful, so much so that no one worried when she disappeared for over a month. They just assumed she had no sense of time and would return in a week or two. Sherlock's voice grew heavy at this point. But the problem is, her memory didn't suddenly become so bad. It's unusual for a witch to experience such a sudden and severe decline in memory. Coincidentally, her last period of normal work coincided with your company, the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation. Holmes, what are you trying to say? I want to ask you, before this dramatic change occurred, did she visit your residence? Or, in some moment when you weren't paying attention, did she see someone who shouldn't have been there? Crouch didn't answer. striving to maintain a calm expression. But even the slightest change in expression didn't escape Sherlock's keen eyes. Sherlock's reasoning grew even more certain. I think Bertha Jorkins must have stumbled upon Barty Crouch Jr., whom you controlled with the Imperious Curse, right? To protect this fatal secret, you cast an extremely powerful and brutal Oblivion Curse on her. This curse likely caused irreversible and severe damage to her mind, leading to her subsequent amnesia that made her seem like a completely different person. So, since then, after she left the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation, you've strictly forbidden Barty Crouch Jr. from leaving the house. Am I right, Mr. Crouch? Crouch's fingers clenched tightly around the edge of his robes, his knuckles turning white, unnoticed by anyone. Sherlock didn't stop, throwing out a most crucial deduction, one that his opponent couldn't evade. Then, just a few months ago, this Bertha Jorkins, with her impaired memory and greatly diminished vigilance, mysteriously disappeared while on vacation in Albania. Note, Albania. Is there a problem, Barty? Voldemort had been hiding in the Albanian forests until then. Dumbledore spoke up at the opportune moment, answering Barty Crouch's question. You mean, it can't be, maybe it's just a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence, Sherlock shook his head. When all other possibilities are ruled out, the remaining one, however improbable, must be the truth. When the lone and disoriented Bertha Jorkins appeared in Albania, she was discovered by Voldemort. With Voldemort's abilities, restoring Bertha Jorkins' memories wouldn't be difficult, would it, sir? Sherlock's last sentence was directed at Dumbledore, who nodded. Not difficult. He's a master of occlumency, and his skill in manipulating minds should never be underestimated. And Dumbledore looked at Barty Crouch, leaving the rest of his sentence unfinished. And the Oblivion charm that Mr. Crouch cast was very powerful, even excessively so. Sherlock picked up where Dumbledore left off, continuing, as the saying goes, too much of a good thing can be bad. That's precisely why it made it easier for Voldemort to get the truth. He forcibly extracted crucial information about your son's whereabouts from her damaged memory fragments. That's just your deduction. There's no evidence. No, the fact that they found Barty Crouch Jr. so quickly and rescued him is the evidence. And those Death Eaters who created the chaos conveniently facilitated it all. If I were Voldemort, I would never have let such an opportunity pass. Faced with Sherlock's rigorous reasoning and cold, hard facts, Barty Crouch's body trembled violently, as if all his remaining strength had been drained away in an instant. But the next moment, Sherlock spoke again. Of course, though, this is still just my deduction. If you refuse to admit it, there's nothing I can do. However, given Voldemort's brutal nature, Bertha Jorkins is most likely dead and will never return. Hearing this, Barty Crouch's taut, still-like face completely collapsed. A profound weariness and deep regret surfaced before him. His sunken eye sockets became even darker at that moment. Yes, finally, these two words were squeezed out of his dry throat with extreme difficulty. His voice was hoarse and broken, almost inaudible, yet it struck the ground heavily. You're right. Barty Crouch closed his eyes in anguish, only opening them a moment later. His eyes, fixed on Sherlock, were filled with despair and a resigned, defeated look. Bertha's matter was an accident. She came to my house with documents for me to sign, but I wasn't home. The house elf let her inside. When I returned, Bertha confronted me. He was in the kitchen, and the house elf was tending to him. Even through the invisibility cloak, I suspect she overheard the conversation between the house elf and him, and from what she heard, deduced who was hiding under the cloak. So you cast a forgetting spell on her. I couldn't. I absolutely couldn't risk it. So I used a very powerful forgetting spell on her, far beyond the normal strength, to make her completely forget the secret she discovered. Just as you said, Holmes, the spell was too powerful. It caused permanent damage to her memory. He took a deep breath, because the memory itself was burning in his lungs. After that, she was no longer the same Bertha. Later, when news of her disappearance came, I was deeply concerned, but I never imagined she would. It's all my fault, all my fault. I did something stupid, a complete and utter stupid thing. Crouch seemed to age 10 years in an instant as he said this. His admission of the crime proved he believed Sherlock's deduction. He was a smart man. The abduction of Barty Crouch Jr. so quickly was no coincidence. He understood that the crime he committed to cover up another crime had ultimately led to disastrous consequences. His son had fallen into the hands of the most ruthless enemy, and he himself was not only a criminal but also an indirect instigator of this enormous crisis. Seeing the pain on Barty Crouch's face, Sherlock suddenly spoke. Mr. Crouch, you are actually very proud of your son, aren't you? You? How could you? Barty Crouch abruptly raised his head, his face filled with a shock far greater than when Sherlock had revealed any secret before, a shock as if his deepest secret had been suddenly pierced. This matter was even more deeply buried than his secret removal of Barty Crouch Jr. from Azkaban and the use of the Oblivion Charm on Bertha Jorkins. Yet, he hadn't said a word about this. Sherlock met Crouch's shocked gaze, his voice steady yet penetrating. You, Mr. Crouch. That's the problem, or more accurately, his problem. Crouch's confusion deepened. Sherlock deliberately slowed his speech so that Crouch, whose mental state was currently unstable, could hear him more clearly. Throughout the entire conversation, when you mentioned your son, the one who ruined your reputation, led you to use the illegal Imperious curse, and was ultimately kidnapped because of your poor decisions, you never once called him my son or his name. From beginning to end, you used him, the coldest, most distant third-person pronoun. This is a deliberate distancing, this almost pathological choice of address to distance oneself from blood ties, which in itself reveals an extremely intense emotional conflict. An emotional bond that you desperately want to deny, yet is deeply rooted in your blood, is tearing at you. Crouch's breathing became heavier, and his hands on his robe trembled slightly. In fact, I noticed it when Fudge told us all this. Look at what you did, controlling him with an illegal and extremely dangerous Imperious curse. This wasn't just about punishing a criminal, Mr. Crouch. The Imperious curse is control. It gives you a docile, obedient, even well-behaved son. You've reshaped a son into your ideal image, trying to turn him from a fallen follower of the Dark Lord onto the righteous path you envision. Sherlock paused, then continued, you just mentioned that, persuaded by the House Elves, you finally agreed to take him out to the Quidditch World Cup. This wasn't a simple reward for a prisoner. What were you hoping for at that moment? You hoped that the son you'd successfully transformed could briefly reintegrate into the magical world, even under the cover of the invisibility cloak. Deep down, subconsciously, did a secret fantasy arise at that moment? A fantasy that he could become your pride, the respectable heir of the Crouch family, as you had hoped years ago? The deliberate distance you maintained when you talked about him, the resolute attitude you showed when faced with the heinous crimes he committed. Beneath this fiercely repulsive shell lies precisely the truth you fear most being revealed, the betrayed, twisted, almost humiliating sense of pride. Yes, after a brief silence, Crouch finally spoke. But his voice was low and hoarse. You're right, Holmes. Damn it, you're all right. His gaze seemed to pierce through the dust of time, returning to a past deliberately sealed away, now vividly clear due to excruciating pain. Many years ago, he earned 12 owls, a very impressive achievement. Yes, I was truly proud of him. I took my wife and him to a concert with the Fudges, trying to put him in the spotlight, even if only for a moment. In that setting, I thought it was the beginning of honor, proof that the Crouch name had a worthy successor. He shook his head painfully, his voice filled with devastating despair. I had too high expectations of him, like putting him on the edge of a cliff. So, when faith collapses, the sense of fallen betrayal is especially intense. The harsh, almost cruel imprisonment and control you imposed on him stemmed precisely from your deeply ingrained, impermissible system of standards. Excuse my bluntness, Barty. Dumbledore, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke. All of this has little to do with your expectations of him. As far as I know, he doesn't even know what you expect of him. What truly brought him to this point is that you haven't given him the love he deserved. Chapter 487 Horrifying Scenes from the Quidditch World Cup. Holmes, I've met many so-called intelligent people in the wizarding world. But whether in the wizarding world or the muggle world, there has never been anyone like you. After speaking his mind, Barty Crouch came to a realization. At that moment, his previously gloomy gaze sharpened, staring intently at Sherlock, and he said with a tone of admiration, you can dig out facts from the finest clues, facts that even I dare not admit. You see the fault lines in people's hearts, the truth itself buried beneath silence and anger. With this ability, you will surely become a figure the whole world will look up to in the future. No, Barty. Just then, Dumbledore, who had been silently observing, stepped forward slightly and walked to Sherlock's side. I think your judgment needs a slight adjustment in time dimension. There's no need to wait for the future. Even now, Sherlock Holmes has already become the figure you speak of, someone that everyone else will look up to. If someone hasn't done so, It only means they lack vision. Sherlock's wisdom is already at the very top of the magical world, and it continues to grow with time. Barty Crouch looked at Dumbledore in surprise. He had already praised Sherlock as much as possible, but he hadn't expected Dumbledore to have such a high opinion of this boy who was not yet 15 years old. In that instant, he realized, I understand, so you must have discovered the matter of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew too. Yes, it was me, Sherlock nodded. I can tell you didn't believe me, that was before. Now I'm absolutely certain, Crouch said, enunciating each word clearly. The conversation ended there. Under Sherlock's guidance, Barty Crouch finally revealed the truth. After Barty Crouch left, Dumbledore didn't immediately lift the sound shield. Instead, he spoke a few more words with Sherlock. Sherlock, what do you think? This confirms my earlier assessment. You mean Harry's dream? Yes, what happened at the Quidditch World Cup, and our dear Chief Crouch's testimony, all indicate that everything Harry saw in his dream was real. He really could sense Voldemort's experiences through the scar on his forehead. If that's the case, things are a bit complicated. Sherlock, I beg you not to tell Harry about this, at least not for now, understood? It seems you've made progress on your search for the Horcruxes, Sherlock. You're incredibly perceptive. It's just that the people you usually encounter are too slow-witted. After the conversation ended, Dumbledore lifted the sound shield. Then, he instructed the others not to tell anyone about what happened that day. The rest of the Weasley family were still waiting for them, so Dumbledore left first. Sirius Black suggested that they not rush back to the cave, but instead wait at number 12 Grimmauld Place for a while. Creature has prepared breakfast. Arthur, when you get there, give him a message and don't keep Molly busy. It's not too late to leave after you've eaten. Mr. Weasley pondered for a moment, then agreed. Just as Black had said, Creature had prepared breakfast for them early. They ate while chatting about the events of the previous night. Just then, Hedwig brought in today's Daily Prophet. Let me see. Ron was the most excited, grabbing it immediately and reading it aloud. The front page of the Daily Prophet featured a striking black and white photograph of the dark mark suspended in the treetops. The title was also quite eye-catching, Terrifying Scenes from the Quidditch World Cup. The author, of course, was Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet. Who could have imagined that an event that should have been a time of unity and celebration for the wizarding world would end in such a horrifying way? Last night, while countless families were basking in the festive atmosphere and reminiscing about the exciting matches in their tents, a horrific drama unfolded quietly in the woods on the edge of the camp. This disastrous defeat ultimately pointed the finger unequivocally at the Ministry of Magic, an institution we should have trusted. An institution that panicked and made a series of blunders at a crucial moment, ultimately allowing the dangerous Death Eaters to escape unscathed. According to dozens of concerned witnesses from the scene, whose identities are protected, the riot began with piercing screams and blinding green lights. Then, the symbol that terrified all who had experienced the last war appeared. The indelible dark mark, like a venomous snake, writhed and rose to the treetops, spewing its suffocating curse mark into the night sky. See image below. Where was the Ministry of Magic's supposedly foolproof security? Where was the Auror's tight control? The answer was chilling. Everything had vanished. Chaos reigned. It is alleged, and this newspaper has reason to believe it is entirely credible, that a group of Auror's guarding prisoners was attacked during a transfer. This was no ordinary highway robbery, but a meticulously planned, armed prison break that blatantly defied the Ministry of Magic's authority. Even more unbelievable is the sheer efficiency with which the attackers succeeded. An entire group of Aurors was easily subdued, and dozens of serious offenders escaped with ease. This is tantamount to a severe punch to Minister Cornelius Fudge's proud nose, revealing a chilling reality. Our magical security has deteriorated to an appalling degree. If such a heinous incident can occur in our very heartland, right under the minister's nose, what do those lurking dark wizards have to fear? They are surely celebrating in some shadowy corner, mocking the ministry's incompetence and the nation's shame. And what about the poor, terrified wizards? As that ominous sign loomed overhead, they were forced to flee their tents in panic, gathering like frightened ants at the edge of the woods. Hundreds upon hundreds huddled there, holding their breath, shivering in the cold night wind. They desperately hoped to hear the authoritative voice of the Ministry of Magic, to receive even the slightest reassurance. They needed to be told that the danger was over, that safety had returned. But they were utterly disappointed. After hours of long, Panicked whispers and desperate waiting, long enough for anything terrible to happen, a ministry official finally appeared. But what did he say? No one is injured. That was the only comfort we, the terrified people, received. That was all? Who were the attackers? How did they succeed so easily? Where were the kidnapped prisoners? Were there more accomplices? How would our safety be guaranteed in the future? The official remained tight-lipped, spouting platitudes, but refusing to utter a single word about these crucial questions that the people most desperately wanted to know. What other plausible explanation could there be for this perplexing silence, besides demonstrating the unimaginable chaos and buck passing within the Ministry of Magic? What can this evasive official statement possibly quell? Far from calming the public, it acts as a powerful catalyst, allowing terrifying rumors to flourish and spread like wildfire among the panicked masses. The most sensational of these, reflecting the public's extreme distrust of official information, is the claim that someone witnessed several bodies covered in sheets being silently carried out of the grove where the incident occurred shortly after the chaos subsided. What is the truth? When does Minister Fudge intend to break this suffocating silence and give the nation a clear and complete explanation? Or is this chilling rumor not entirely unfounded? Time will tell, and hopefully, before the answer arrives, disaster will not strike again. This newspaper will continue to follow this disturbing event, determined to uncover more of the truth that the Ministry of Magic is so desperately trying to conceal. A senior Ministry of Magic official, who wished to remain anonymous but whose identity is absolutely reliable, and who is clearly extremely disappointed with the current situation, revealed that a fierce, almost out-of-control argument erupted in the minister's office that evening. Minister Fudge reportedly lost all judgment, and the entire arrest and cleanup operation descended into a shameful mess due to lack of unified command. Increasingly, there are signs that this earth-shattering prison break is merely the tip of the iceberg. Has the shadow of that unnamed man quietly returned? Have his former most loyal and ruthless followers already woven a new web of terror behind the scenes? Has the heart of magical society begun to fester? Rita Skeeter will continue to investigate for you. Stay tuned. That woman is deliberately going against the Ministry of Magic, Percy said angrily after Ron finished reading the report. Last week she said we should have focused all our efforts on eliminating the vampires, but instead we were nitpicking about the thickness of the cauldron, wasting time. It seems that Section 12 of the Guidelines for the Treatment of Non-Wizards as if humans doesn't specifically address this. Please, Percy, Bill interrupted him with a yawn. Stop talking. As adult wizards, he and Charlie had also helped their father and other ministry officials resolve the chaos yesterday. He was sitting at the dining table with a sheet covering his arm, where traces of blood were still faintly visible, and Charlie's shirt was torn open. However, neither of them tried to flaunt their bleeding noses like Percy did. Utter nonsense, Mr. Weasley said, equally displeased. No one was hurt, so what am I supposed to say? Someone claims with certainty that the body was silently carried out of the woods where the incident occurred. Excellent. Now that she's written something like that, rumors will surely spread. So, the Ministry of Magic official she's referring to as Mr. Weasley. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Yes, it wasn't named, but it was definitely me. Mr. Weasley sighed deeply. I knew it would be like this. You all go home first. I need to go to my office. This matter needs clarification, but this report doesn't mention Barty Crouch Jr. Harry took the newspaper from Ron, read it carefully again, and then said, although it's a bit exaggerated, even auras were easily subdued, dozens of serious criminals escaped. It definitely doesn't mention Barty Crouch's name. Harry, you've found the blind spot. Sherlock nodded in agreement. After all, only a few of us saw him. That alone is enough to give us a headache. Sherlock, Mr. Weasley shook his head and then turned to the others. Don't tell anyone about this either. That name is too sensitive. Everyone nodded, and Percy patted his chest to assure them. Don't worry, Dad. Keeping secrets is the least of my abilities. Sherlock glanced at him. It was obvious that Percy was unaware that his most respected director Crouch had resigned. However, it seemed the outcome of his case wouldn't be announced anytime soon. As Mr. Weasley had said, dealing with the reappearance of the Dark Mark after 13 years had already exhausted all their energy. Therefore, everyone in the Ministry of Magic had unusually united, temporarily setting aside the matter of Barty Crouch and his son. Unfortunately, even so, the news hadn't been completely suppressed. Speaking of which, Rita Skeeter was quite an interesting woman. She always seemed to have first-hand information. The kidnapping of Barty Crouch Jr. was certainly a secret. Yet, she somehow obtained the information. Although the information wasn't entirely accurate, one Dexter had become a squad of horrors, and Barty Crouch Jr. had become dozens of serious criminals. Mr. Weasley prepared to go to the Ministry of Magic after finishing his meal. "Weren't you going home, Arthur?" "I was, but then this happened," Mr. Weasley said, picking up the Daily Prophet and pointing to the section that didn't name him. He dragged his weary body and said, "I have to go to my office. This needs some clarification." "I'll go with you, Papa." Percy also stood up, saying proudly, "Secretary Crouch will definitely need everyone in their places, and I can personally hand him my cauldron report." Everyone at the table frowned, thinking about a cauldron report at a time like this. But since everyone was exhausted, they didn't bother to say anything more. Harry knew Crouch had quit, but Dumbledore had warned him beforehand, so he didn't say much, only subtly hinting, "Percy, I don't think Minister Fudge is in the mood to read your cauldron report right now." Percy was taken aback at first, then said smugly, "You don't understand, Harry. Persisting in doing your job in this chaotic situation is a sign of competence." Harry, Hermione, who also knew the inside story, gave Percy a deep look. "Fine, whatever makes you happy." After Mr. Weasley and Percy left, the others returned to the burrow via the Flying Fork powder. Just as Ron and Ginny were about to leave, Sirius suddenly spoke up. "Ginny, I'll tell Molly, you might as well stay here." Chapter 488 Living with Hermione. Sirius Black, with his keen eyes, naturally noticed Ron and Ginny's reluctant farewell. He couldn't care less about that brat Ron, the key was Ginny. Currently, the beautiful Cho Chang from the East seemed to have a good relationship with Harry, with a strong possibility of them becoming a couple. Since Cho Chang was sorted into Ravenclaw, it meant she was intelligent and quick-witted. As a half-blood wizard, she also possessed ample knowledge of the Muggle world. This made her a perfect match for Harry, a pure-blood wizard who, due to his environment, was Muggle-born. Furthermore, she shared a common interest with Harry, Quidditch. Both were official members of their respective house teams, playing the same position, seeker. Of course, most importantly, Cho Chang was incredibly beautiful. Sirius Black had long since realized his godson was a total looks-obsessed person. But so what? Everyone appreciates beauty. Besides, his Harry wasn't bad-looking either, okay? So Sirius was happy about Harry and Cho Chang's relationship. But then again, Ginny wasn't bad-looking either. His godson was Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, the only nemesis of the Dark Lord, the boy who survived a great calamity. What's wrong with a boy as outstanding as him having a few girlfriends? As a father, he naturally had to create opportunities for his son. Sure enough, upon hearing Sirius's words, Ginny's face lit up with surprise. "What, is it okay?" She realized her reaction was a bit over the top. But the words weren't already out, and there was no point in trying to back out, so she simply kept quiet. However, this time Ron gave a rare positive response. "Actually, I also think it's good to stay here." After Bill and Charlie came back, the house became a bit crowded. "It's so close to King's Cross Station, it'll be convenient for us to get to school." Ginny gave Ron a deep look, thinking that her sixth brother had finally been helpful this time. If both siblings lived here, she wouldn't seem so out of place. Harry was naturally delighted that Ron and Ginny would stay at Grimmauld Place. His upbringing had instilled in him a strong desire to be with his friends. Sirius, smiling, strode to the fireplace, and amidst the curious gazes of the others, grabbed a handful of glittering powder from a jar on the mantelpiece and tossed it into the flames. The flames instantly leaped high. "Molly," Sirius called into the fire, "I have something to tell you." In less than 5 seconds, Mrs. Weasley's image was suspended in the middle of the flames. Flames danced around her, licking her ears, but they didn't hinder her speech at all. "You called me Sirius." She turned her head and saw her 2 children, then asked, "Ron, Ginny, why aren't you back yet?" "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Sirius pulled Ron and Ginny to his sides, one in each arm, and placed his hands on their shoulders. "Let them stay here until school starts." "No." Mrs. Weasley shook her head immediately. "I can't cause you any more trouble." Fred and George came home and immediately complained that I was too strict with them. "I think they were about to tear your ceiling off." If the ceiling of the Black family's old house could be torn off so easily, it wouldn't need to exist. "But that's not the point, Molly. You're making us sound like outsiders. Don't forget, you're my cousin and aunt." Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but chuckle at Sirius's words. But soon, she said again. That's a different matter, Sirius, we really can't trouble you any further. What do you mean, trouble? Harry is overjoyed that these two little ones can stay here. Isn't he, Harry? Harry realized it was his turn to speak and quickly said, Aunt Weasley, please let them stay. It's really lonely with just Sirius and me in such a big house. Besides, I stayed with you for the whole summer, so it's really nothing. Harry is absolutely right, that's what reciprocity is all about. Sirius smiled and picked up where Harry left off, continuing, we're family, so I'm not afraid you'll be angry. I'll just be frank. With Bill and Charlie back, your place is already quite crowded. Having these two little ones stay here will make things more comfortable for you, right? You're really blunt. Well, since you've said it, Mrs. Weasley shook her head helplessly at Sirius's words and turned her head again towards Ron and Ginny. You two, don't cause any trouble for others, you hear me? Great, Mom, I love you the most. If you love me, why aren't you home? Weasley made a token complaint, then disappeared from the flames. Only then did Ron and Ginny breathe a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that Mrs. Weasley wouldn't let them stay. Actually, there's another reason I don't want to go back, and that's because of Percy, Ron said somewhat helplessly. Ever since he started working, he always likes to put on this mysterious air at home. It's absolutely annoying. Ginny didn't say anything more, just being able to stay here was enough for her. This was precisely her biggest advantage over Cho Chang. Sometimes, if you fall behind even a little, you fall behind forever. Sherlock and Hermione stayed a while longer before leaving Grimmauld Place and returning to King's Road. As agreed beforehand, Hermione stayed at Holmes's house for the last week of summer vacation. Hermione was very satisfied with her life this week. Mr. and Mrs. Holmes treated her exceptionally well, almost like a daughter. During this time, she even met Sherlock Holmes the elder, Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's brother. Hermione didn't know exactly what Mycroft did for a living, only that he served the Queen's government and was extremely busy. She had only seen him twice in the past week, and both times were brief. Even so, Mycroft's attitude towards her was incredibly friendly, treating her like a younger sister. In just 1 week, their relationship rapidly warmed, at least that's what Hermione thought. If nothing unexpected happened, she was sure she could easily win when Gemma returned in 3 years. Since King's Road was close to Grimmauld Place, they would occasionally visit Harry. From there, they also obtained first-hand information about the wizarding world. Dad and Percy have been rarely home this week. Every morning, before anyone else in the house is even up, they leave and don't return until long after dinner, Ron mumbled, gnawing on a chicken leg. You'd better shut up and eat your chicken, Ginny said irritably, then explained to Sherlock and Hermione, people are sending shouting letters to the Ministry of Magic like crazy, demanding compensation for their damaged property. And Rita Skeeter has discovered Bertha's disappearance. She's practically stirring up trouble. Mum says that since the day Voight fell from power, Dad hasn't had to work weekends. But now they're going to wear him out, Sherlock nodded. I've read the Daily Prophet. Her words are indeed very sharp, and she's good at stirring up emotions. But it's also the Ministry of Magic's fault. Sometimes she doesn't need to do anything, and the Ministry just hands her leverage. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Sherlock, your opinion of the Ministry of Magic seems to be getting worse lately. Otherwise, Sherlock retorted. Look at what they've done at this Quidditch World Cup. They should be thankful that Barty Crouch Jr. hasn't been discovered yet. Otherwise, this would be enough to be the front page headline for a whole week, Ron said with a displeased expression. Dad keeps telling us not to tell anyone about this. I don't like that woman. Come on, these things aren't your concern. Sirius laughed. It's an adult matter, but the adults aren't very helpful, Ron said, dissatisfied. Yes, with someone like Fudge as Minister of Magic, it's difficult even if the Ministry wants to try. But we're here, my dear Ron, don't worry about it, Sirius said with a smile. Harry, you should all go upstairs and check if your luggage is ready. Ron, Ginny, Molly said he'll bring your luggage with him when he takes Fred and George to school tomorrow. Okay, hopefully nothing else will happen at school this year. Ron couldn't help but complain. I've noticed that every year since we started school, something happens at school. Sirius smiled without saying anything. When Sherlock and Hermione returned home, Mrs. Holmes also asked them to check their luggage. The school's list stated that starting in 4th grade, young wizards would need to prepare formal robes for certain occasions. Therefore, Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger had made their preparations well in advance. formal occasions, Hermione looked at her pale purple-blue robe, puzzled, as she flipped through the list the school had given them. Unfortunately, it didn't say anything. She could only turn her gaze to Sherlock. "Sherlock, you should know why it's being prepared, right?" "Yes," Sherlock said casually. "This year's Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts." The Triwizard Tournament. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, "Sherlock, are you sure?" "I'm very sure." Sherlock looked at Hermione, his eyes filled with doubt. "I thought you already knew." "Ah, why would you think I knew?" Hermione's eyes were also filled with doubt. "No one has ever told me." "Too many." Sherlock shook his head and began to list them one by one. "During the Quidditch World Cup, Little Bagman mentioned it, but Barty Crouch interrupted him. After that, Percy also said, we at the International Department of Magical Cooperation have so much to do. After the World Cup, we'll be organizing a large event." With Sherlock's reminder, Hermione recalled that Percy did indeed seem to have said something about it. However, according to Ron and Ginny, Percy had been acting like this ever since he started working at the Ministry of Magic, as if all his work was top secret. But Ron thought it was most likely just a cauldron exhibition. It was precisely because Percy always spoke of these things with such a serious expression that Hermione didn't notice. Even so, it doesn't mean this is the Triwizard Tournament. This event hasn't been held for over a century. How could it suddenly? That's exactly what I'm wondering about, dear Hermione, Sherlock said with a smile. Do you remember what Mycroft told us yesterday? Mycroft, Hermione immediately recalled. But he was talking about the situation in the Muggle world. What does that have to do with the Triwizard Tournament, my dear friend? The idea that the Wizarding world and the Muggle world are two completely isolated worlds is static, one-sided, and isolated. In fact, the reason this Triwizard Tournament was able to be held smoothly this time is precisely because of the situation in the Muggle world. Sherlock paused, then explained seriously. It is precisely because of the formal establishment of the European Union that exchanges between member states have become more frequent. Traditional wizarding countries, mainly Britain, France, and Germany, took this opportunity to strongly promote the resumption of this event that had been suspended for over a century. I think Mycroft's reminder was obvious enough, but you didn't notice it, Hermione. What's so obvious about it? Without anyone pointing it out, who would connect the formation of the European Union with the Triwizard Tournament? Fortunately, Sherlock's reminder helped Hermione's thoughts become clearer. I understand, the gowns are for the Christmas ball. It's a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and a great opportunity for us to socialize with foreign guests. Since the ball is only open to students in their 4th year and above, that's why the gowns were on the list the school gave us. That's right, Sherlock snapped his fingers, looking at Hermione's gown. By the way, this gown suits you very well. Hermione smiled broadly. Thank you, Sherlock. Chapter 489. Do you hate riddle tellers? 1994. When Hermione was woken up by Mrs. Holmes that morning, she felt incredibly embarrassed. She had resolved to wake up early, but unfortunately, because she had spent the night with Sherlock, she had lost track of time and gone to bed a little late. Hermione's unease was practically written all over her face, and Mrs. Holmes, noticing, immediately comforted her, saying, Don't worry, dear, people often sleep better when it rains. Hermione looked out the window and saw the rain pattering against the glass, which made her feel a little better. However, when she learned that Sherlock had woken up early without Mrs. Holmes having to wake him, Hermione felt embarrassed again. This feeling of shame lingered until they were having breakfast together. Well, this is your last meal at home, Mrs. Holmes said with a smile. You won't be back until Christmas, Mama. We probably won't be back for Christmas this year. Oh, why? There are events at school. All right. Hermione understood Mrs. Holmes perfectly. Her own mother felt the same way. Hogwarts had a 3-term system, with spring break at Easter, and almost all students didn't go home for the holidays. The heavy workload left them breathless, and Quidditch players like Harry had to participate in intensive training. If they didn't go home for winter break, which was Christmas, it meant that the only time parents and young wizards could see each other was during the summer. It's all right, Auntie, we'll have an owl write to you. Mr. Holmes drove with Mrs. Holmes to King's Cross Station with Sherlock and Hermione. There, they met Sirius Black, Harry, Ron, and Ginny, whom they had arranged to meet. A little while later, the Wheeleyes arrived. Mr. Weasley didn't have time, so Bill and Charlie came to the station in his place to see their younger siblings off. Percy says he's too busy to get away because Mr. Crouch isn't doing well, and a lot of things are starting to rely on him, Fred Weasley said. I think he's right. I'm sure Mr. Crouch will know his name soon, George Weasley said. They both laughed heartily. The Ministry of Magic hadn't yet released any information about Barty Crouch and his son. Anyone who had seen Barty Crouch Jr. in the box was under a gag order. So until now, apart from Mr. Weasley, his children didn't know that releasing Barty Crouch Jr. was his personal decision. Percy, on the other hand, was extremely excited about being given more responsibility because of Barty Crouch's suspension. He could now report directly to Cornelius Fudge on many matters. My Mycroft is the same way, Mrs. Holmes remarked. I don't know what he does all day, always saying he's so busy, so busy. Mrs. Weasley immediately agreed and pulled Mrs. Holmes aside to discuss the children's education. Sirius Black then joined Mr. Holmes in the discussion. Seeing the parents chatting happily, the young wizards went ahead to cross platform 9 3/4. For them, now in their 4th year, crossing this platform was second nature. The only thing they needed to be careful about was not attracting too much attention. For Sherlock, it was as easy as eating and drinking. Even if someone was watching him intently, they might not be able to follow him continuously, let alone as they were now. Nevertheless, they still crossed the platform in batches, first Sherlock and Hermione, then Harry and Ron, with the Weasley twins and their youngest sister Ginny bringing up the rear. As soon as they entered platform 9 3/4, the Crimson Hogwarts steam train roared in, billowing thick smoke. The magical world should keep up with the times, Sherlock said, witnessing the scene. It's time to consider phasing out those old steam locomotives. Sherlock is absolutely right, Ron nodded. And they still dare call this the Hogwarts Express. Ron, have you forgotten? Sherlock already said back in our first year that this isn't an express train, it should be called a direct train. Okay, Harry, I forgot, but I don't think it's necessary to bother remembering these things. They hadn't arrived late, in fact, quite early. But the platform was already crowded with Hogwarts students and parents, like shadowy figures. Sirius Black's piglet to Ron was a squeaky owl, and it chirped in response to the hooting from the smoke. Sherlock, Harry, and Ron, the 3 tall boys, boarded first and began looking for seats. Soon, they had their luggage in a compartment. Then they jumped back onto the platform to say goodbye to the Holmes, Sirius, Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie. I might see you all soon, Charlie said with a smile as he hugged Ginny goodbye. Why? Fred asked eagerly before Ginny could even process what he was seeing. I think you'll know, Charlie said. Don't tell Percy I mentioned it. You see, it's top secret, to be released only when the Ministry deems it appropriate. I really wish I could go back to Hogwarts this year, Bill added, his tall, handsome figure with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the train with a wistful expression. At that moment, he even resembled Sirius beside him somewhat. So why? George asked impatiently. I think you'll have a very interesting year, Bill didn't answer directly, his eyes gleaming. I might take a day off to see somewhat, Ron couldn't help but ask this time. But just then, the whistle blew, and Mrs. Weasley ushered them to the train door. Once they were on the train and the door was closed, Hermione leaned out the window and said to Holmes, Thank you for letting me stay, Mrs. Holmes. Thank you for letting us stay, Sirius, Ron and Ginny quickly added. You're welcome, Sirius smiled and waved. Actually, I wanted to invite you to Christmas, Mrs. Weasley said, but I suspect you'd all prefer to stay at Hogwarts for one reason or another. Mama, Ron exclaimed impatiently, so what is it that all 3 of you know and are keeping from us? I expect you'll find out tonight, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile, and it'll be very exciting. I'm glad they've changed the rules. What rules? Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George asked simultaneously. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will tell you. All right, behave yourselves, you hear me? Especially you, Fred. And you, George. The engine hissed loudly, and the train started moving. Tell us what's going on at Hogwarts, Fred shouted out the window. The Holmes, Sirius, Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie were speeding away. What rules did they change? But everyone just smiled and waved at them. Before the train even turned a corner, they were gone. Sherlock, Harry, and Ron had found a large compartment. Hermione and Ginny naturally joined them. The heavy rain pounded against the windows, making it difficult to see outside. Ron opened his trunk and pulled out a dark purple cloth, covering the pig's cage. Its squealing was too loud. What's this? Hermione asked curiously, looking at the strange cloth. Ron blushed and remained silent. Hermione was about to ask again when Sherlock gave the answer. I think this must be a dress Mrs. Weasley prepared. Sherlock's eye was far superior to Hermione's. He immediately recognized that what Ron used to cover the piglet wasn't just a simple piece of cloth. The dress Mrs. Weasley had prepared for Ron was similar in style to a school uniform robe, but this dark purple, how to put it? It was truly very much in line with Mrs. Weasley's style. She knits me this color every Christmas, Ron huffed. I told you I didn't like it, Sherlock chuckled. My dear Ron, I bet you Mrs. Weasley thinks it makes your eyes look even prettier. You guess it, that's what my mother said. Ron sat down next to Harry, sullenly. Bagman was willing to tell us what happened at Hogwarts, remember, at the World Cup? But my own mother won't tell. She won't even tell me what this robe is for. There's really nothing to hide. Maybe they think being a riddle maker is fun. Sherlock, who was examining the glass, heard Ron's words but didn't turn around. Since Mrs. Weasley said the school has changed its bylaws, we'll know by the opening ceremony tonight at the latest. It's just a matter of a few minutes earlier or later. Wait, Sherlock. Ron stared in surprise at Sherlock across from him. You don't know about what Mom and Bill were talking about, do you? Ginny turned around, looking at Sherlock with astonishment. Yes, I know. Tell me quickly, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Then a deep suspicion flashed in his eyes. You're not doing some kind of secret work like them, are you? Of course not, Sherlock said with a smile. I've said it before, there's no need to keep this a secret. Tell me, what is it? The Triwizard Tournament is going to be held at Hogwarts this year. What did you say? Ron and Ginny exclaimed in unison. Both of them looked incredulous. But soon, they realized that apart from Sherlock, who had told them the news, Harry and Hermione didn't seem particularly surprised. What's going on, Harry, Hermione? You both know, right? Sorry, Ron, Harry said apologetically. Dumbledore told me not to tell anyone. He specifically told me this when we went to the Ministry of Magic a week ago. Before he left, it's happening again. Ron was angry at himself. If he hadn't gone to all that trouble at the end of last term, saying things like, even if you don't tell us, Sherlock and Harry will tell us after we leave this room, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Anyway, ever since then, whenever Dumbledore told Sherlock or Harry something, he would tell them not to tell Ron. But, wait, how did Hermione know? Ron suddenly realized something was wrong. Hermione didn't go to the Ministry of Magic, so you secretly told her instead of me? He was about to say better a girl than a friend when he suddenly realized that wasn't right. Harry couldn't possibly be accused of being a girl between with Hermione. Harry didn't treat Hermione as a girl. She was a good buddy. So, there's only one truth. Ron couldn't help but look at Sherlock. I told her. Sure enough, Sherlock jumped out. Well, you jerk, you told Hermione but not me. Ron finally felt comfortable using that word to describe Sherlock. Ron, what are you saying? Hermione said, blushing, seemingly scolding, but secretly pleased. Isn't that right? We haven't seen each other every day, but it's been pretty much the same. So many opportunities. And he didn't even tell us, Ron said angrily. You live in his house, so you've got the advantage. Ron, what are you saying? Ginny couldn't stand it anymore. Anyone who heard this conversation would think Ron was fighting with Hermione for Sherlock. After all, this was England. Is there any possibility? Sherlock remained calm in the face of Ron's anger. He said calmly, because you've never asked me, how could I not ask? Didn't I just ask? So I just answered you. Ron paused, then remembered that he hadn't actually asked Sherlock about this until now. Sherlock, are you saying that if I had asked you about this before, you would have told me? Obviously, my friend, Sherlock had his own way of judging whether or not to tell someone something. Anyway, it was Harry Potter who promised Dumbledore. What did it have to do with me, Sherlock Holmes? Seeing Sherlock's stance, Ron was speechless. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny couldn't help but laugh. But the next second, Ginny's smile vanished. Two Ravenclaw witches walked into the box side by side. It was her friends, Luna Lovegood and Cho Chang. After entering the box, Cho Chang's gaze swept over everyone, and seeing Ron sitting next to Harry, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. After a moment's thought, she pulled Luna to sit on another empty chair. Luna had originally wanted to sit with Ginny, but since Cho Chang had pulled her along, she obediently followed. To be honest, she wasn't particularly bothered by this. Since Cho Chang was willing, she might as well go along with her. Ginny. Chapter 490. Where is Durmstrang? Seeing Luna and Cho Chang sitting together, leaving her all alone, Ginny felt a surge of resentment. She could tolerate her tactless sixth brother occasionally betraying her. After all, his brain was structured like a troll's, so she could be somewhat forgiving. But now even Luna had betrayed her. She was her best friend. Better than her Gryffindor classmates, even her dorm mates. How could she treat her like this? It was outrageous. However, when Cho Chang greeted her, Ginny still gave her a bright smile. Only in this aspect, absolutely, she couldn't lose. This year, she had to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team no matter what. Wait, hold on. Ginny suddenly realized something very bad for her. According to Sherlock, the Triwizard Tournament, after more than a century, would be restarted this year, with Hogwarts as the host. Logically speaking, such a large-scale event would definitely take up a lot of the school's teachers' time and energy. In that case, was it possible that the Quidditch Cup might simply not be held at all? If that's the case, then my chance to get closer to Harry is gone again. Merlin's beard, please don't let it. Just as Ginny was silently praying, Cho Chang and Luna had already taken their seats. Luna glanced at Sherlock, then picked up a copy of the Quibbler and started reading alone. Cho Chang, on the other hand, went straight to what she and Luna had seen and heard when they arrived. We just ran into Malfoy outside, Draco Malfoy. He said his father originally wanted to send him to Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. But his mother didn't want him to go to school so far away, so he came to Hogwarts. He also said some very nasty things. She glanced at Sherlock and Hermione as she said this. The two intellectual powerhouses of Gryffindor immediately understood Cho Chang's implication. Malfoy had again expressed some negative opinions about Muggle-born wizards. Perhaps, no, he definitely mentioned the highly insulting word mudblood again. Cho Chang, of course, wouldn't repeat the word, hence her more subtle expression. Sherlock wasn't surprised. Most people's personalities are related to their childhood family environment. Growing up in an environment like the Malfoy family, it's perfectly normal for Draco to have such thoughts. Sirius Black, on the other hand, is an exception. Well, Harry is one too. If it were anyone else, they'd probably also deeply resent Muggles, right? Going down that path, they might very well become another Voldemort. Hermione, however, said bluntly, I think he's right. Huh? Harry and Ron looked at Hermione in surprise, not understanding why she said that. Durmstrang is indeed more suitable for that kind of person, Hermione said dismissively, so what are you waiting for? It's not too late to transfer now, he's just saying it. If he could really go, he wouldn't be staying here, Cho Chang said with a smile. Is Durmstrang also a magic school? Harry couldn't help but ask. Hearing Harry's question, Cho Chang nodded. Yes, but it has a bad reputation. They never accept Muggle-born students. What? Harry, Ron, and Ginny all looked surprised. There are schools like that? Not only that, according to the European Assessment of Magical Education, this school places great emphasis on dark magic, Hermione added. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember, Ron said with a sudden realization. By the way, where is it? Germany or somewhere else? Nobody knows, Hermione said. Raising an eyebrow. Then why is that? Harry asked, intrigued. Because there's fierce competition between all the magic schools, whether it's Durmstrang or Boxbuttons, the other two schools participating in the Triwizard Tournament. They all keep their locations hidden so no one can steal their secrets. Hogwarts is the same, even we students only know it's in the Scottish Highlands, but we don't know its exact address, Hermione answered seriously. Wait, the Triwizard Tournament, what's that? Hearing this, Cho Chang quickly grasped the key point and couldn't help but ask. Luna also put down her copy of the Quibbler and looked over with interest. Don't say anything, let me speak. Ron quickly stopped Hermione when he saw her about to speak again. He finally had this opportunity, and even if there were only 2 audience members, he wanted to show off. Hermione shrugged and didn't say anything more. So Ron repeated the information he had heard from Sherlock verbatim. It's unbelievable that an activity that had been suspended for over a century could be restarted, Cho Chang couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Luna then asked, why? Why did they restart this project? Who cares why it's restarted, as long as it's started, isn't that great? It's the Triwizard Tournament, just thinking about it is exciting, and it would be even better if I could participate, Ron said longingly. No, I still want to know the reason, Luna insisted. Sorry, I don't know either. Ron spread his hands in a helpless gesture, then looked at Sherlock and Hermione. In his opinion, only these two could explain the reason. Because the European Union was established this year, Hermione did not disappoint, explaining in detail, changes in the international political situation in the Muggle world have also affected the magical world. To be honest, this is something I hadn't thought of before. After a moment of silence, Ron felt that this so-called international political situation in the Muggle world was somewhat distant from them, so he brought the topic back. So it's because Durmstrang has hidden its address that we don't know where it is, right? That's right, but I think Durmstrang is probably somewhere far to the north, Hermione said thoughtfully, a very cold place, because their school uniforms include fur cloaks. Right, Sherlock, to be precise, in northern Europe, in northern Scandinavia, northern Sweden or Norway. How did you know that? Mycroft told me. As expected of him, Hermione looked at him with admiration. Ron couldn't help but chuckle and daydream. Just imagine what would happen. Pushing Malfoy off the glacier and making it look like an accident, that probably wouldn't be too difficult. What a shame, considering how much his mother loves him. Hermione ignored Ron's rambling and turned to Sherlock, asking, Sherlock, will you participate in the Triwizard Tournament? We'll see. If it's interesting, I might consider it. Hermione nodded, then looked at Harry. What about you, Harry? I don't know. Harry shook his head. We'll see. Just as Ron was eagerly waiting for Hermione to ask him again, she looked away. Hey, why didn't you ask me? Ron said, somewhat annoyed. Do you need to ask? Hermione said matter-of-factly. Isn't it obvious? If there's a chance, you'll definitely participate. Ron touched his nose, puzzled. Was I that obvious? Everyone laughed. And the carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The train continued its northward journey, the rain growing heavier and more torrential. The sky was pitch black, the windows fogged up, and even in broad daylight, lanterns were lit. Fortunately, this time Harry didn't have to worry about the Dementors returning. Of course, even if they did, he wasn't afraid. He was actually quite eager to see what his Patronus looked like. At noon, the lunch cart, just like in previous years, rattled down the aisle. Harry, having upgraded from a tycoon to super rich during this holiday, naturally bought a huge stack of crucible-shaped cakes for his friends in the carriage to share. Everyone readily accepted and happily ate them. In the afternoon, the young wizards began visiting each other's rooms on the train. Dean Thomas and Neville Longbottom, who shared a dormitory with the boys, visited their carriage. Also arriving was Dean Thomas's best friend, Seamus Finnegan. Cedric Diggory, Ernie Macmillan, and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff School also came. Lucy and Alicia, Cho Chang's roommates, were also there. Since Marietta stole Cho Chang's eyeshadow and was caught, she had been ostracized by the rest of the dorm. Lucy and Alicia already had reservations about her, but they had only tolerated it because they saw each other frequently in the dorm. After the incident, they completely ignored her, acting as if she didn't exist in the dorm. Kind-hearted Cho Chang forgave Marietta, but Marietta felt even worse. Finally, in the last semester of the previous academic year, Marietta couldn't bear the atmosphere any longer and approached Professor Flitwick, requesting to move to a new dorm. After she left, the relationship between Cho Chang, Lucy, and Alicia actually became more harmonious. Even today, it was Lucy and Alicia who had encouraged Cho Chang to come to Sherlock's carriage as soon as she boarded the train. Anyway, we're not going to take her until we get to Hogwarts, Lucy said with a grin. Alicia went even further. Harry, you don't want Cho to be homeless, do you, Harry? However, the other students from the other houses left after a while. Only Neville, Dean, and Seamus remained. Seamus was still wearing his Irish badge. It was still screaming, Troy, Mallet, Morin, but the voice was weak, as if it had already exhausted itself. It was probably because the magic contained in it was slowly fading. Ron rummaged through the suitcases on the luggage rack for a while, pulled out the small Victor Crumb figurine, and showed it off to the others. Seeing Ron huddled with the other boys, Cho Chang told Luna and seized the opportunity to sit next to Harry. Ginny, damn it, why was I so late? Fortunately, Luna also sat down next to her at this time, which finally allowed her to save some face. However, Ginny was still a little annoyed to see Cho Chang, sitting next to Harry, so easily join in the conversation about the Quidditch World Cup. Fortunately, she managed to blend in. After all, she had been to the Quidditch World Cup in person. Hermione initially joined the conversation as well. However, after half an hour, she finally grew tired of their endless Quidditch talk. But with others around, some topics were inappropriate to discuss with Sherlock. So she decided to take Luna's example, pulling out a book of standard spells, level 4, and burying herself in reading, trying to learn a summoning spell. And so, the train rumbled northward. Only when that familiar voice reminded them to change carriages did the group of friends, excitedly discussing the World Cup, finally leave the carriage. Speaking of which, I'm really not used to Malfoy not provoking me these past 2 years, Ron said, half jokingly, half seriously. Ever since Malfoy apologized to Harry, he really seemed like a different person. Please, Ron, don't say things that could be misunderstood. It's like you two have some kind of special relationship. Ginny watched Ron run to where Cho Chang and Luna had been sitting, and felt inexplicably annoyed. But she couldn't find a reason, so she could only be sarcastic. Ron touched his nose, completely baffled as to why his sister's attitude had suddenly changed. A few more minutes passed, and the Hogwarts Express arrived at its final stop. The train stopped, the doors opened, and thunder rumbled in the air. Sherlock and Harry each picked up the cages containing Watson and Hedwig, while Hermione covered Crookshank with her cloak. As for Ron, he still draped his tuxedo over the pig's cage. Partly because the pig was too noisy, and partly because he really didn't like the purplish-brown tuxedo, even if it wasn't second-hand. And so, the group disembarked from the train. The rain was pouring down, like buckets of ice-cold water being drenched over their heads. They had to squint and keep their heads down in the downpour. It always feels like it's raining heavily when school starts every year, Ginny couldn't help but complain. It wasn't the first year we started school, Harry kindly explained. Neither were we, Cho Chang added. Ginny. Chapter 491. The curse is finally broken. Hermione noticed Ginny's expression and chuckled inwardly. She quickly said, "It's all right, Ginny. At least you don't have to take a boat across the Black Lake in this weather." She then pointed to a huge figure at the other end of the platform and said, "Look, it's Hagrid." An 11.5-foot tall giant was undoubtedly a major attraction in this setting. The first-year students, seeing such a tall human for the first time, were awe-stunned. However, the upperclassmen were used to it and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Hagrid. Hello, Professor. Hello, sir." Since becoming the teacher of the magical creatures class, the students were undoubtedly more familiar with Rubius Hagrid. As was customary, the first-year students were ferried across the lake by Hagrid to enter Hogwarts Castle. This remained unchanged even after he became the teacher of the magical creatures class. This might also be related to his appearance. For the young wizards who had never been exposed to magic before, Hagrid's appearance, to some extent, satisfied their imagination of the magical world. "Hello," Hagrid answered gruffly, waving his hand, then said in a rather exaggerated tone, "If we don't drown, see you at the banquet. First years, follow me." After Hagrid led the first years away, the remaining young wizards climbed into the carriages pulled by Thestrals. From Sherlock's observation, only he and Luna could currently see these magical creatures. Everyone else believed the carriages were powered by magical energy. At this point, they certainly couldn't sit together. "Harry, see you at the opening ceremony." Cho Chang and Luna parted ways with him, boarding another carriage with Cho Chang's two roommates. Sherlock, Hermione, Harry, and Ron rode in one carriage. Once is never enough. Having ridden in a carriage before, they remained silent the entire way. Upon arriving at Hogwarts Castle, the students, not wanting to be soaked, eagerly rushed into the Great Hall. Torches lit the hall, and the marble staircase stood majestically. The Great Hall remained as magnificent as ever, and as usual, it was specially decorated for the new school term banquet. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables, illuminating the gold plates and goblets. Students began to chatter and settle at the four long house tables. Sherlock and his companions kept walking past the Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw tables, but still managed to greet Malfoy, Hannah, Cho Chang, and others. Their greeting to Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle was rather peculiar, a simple eye contact followed by a glance away after about a second. After the four were seated, Nick Wilde, the ghost of Gryffindor, almost headless, greeted them. "Hi, everyone's here. The sorting ceremony will start soon. I wonder if the Sorting Hat will sing a different song this year. It's the same every year, Harry, Harry." Nick Wilde had just called out Harry's name when he was interrupted by an even louder voice. Colin Creevey, a third-year Gryffindor boy. From the year he entered school, he had always regarded Harry as a hero. Ron had even joked that he and Ginny could form a Harry Potter fan club. For a while, this little boy's enthusiasm made Harry a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, he was Harry's most loyal fan. In some ways, he was even more loyal than Ginny. Fortunately, Harry later learned a couple of tricks from Gilderoy Lockhart, which gave him some experience in dealing with it. So when he saw Colin greet him, Harry cautiously said, "Hello, Colin." Colin, as always, didn't realize anything was wrong with Harry's attitude. He excitedly said, "Harry, guess what?" "Guess what, Harry?" Harry looked at Colin somewhat helplessly. How could he possibly guess if he didn't tell him? Fortunately, the latter didn't expect an answer from Harry. After asking the question, he immediately spoke up. "My brother got in too. My brother Dennis." "Oh, that's great." Harry congratulated him quietly. "He's so excited," Colin said, even jumping up and down on the bench. "I really hope he gets sorted into Gryffindor. You should pray for him, Harry." "Okay, okay, sure, no problem," Harry agreed, then asked Sherlock, "Siblings are usually sorted into the same house, right?" He was making this assumption based on the Weasley family's situation, since all 7 Weasley children were sorted into Gryffindor. "That's not necessarily true," Sherlock shook his head. "Think of your godfather, my friend." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry immediately remembered. Sirius Black's younger brother, the late Regulus Black, was sorted into Slytherin, while his older brother, Sirius Black, was in Gryffindor. In fact, a sorting result like Regulus Black's was considered correct and traditional for the Black family. It was his brother, Sirius Black, who was sorted into Gryffindor, who was considered unconventional and rebellious. "And the Paddle twins," Hermione added, hearing Sherlock's words. "They look exactly alike." As a result, Parvati Paddle was sorted into Gryffindor with us, while Padma Paddle was sorted into Ravenclaw. "I initially thought they would be sorted together with Fred and George." "Hermione, I think I heard you talking about us." Fred suddenly turned around. "Are you secretly saying we're handsome?" George followed up. Yes, you two are always so handsome," Hermione said with a grin. "Thank you for the compliment," the twins said in unison. "So siblings don't necessarily end up in the same house." Given this precedent, Harry immediately said he could only pray, like Colin had suggested, that his brother would also be grouped with him. He didn't consider that if the two brothers were together, they would form an even stronger fan club than before. While Harry was talking to Colin, Sherlock was observing the teachers' desks with interest. With a new school year underway, the teachers seemed unchanged. Professor Flitwick, headmaster of Ravenclaw and Charms teacher, sat on a pile of cushions. Even so, he was still the shortest. Beside him was Professor Sprout, headmaster of Hufflepuff and herbology teacher. Her hat was perched askew on her flowing gray hair as she happily chatted with Professor Sinistet, astronomy teacher. On the other side of Professor Sinister Snape, head of Slytherin House and Potions teacher, stood a man with a sallow complexion, a hooked nose, and his signature greasy hair. In Sherlock's eyes, this professor was arguably the most verdant and the most patient person in all of Hogwarts. However, judging by his appearance alone, if he could use shampoo with the Potter family formula, it would certainly improve his hair. Unfortunately, that was impossible. He would never use Potter products. The seat next to Snape was empty. That was the seat of Professor McGonagall, the vice headmistress, head of Gryffindor House, and Transfiguration teacher. She was currently preparing for the sorting ceremony, as was customary, and had not yet arrived. Further over, in the very center of the table, sat Professor Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. His flowing silver-white hair and beard shimmered in the candlelight, and his magnificent dark green robe was embroidered with stars and moons. Dumbledore's long, slender hands touched at the fingertips, his chin resting on them. This posture seemed vaguely familiar to Sherlock. Noticing Sherlock's gaze, his eyes, peering through his half-moon spectacles, looked in Sherlock and Harry's direction and nodded with a smile. He then looked back up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. As far as Sherlock could see, besides Professor McGonagall, there was an empty seat. That was Hagrid, the professor of magical creatures, who was currently leading the first-year students across the lake. Judging by the time, he should be back soon. However, what interested Sherlock most was the position of the defense against the dark arts professor. Sitting there was Remus Lupin again. A ruthless man who concealed his true identity. Upon seeing him, Sherlock couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The curse left by Voldemort regarding the position of defense against the dark arts professor had finally been broken. Professor Lupin had become the only teacher in recent years to be able to retain that position. Truly a cause for celebration. In his own experience, Lupin was the most competent of all the defense against the dark arts professors who had taught him. Of course, it wasn't just him, even top students 4 grades above him, Gemma Farley, Penelope Clearwater, and Percy Weasley, held the same view. However, although the curse had been broken, Lupin now had another matter to consider: how to keep his ruthless identity a secret. Undoubtedly, even though Remus Lupin had lived up to expectations last year by winning both the most popular teacher of the year and the most popular defense against the dark arts professor of the decade, once his ruthless identity was exposed, letters of protest from students' parents would rain down like snowflakes. At that point, not only Lupin himself, but even Dumbledore wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was unavoidable. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain, impossible to move no matter how hard you try. People's views on werewolves were just like Remus's father's views on werewolves. For decades, they hadn't changed. Lupin also noticed Sherlock looking at him. So, like Dumbledore, he smiled and nodded in Sherlock and Harry's direction. After observing the faculty seating area, Sherlock turned his gaze to the ceiling. It was unclear whose idea it was, but now, under a spell, it looked just like the sky outside, with black and purple clouds swirling above. When a clap of thunder sounded, a forked bolt of lightning even flashed across the ceiling. Truly, they were putting a lot of effort into something seemingly useless. Last year, at the start of the school year, Dementors conducted a surprise inspection of the Hogwarts Express. Because Harry reacted so strongly to the Dementors, Lupin, worried, sent an owl to the school in advance to inform them. As a result, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione were taken away separately by Professor McGonagall. This was partly to check on Harry's health, and partly to solve the time problem of all 3 choosing all their elective courses. The consequence of that incident was that all 3 missed last year's sorting ceremony. However, Sherlock had attended the sorting ceremony as a freshman and had also witnessed it as a sophomore. So even though he missed it last year, he wasn't particularly bothered. Harry's thoughts were similar to Sherlock's. Hermione enthusiastically suggested that Sherlock observe and recount the experiences of the new students during the sorting ceremony. "Don't you think that'll be boring?" she asked with some concern. "Quite the opposite," Sherlock smiled slightly. "It'll help me pass the time." "That's wonderful," Hermione exclaimed happily. "Whatever it is, I'd like to get started soon." Ron, already impatient, sighed. "My stomach is rumbling. I could eat a hippogriff right now." "A plate of chicken legs," Nick, almost headless, said. "What did you say?" Ron looked at Nick, puzzled, not understanding his seemingly nonsensical statement. "I mean, this time last year, you said, 'Let's start eating.' I feel like I could eat a whole plate of chicken legs right now," Nick said earnestly. After a moment of silence, Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it necessary to remember so clearly, almost headless Nick? I didn't even know what a hippogriff was this time last year. I updated my knowledge base this year." "Is that not allowed?" "Of course you can, but I still prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de Mincy Pippington." "Huh. I remember now, last year you told me that the sorting ceremony was much more important than dinner." "Yes, I still think so this year." "What a coincidence. I also think that dinner is more important than the sorting ceremony this year." The human and the ghost locked eyes, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Almost headless Nick was about to say something when the great hall doors opened, and everyone immediately fell silent. Chapter 492. Read again and again. The doors of Hogwarts' Great Hall opened, and Professor McGonagall, responsible for guiding the new students, led a long line of first-years to the top of the hall. The students lined up along the faculty desks, stopped, and faced the scrutinizing gaze of the entire school. This environment made them feel both cold and nervous, and they couldn't help but shiver. Ironically, these first years seemed to have swum across the Black Lake, rather than crossed it by boat. 2 years ago, during Sherlock's second year, they had also been caught in a downpour. Adding to that, because of Dobby the house elf, Hogwarts had added an entrance check before enrollment, causing the opening ceremony to be delayed considerably. That year, Ginny, Luna, Colin, and their cohort were soaked to the bone. Their boat trip across the lake was just like this year's students. It seemed like they had swum across. This moment, just like that moment. How similar? No, there were still differences. This year, one small boy was an exception. He had grayish-brown hair and was wrapped in something. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione immediately recognized it as Hagrid's moleskin coat. As for Ron, he was so hungry he was dizzy and didn't have the energy to recognize it. One could imagine what it looked like on a thin, small boy wearing Hagrid's coat. It was so large that the little boy looked like he was draped under a black circus fur tent. His little face peeked out from the collar, his expression incredibly excited. When he stood in a row with his terrified companions, his eyes met Colin Creevey's. He gave 2 thumbs up and mouthed a sentence silently. Sherlock easily understood what he said. I fell into the lake, but he seemed overjoyed at the thought. Sherlock looked at Colin. So, he's your brother, that's right, Colin exclaimed excitedly. Holmes, you're amazing. I hadn't even said anything, and you already figured it out. Sherlock turned his face away, remaining silent. Harry, Hermione, and Ron couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. It wasn't just Sherlock, even they could see that. While Sherlock felt happy when others genuinely praised his reasoning, he was speechless at something so obvious even to them. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall placed a 3-legged stool on the ground in front of the new students and then put the tattered sorting hat on it. For the freshmen, this scene was all too familiar. But for the freshmen experiencing the sorting ceremony for the first time, it still made them feel uneasy. The next moment, the hat began to sing. That was over 1,000 years ago, when I was just being woven. There were 4 great wizards, whose names have been passed down through the ages: brave Gryffindor, from the desolate swamp; beautiful Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverbank; kind Hufflepuff, from the open valley; clever Slytherin, from that muddy swamp. Now, put me firmly on your head. I have never misjudged. I will look into your mind and decide which house you belong to. After the sorting hat finished singing, enthusiastic applause filled the great hall. Sure enough, it's different from what I sang in my first and second years. Although he couldn't quite remember the exact lyrics, Harry could still clearly tell the difference. He clapped and asked Ron, is it different from last year too? Yes, it changes every year. Hurry up and finish, I want to eat, Ron muttered, looking exactly like Dudley on a diet. Harry, next. The sorting ceremony officially began. As in previous years, Professor McGonagall unrolled a large roll of parchment and began reading the names of the new students in order. When Sherlock was in his second year, Professor McGonagall had mistakenly used the wrong list, reading out a familiar name, Hannah Abbott. Many people thought Hannah had repeated a year. However, this year Professor McGonagall didn't make the same mistake. She read out the names crisply and clearly: Stuart Ackley, Malcolm Bardock, Eleanor Branstone. The first 3 young wizards didn't take the sorting hat long. The sorting hat only took a minute or 2 to send them to Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff respectively. But the time taken varied. Some wizards, with shorter times, would call out the house name as soon as they put the hat on. Others took a while to think. However, the longest was only about 3 minutes. There were no hat embarrassments like those experienced by Professor McGonagall and Sherlock, and even no one took more than 4 minutes like Hermione and Neville. A little while later, it was the turn of the only freshman who could be considered a familiar face. Dennis Crevey. It was Colin Creevey's younger brother. Perhaps the prayers of the wizarding world savior had worked. The hat barely touched the boy's head before he shouted Gryffindor. Dennis Crevey's face lit up with joy at the prospect of being sorted into the same house as his brother. He took off his hat, put it back on his stool, and hurried over. However, he kept getting tripped up by Hagrid's moleskin coat on his way. Finally sitting down next to his brother, he immediately began recounting how he had fallen into the lake, been grabbed by something, and pushed back onto the boat. I know. It must have been the giant squid of the Black Lake. Colin was just as excited as his brother. He imagined his brother being thrown into a deep, stormy lake and then pushed out by a giant lake monster, an experience no one could even dream of. However, Colin, true to form, couldn't resist talking about his business. After only a few words, he immediately pointed at Harry and said to his brother, Dennis. Dennis. See that boy over there? The one with the black hair and glasses? See him? Do you know who he is, Dennis? Harry, damn it. I knew it. To avoid trouble, Harry quickly turned his head away, pretending not to have heard the brothers' conversation. Then he noticed that Sherlock and Hermione were standing very close together. Hermione was watching Sherlock intently, listening to him talk about the families of the new students and their experiences that day, as if she found it very interesting. Harry couldn't help but glance at the two of them with a hint of envy, and then his gaze involuntarily drifted to the Ravenclaw table. Whenever someone was assigned to Ravenclaw, Cho Chang would clap, smile, and welcome them along with the others. As if by telepathy, Cho Chang suddenly noticed a gaze on her, and when she turned around and saw Harry, she couldn't help but give him a sweet smile. Cho Chang's smile had a noticeable healing effect on Harry. Almost instantly, Harry felt the chill he'd felt along the way vanish. Not only that, but a strange urge arose within him, a desire to sit at the Ravenclaw table. Strangely, this urge seemed to grow stronger with age. The scene was poignant. Hermione looked at Sherlock. Harry looked at Cho Chang. Ginny looked at Harry. And so, the sorting ceremony concluded. As in previous years, most of the new students went to Hufflepuff. Ron, grabbing his knife and fork, stared longingly at the golden platter before him. It's time. At this important moment, Fred said. The moment we've been waiting for, George said. Please, Wood has already graduated, okay? Stop mimicking him, Ron glared at his twin brothers, somewhat annoyed. I can't wait even a minute. I hope Dumbledore saves his words for after dinner. Perhaps Ron's wish had worked, because Professor Dumbledore stood up, smiling broadly at all the students, and opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. I only have 2 words to say to you, he said, his deep voice echoing through the great hall. Eat, great. Seeing his empty plate suddenly piled high with food, Ron was ecstatic and immediately started showing off. It was common knowledge that the opening and graduation banquets were the most lavish meals of the year. Not only that, but the food here was all you can eat. So, someone like Ron naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Nick, almost headless, watched sadly as the young wizards filled their plates. This scene reminded him of his own Christmas Day. If this food could be replaced with something a ghost like him could taste, it would be a fatal blow. Unfortunately, it couldn't be replaced. You know, you're lucky. The feast tonight was almost ruined, said Nick, nearly headless. There was a commotion in the kitchen earlier. What happened? Sherlock, always interested in these kinds of things, asked immediately. Peeves was causing trouble again, Nick said, shaking his head. However, this movement made his head shake dangerously. He quickly pulled his ruffled collar up a little to protect his neck. They were arguing about that again. You know, he wanted to come to the feast too. Alice, it's impossible. You know his manners, completely ill-mannered. He throws food everywhere. So we held a ghost meeting. The fat monk advocated giving him the opportunity, but Bloody Barrow firmly disagreed. I think he was very wise to do so. Bloody Barrow was a Slytherin ghost, a thin, taciturn ghost covered in silver bloodstains. At Hogwarts, only he could truly keep Peeves in check. So he got really angry and wreaked havoc in the kitchen, making a complete mess. He threw pots and pans everywhere, and the whole kitchen was flooded with soup. The house elves were terrified. Hermione frowned at this. She did know about house elves at Hogwarts, though it wasn't mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. Sherlock had mentioned accompanying Dumbledore to the kitchen. Are they alright? What could possibly be wrong with them? Nick said dismissively. It's their job. Job, Hermione's frown deepened. But do they get paid? Do they have holidays? And, do they get sick leave, allowances, all that? Nick paused, then burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his ruffled collar tilted to one side, and his head rolled down. Hanging precariously from an inch or two of dead skin and muscle still clinging to her neck, she dangled there. Sick leave and allowance. Nick lifted his head back onto his neck, securing it with his ruffled collar, and said, House elves don't need sick leave or allowances. Haven't you noticed? They rarely leave the kitchen during the day, only coming out at night to clean, watch the stove and stuff. That's the mark of a good house elf. You don't even know he exists. Hermione lowered her head, staring silently at the food on her plate. After a moment, she placed her knife and fork on the plate and pushed it away. Oh, have mercy on me, Ron couldn't help but grumble. You'd rather starve yourself than get them sick leave. Slave labor, Hermione said, her breathing becoming heavy. That's how this dinner came about, slave labor. Judging from Hermione's expression, she wasn't planning on eating another bite. Sherlock, Harry quickly looked towards Sherlock. He knew very well that only Sherlock's words would carry weight in this situation. And Sherlock certainly didn't disappoint him. My dear Hermione, I understand your thoughts. Your courage is admirable, but rights aren't won through self-sacrifice. If you want to fight for the rights of house elves, there are better ways, there are. Understanding doesn't mean agreement. At this point, his eyes suddenly sharpened. What can a hunger strike get you? It makes your friends worry, it terrifies the elves, that's all. They won't awaken from your hunger, they'll only think we've harmed wizards. That's self-pity, not resistance. You've seen Creature, his thoughts represent almost all house elves. They don't see it as oppression, instead, they see serving their masters as the foundation of their existence. Fighting for rights requires brains, not self-torture. As Sherlock spoke, he pushed the plate that Hermione had pushed away back. Under Sherlock's gray eyes, Hermione's heavy breathing gradually calmed. After a moment, she picked up the slice of bread that had been spread with butter and jam and took a large bite. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Speech at the Hogwarts Opening Ceremony. Regardless of Hermione's true feelings, she was ultimately persuaded by Sherlock and began to eat seriously. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance. Indeed, only Sherlock could convince Hermione. Without Sherlock, while it was uncertain what Hermione would do in the future, she certainly wouldn't have eaten a single bite. And so, everyone in the Great Hall began to feast. By the time dessert was completely devoured, the plates were automatically spotless and gleaming. At the same time, Dumbledore stood up again. Everyone knew the headmaster had something to say, and the buzzing in the hall immediately ceased, replaced only by the howling wind and pounding rain. Alright, now we're all full and satisfied. That way, our attention won't be distracted when listening to this old man speak. Hermione frowned upon hearing full and satisfied. Brilliant, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Now, let's talk about the Triwizard Tournament. What tournament? The Triwizard Tournament. It seemed the Weasley twins had super hearing. Almost immediately after Ron finished speaking, they turned to look at their brother. Their actions also attracted the attention of the others, who all looked at Ron with questioning eyes. HMPH, you don't know this time, Sherlock never explained unless asked. Harry and Hermione wouldn't argue with him either, so Ron felt immensely satisfied seeing everyone's attention on him. However, he knew that if he didn't speak now, he would miss his chance. Dumbledore was obviously about to get to this point, so he seized the opportunity and blurted out the answer. The Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this school year. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're kidding, right? The Gryffindor table immediately erupted in excitement. At the faculty desk, Dumbledore was still discussing the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade. The upperclassmen were well aware of this, so the young wizards focused their attention on Ron. Ron, without hesitation, immediately began to speak enthusiastically. However, he didn't actually know much, so he ran out of things to say. What's next? Keep going, Weasley. Yeah, I hate people who leave people hanging, Ron thought to himself. It's not that I don't want to talk, it's just that this is all I know. Fortunately, at that moment, Dumbledore saved him. After finishing discussing the forbidden topics, he suddenly announced, I regret to inform you that the House Cup Quidditch match will not be held this year. What? Most of the young wizards were stunned, unable to breathe. This was Quidditch. Besides the House Cup, it was the most attractive tournament. For someone like Oliver Wood, even the House Cup couldn't compare to the Quidditch Cup. Such a major event, just cancelled like that? But the little lions realized what was going on, and Dean immediately elbowed Ron. Ron, is this also because of what you just said about the Triwizard Tournament? Why of course, Ron puffed out his chest. I told you, the Quidditch Cup is important, but compared to the Triwizard Tournament, it's nothing. After saying this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Dumbledore finally got to the point, now he could retreat behind the scenes and keep his achievements hidden. He patted Ginny on the shoulder and whispered to her, looks like you can't join the Quidditch team this year, Ginny, I'll kill you, you old bastard. Did you really need to remind me of this? She had already realized this problem when Sherlock mentioned on the train that the school was going to hold the Triwizard Tournament this year. She had finally found a legitimate way to get closer to Harry, but it was all cancelled because of this force majeure. Only she knew how she felt. So she'd been annoyed lately. And Ron, of all people, had to bring up the very things she didn't want to talk about. He was practically begging for a beating. Why are you looking at me like that, Ron? oblivious to the problem, chuckled at Ginny's sudden murderous glare. "Don't worry, the Triwizard Tournament is definitely more exciting than the Quidditch Cup. Is that what I care about?" Ginny ignored Ron, angrily turning her head away. Meanwhile, since his conversation with Sherlock and Harry, Dumbledore's Riddler traits had changed considerably. So, after announcing that Hogwarts would not be hosting a Quidditch match today, he immediately explained the reason. It's because a large event will begin in October. This event has been going on throughout the school year, taking up a lot of the teachers' time and energy, but I believe you will all enjoy it greatly. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the entire school, and he solemnly announced, "I am very pleased to announce that in the coming months, we, Hogwarts, will have the great honor of hosting a very exciting event. This event has not been held for over a century, and it is the Triwizard Tournament." Fred and George shouted together. "Very correct, Mr. Wheeleyes." Dumbledore seemed unsurprised that the Weasley twins knew about this in advance, and smiled approvingly. "Sir, you're not joking, are you?" Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff couldn't help but ask loudly. "This event has been suspended for over a century," Padma Pettier of Ravenclaw added immediately. "I'm not joking, Mr. Macmillan," Dumbledore smiled slightly. "But since you mentioned joking, I've heard a rather amusing joke. It's about a troll, a she-devil, and a goblin, all of whom went into the same tavern." Sherlock's lips curled slightly at this, and he looked at Professor McGonagall. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. "Oh, it's probably not appropriate to talk about this now." "Not appropriate? Where was I?" Dumbledore couldn't help but mind Professor McGonagall's actions. He seemed to have just snapped out of his reverie. Right, the Triwizard Tournament. As Miss Petty just said, this event has been interrupted for over a century. However, some of you still don't know what this tournament is all about. So I hope those who do will forgive me for explaining it briefly. I allow their minds to wander for a moment. The young wizards, who had been eager to learn about the Triwizard Tournament, immediately gave Dumbledore a thumbs up for his thoughtful gesture. Those who knew the inside story weren't in a hurry. As Dumbledore said, it was just a matter of their minds wandering for a moment. Besides, listening to Dumbledore tell stories was quite interesting. The Triwizard Tournament originated over 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest magic schools in Europe, Hogwarts, Buxbotans, and Durmstrang. Traditionally, each school would select a champion to represent it, and the three champions would compete in 3 different magical events to determine the final champion. Initially, the Triwizard Tournament was held every 5 years, with each school taking turns hosting. Everyone agreed that this was an excellent way for young wizards from different countries to build friendships. However, later, due to the sheer number of deaths, the Triwizard Tournament was discontinued. Deaths? Hermione looked around in astonishment. This was completely outsider knowledge. However, not many people were as nervous as she was. Most of the students in the Great Hall were excitedly whispering among themselves. Even the usually kind-hearted Harry was eager to hear the specifics of the Triwizard Tournament. Mainly, he had absolutely no interest in those who had died centuries ago. For the past 100 years or so, there have been attempts to revive the tournament, but unfortunately, none have succeeded. Dumbledore paused, then continued. However, this year, the Ministries of Magic of the 3 schools' home countries believe the time is ripe for another attempt. This summer, our Department of International Magical Cooperation and Department of Magical Sports did a great deal of work, finally enabling the tournament to restart and successfully securing a venue. So, in October, the headmasters of Buxbotans and Durmstrang will lead their carefully selected contenders to our school. Around Halloween, we will hold a selection ceremony for the champions. An impartial judge will decide which students are most qualified to compete for the Triwizard Cup and win honor for their schools. Incidentally, the winner of this tournament will also receive a prize of 1,000 galleons. The Ministry of Magic has finally done something worthwhile, George Weasley couldn't help but say. His words resonated with many. Rebooting the Triwizard Tournament would certainly be a grand event in the wizarding world, but securing the right to host it after its reboot was still a very good thing. After all, judging from Dumbledore's words, if the tournament were held at one of the other 2 magic schools, only those who had the potential to become champions could go. But if the tournament were held at Hogwarts, it meant that even if they couldn't participate, they could still observe the entire event as hosts. I want to participate. Fred Weasley also lowered his voice. His face lit up with excitement at the thought of the potential honor and fortune. Of course, he wasn't the only one dreaming of becoming a Hogwarts champion. Sherlock's gaze swept across the great hall. At each house table, people were either staring fervently at Dumbledore or whispering excitedly to their neighbors. They seemed completely unfazed by Dumbledore's earlier threat of death. Dumbledore paused deliberately before continuing. The delegations from Boxburtons and Durmstrang will arrive in October and spend most of the school year with us. I believe you will all be warm and friendly during our foreign guest stay. And once the Hogwarts champion is chosen, you will support him wholeheartedly. It's getting late, and it's important that you enter class refreshed and clear-headed tomorrow morning. So go to bed now. Hurry. After saying this, Dumbledore sat down again and began talking to Professor Lupin beside him. The students stood up one after another and, led by their prefects, rushed to Dumbledore and entered the hall. I must participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Fred clenched his fist. And Ron, how did you know about this beforehand? Need you even ask? I must have found out from Sherlock or Harry. George chuckled. Being a champion means you can do a lot of things you wouldn't normally be allowed to do, and there's a prize of 1,000 galleons. Yak. Ron's face also showed a look of dazed longing. That's 1,000 galleons. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione weren't so concerned about the prize of 1,000 galleons. All three of them were quite wealthy. Ron couldn't help but ask, who will be the impartial judge who decides who is the champion? It'll definitely be Barty Crouch, or Ludo Bagman. Now it can only be Bagman, Harry said, shaking his head. Barty Crouch's political career was doomed after that incident. But so many people died, Hermione said worriedly. Yeah, Fred said nonchalantly, but that was so many years ago, wasn't it? Exactly, and what's the fun without a little adventure? George chimed in. Old Sherlock, what do you think? Ron turned to Sherlock. It would be great if we could participate, wouldn't it? But I guess they'd prefer older people. I wonder if we've learned enough. We'll see in October. Sherlock maintained his answer from the train. If it's interesting enough, I'll consider participating. That's it, Ron said with a mournful face. If you participate, we'll definitely have no chance. Sherlock patted Ron on the shoulder and said seriously, don't be discouraged. If you give up now, the competition is over early. What? Once you decide to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, for me, the competition hasn't even started. Everyone laughed at Ron's words. Ron's words were indeed blunt but true. That's not necessarily true. Although Sherlock is our Lion King, I won't give him this precious opportunity just because of that, Fred said. That's right, Sherlock is only a fourth-year student, while we are already sixth-year students. There's no reason for us to back down, George also shouted. Just then, a sullen voice came from behind them, but I really want to back down. Chapter 494 Everyone wants to be a warrior. I don't want to participate in this competition at all. But my grandma insists I participate. She's always nagging me to uphold the family's honor. The speaker was, of course, Neville. He had been raised by his grandmother since childhood. As a member of the 28 Holy Pureblood families, it was understandable that Neville's grandmother wanted him to uphold the honor of the Longbottom family. But, could Neville handle it? Just as everyone was having some doubts, Neville cried out, ouch, and then cried, help me. Everyone turned around to see that Neville's foot was stuck in the middle step of the stairs. At Hogwarts, there were far too many tricky staircases like this. Fortunately, everyone had already been there for 4 years, so for most of the senior students, jumping over these special steps had become muscle memory, an instinct. However, Neville's bad memory was notorious. So even if second-year students could remember the tricky staircases, he could never remember them. Why am I always the unlucky one? Neville, I think you shouldn't participate. Harry and Ron grabbed his arms and pulled him out. Ron said with a smile, I'm afraid you'll forget the time of the competition. I think that's really possible, Neville said with a long face. It's okay, Neville, your grandma just wants you to participate, Harry kindly reminded him, but if you're not selected, then it's none of your business. Yeah, Neville suddenly realized after being reminded by Harry. With his abilities, any Hogwarts students had a better chance than him. Thinking of this, Neville's back pain and leg pain suddenly disappeared, and he walked with energy, climbing 5 flights of stairs without any effort. Harry, you're so good at comforting people, Neville immediately perked up, George said with a smile. Yeah, he's always the slowest one, Fred also said with a sigh. Don't underestimate Neville. He's been fencing with Sherlock every day with Harry for the past few years, Hermione chimed in. Without magic, you might not even be his match in a one-on-one fight. Yeah, Neville is really strong. He has a bright future." Amidst the praise, Neville stopped in front of the fat lady at the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower. He turned to the crowd, looking at them with a helpless expression. Does anyone know the password?" "Nonsense." George quickly stepped forward and recited the password, explaining to the others, "A prefect downstairs told me." The fat lady stepped aside, letting everyone climb in one by one. In fact, as soon as George mentioned it, everyone nearby remembered it. Except for Neville. His memory was exceptionally bad. However, since what happened last year, Neville never dared to write the password on a piece of paper again. The group filed in, and when they were almost at the girls' dormitory, Hermione greeted them and went ahead. As is customary, Sherlock wouldn't sneak into Hogwarts on the first day of the new school year unless there were special circumstances. Upon arriving at their 5-person dormitory, everyone's luggage was already placed at the foot of their beds. Dean, the little black boy, was faster than anyone else, even already getting ready for bed. He had even pasted a portrait of Victor Crumb above his bedside table. The Manchester United football team poster, which hadn't been taken down, was right next to it. Looking at the predominantly red poster, he sighed and shook his head at the frozen football players. Nonsense, clearly, to Ron, a child raised in a wizarding family, such static images were utterly uninteresting. "You're finally back," Dean said excitedly upon seeing the four of them. "So, are you planning to participate in the Triwizard Tournament?" Although he said you, his gaze mainly lingered on Sherlock and Harry. Clearly, in Dean's view, only the Lion King and the Savior had a chance of being chosen as champions. "Anyway, I'm going to give it a try," Ron said, changing into his pajamas and lying on the bed. "What if I get chosen? What if—" Neville rolled over in bed, shivering involuntarily. "I really don't want that to happen to me." Dean rolled his eyes and looked at Sherlock and Harry. "Sherlock, Harry, what about you?" "We'll see," Sherlock replied with his usual standard answer. "If it's really interesting, I'll consider participating." Harry promptly followed his older brother's lead. "I'll wait and see too." Not getting the answer he wanted, Dean sighed. "Okay, we'll see then. Good night." After saying good night to each other, the 5 of them drifted off to sleep. That night, everyone had a good dream. On the first day of the new term, the storm that had lasted all night finally subsided. The young wizards throughout the school were still talking about the Triwizard Tournament. It was as if you were embarrassed to greet someone if you didn't mention it. Sherlock glanced at his new timetable and found that there were still some overlapping classes, divination and divination of arithmetic in the afternoon. He could only choose one. It seemed that Hogwarts intended for them to become self-taught masters of time management. "The classes this morning are all outdoors, lucky me." Ron had only chosen the electives of protecting magical creatures and divination, so he didn't have to worry about class conflicts. He shrugged and said, "Hey, herbalism is with Hufflepuff students, not bad. Protecting magical creatures, unlucky, with Slytherins again, and that's not all. There are 2 divination classes this afternoon," Harry said somewhat helplessly. The mention of divination reminded Harry of Professor Trelawney. Every time she taught, she would try to predict that Harry would encounter great misfortune, that Harry was about to suffer a terrible fate, that Harry was about to die. And some people in the class actually believed it, so Harry was very distressed by it. Only when Sherlock was also in divination class with him would the professor tone it down. Strangely, Harry had actually gotten a pretty good score on his divination exam last year. This left Harry speechless. He really didn't know what the professor was thinking. "Why don't you just drop the course like me?" Hermione, seeing Harry's troubled look, offered a helpful solution. "Then you can take a more academic course, like divination of arithmetic." For Hermione, dropping divination and Muggle studies meant she could manage the rest of her classes even without using the time turner. Divination of arithmetic, but that's really hard as ancient rune studies. Harry glanced at the schedule and instinctively looked at Sherlock. "Sherlock, which class are we going to this afternoon?" "Hermione's going to divination of arithmetic, and I'll go with you guys." "Huh? Great." Hermione and Harry were surprised and delighted. "Hermione, write down the main points of the first lesson." Sherlock pointed to the timetable. It's unrealistic to expect Harry and Ron to remember the content of a single lesson. Sherlock wanted to attend the first lesson of the new semester. After all, it was standard practice for teachers to summarize the main material of the semester in the first lesson. Hermione had skipped divination, so she would definitely attend arithmetic divination. Ron had only chosen divination, so he would definitely attend divination. Therefore, The only ones who needed to make a choice were Sherlock and Harry. With Hermione's abilities, attending arithmetic divination alone was enough for her to summarize the main points of the course afterward. So whether or not someone else attended with her didn't really matter. However, even with Ron and Harry, it would be difficult to summarize the main points of divination. That's why Sherlock wanted to meet Professor Trelawney. Hermione thought she had figured everything out and nodded. "Okay, I'll try to remember as much detail as possible, then thank you." Sherlock smiled slightly. Besides the obvious reason, there was another one. Sherlock wanted to confirm something. Her biology class was still in Greenhouse 3. The main topic of this lesson was a completely new plant, the barbotuber. This thing didn't look like a plant at all, it looked more like an animal. A large, black, slimy slug emerged straight from the soil. Even more absurdly, they were all slightly wriggling, with many shiny bulges on their bodies, seemingly filled with liquid. Such a form inevitably evoked a sense of nausea. However, Sprout's next words doubled that nausea. "You need to collect the pus from the barbotubers by squeezing them with your hands." "What pus?" "Pus. Yes, Weasley, you heard right, pus," Professor Sprout explained to Ron, who looked disgusted. "What I'm telling you is that the pus from the barbotubers is extremely valuable, so don't waste it." "Ugh. I hate doing this kind of thing," Seamus Finnegan muttered. Next, following Professor Sprout's instructions, the young wizards put on dragon skin gloves and began collecting the pus from the baboon tubers. "Be careful, undiluted baboon tuber pus can cause unusual damage to the skin," Neville kindly warned, seeing Ron's carefree attitude. "Thanks, Neville." "Oh, this stuff is disgusting, eh?" Ron suddenly let out a soft exclamation. "What's wrong?" Harry looked at Ron curiously. His good friend's expression was rather strange. "He's in a contradictory state," Sherlock explained casually, his gaze sweeping over Ron. "He feels psychologically disgusted by it, but physiologically satisfied." "Harry, that sounds rather perverse, doesn't it?" But once he tried it himself, Harry instantly understood what Sherlock meant. The process of squeezing the tubers was indeed disgusting, mainly in terms of visual appeal. But at the same time, it could indeed produce a strange sense of satisfaction. Each time a bulge was popped, it would spurt out a large gush of viscous, yellowish-green liquid, emitting a pungent gasoline smell. Well, it was stress-relieving, after all. So, everyone's mood was rather complicated throughout the class. However, this didn't affect their efficiency. By the end of Get Out of Class, the fourth-year students from both houses had collected several large bottles. "MRS. Pomfrey will be pleased now," Professor Sprout said. Quite satisfied with the young wizard's efficiency, she plugged the last bottle and addressed the class. "Does anyone know what the pus from the baboon tuber is used for?" Hermione and Neville both raised their hands. One was quick and decisive, the other hesitant. After seeing Neville raise his hand, Hermione hesitated slightly before lowering it. She had many more opportunities, but Neville only had herbalism. She should give him her chance. "Very good, Mr. Longbottom, your answer, the pus from the baboon tuber is the best medicine for stubborn acne." "Excellent, 5 points for Gryffindor," Professor Sprout said with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the young wizards, lingering for a moment on a few faces. "You are now in puberty, and with the pus from the baboon tuber, you can stop students from using drastic methods to remove their pimples." With a deep, resonant chime, it echoed across the damp grounds from the castle, and the pleasant herbalism class ended. Next, the Lion Cubs and Badger Cubs parted ways. The Hufflepuff students ascended the stone steps to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The Gryffindor students walked down the gently sloping lawn towards Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At the end of last year, Professor Hagrid narrowly lost to Professor Lupin in the competition for most popular subject teacher, but thanks to his financial power, his magical creatures protection class was still highly praised. Later, he listened to Sherlock's advice and introduced magical creatures such as the salamander, which was even more well received. Of course, most importantly, for the final exam, he arranged a very simple project, caring for the Furbello caterpillar, that even a fool like Goyle could easily pass. It's just a case of why did Lupin exist if Hagrid was born. Also, Professor Lupin's previous defense against the dark arts teacher was so terrible that it made Professor Lupin shine by comparison. But regardless, the little lions were full of anticipation for the new semester's magical creatures protection class. They had originally thought Hagrid would bring them cute things like the Furble or something thrilling like a hippogriff in the first lesson, Little did they expect that Hagrid would indeed bring them excitement, but in a way they never anticipated. Chapter 495 Suspicious Car Without Evidence. Professor Hagrid, the teacher of the magical creatures class, stood like a small mountain outside his golden house. He held the collar of his enormous hunting dog, Tooth, in one hand. Tooth whimpered, struggling to break free. It seemed eager to pounce and investigate the open wooden crates at Hagrid's feet. Clearly, the contents of the crates held immense appeal for it. Of course, the contents of the crates weren't just a great attraction for Tooth, but also for the Gryffindor students. As the lion cubs curiously approached, a strange crackling sound reached their ears, interspersed with faint popping noises. "Good morning," Hagrid said, flashing what he thought was a friendly smile at the Sherlock group. "I think you'd better wait for the Slytherin students, they definitely won't want to miss this," he shouted to the young lions in an exaggerated tone, a mixture of pride, arrogance, and boastfulness. "Blast-ended Scroots, what did you say?" "Say it again," Ron asked uncertainly. "Blast-ended Scroots." Blast-ended Scroots. Seeing that Ron hadn't heard clearly, Hagrid slowed down and repeated it, pointing to the box at his feet, gesturing for everyone to look. Disgusting. Lavender Brown, who had taken a few steps forward, screamed and jumped back a few steps after seeing what was in the box. The action was quite exaggerated. However, for a 14 or 15-year-old girl, it wasn't particularly abrupt. It was within the realm of what was acceptable to touch. Of course, this was also related to the fact that she was telling the truth. In the previous herbalism lesson, the pus from the baboon tuber had already given the lion cubs and badgers a real taste of what disgust felt like. But the disgust was completely different from the disgust evoked by this creature Hagrid called the bobtail snail. The disgust from the baboon tuber pus, besides its visual effect, also stemmed partly from imagination. But this thing called the bobtail snail was purely a visual shock. To put it bluntly, they looked like deformed, shell-less lobsters, white gray, slimy, and utterly terrifying. Not only that, but many legs were sticking out haphazardly, completely obscuring their heads. There were about 100 of them in each box, each about 6 inches long. They crawled around on top of each other, dazedly bumping into the box walls. For those with trypophobia, it was even more troublesome. In fact, trypophobia, like acrophobia, is something everyone experiences. It's just that some people have it to a lesser degree. For those with severe trypophobia, seeing this scene was unbearable. Not only that, besides the visual impact, they also had an olfactory impact. These things emitted an extremely strong stench of rotten fish and shrimp. Most surprisingly, each blast-ended Scroot emitted sparks from its tail. Then, with a soft pop, the blast-ended Scroot would advance a few inches. It was the same strange explosion they had just heard. This was the blast-ended Scroot. Ron had a reason for having Hagrid repeat its name earlier. Mainly, for anyone encountering it for the first time, the two core parts of its name were beyond everyday understanding. Combined, they were even harder to remember at once. The first part, blast-ended, was a compound adjective consisting of blast, explosion, ejection, plus ended, having a terminus. Literally, it meant a tail that could eject or explode. This combination is almost never used in everyday English. Now it seemed that this was purely a combination Hagrid had created on the spot to describe a creature's characteristics, with no linguistic basis whatsoever. As for the latter part, Scroots, it was also Hagrid's own name for this hybrid creature. Its pronunciation is close to Scrooties, neither a common biological term nor a recognizable root word, it's simply an unfamiliar sound. When these two parts combine to form blast-ended Scroots, the entire phrase is 5 syllables long, including consonant combinations like SK and TS that require effort with the tip of the tongue. Even native English speakers would need a moment to process to confirm they were hearing a name, not just a jumble of words. Ron had Hagrid repeat it because he hadn't quite caught the long, unfamiliar word. But once they saw what they looked like, everyone understood. It must be said that Lavender Brown's word disgusting perfectly encapsulated most people's first impression of these creatures. Hagrid. I don't think Slytherin would like them. Harry couldn't resist his urge to complain. Sherlock calmly said, unless you're planning to disgust them. PFFT, Hermione, Lavender, Parvati, and several other girls nearby couldn't help but laugh. Listen, the Lion King is telling a lame joke. Sherlock, how could you say that? Hagrid said, somewhat displeased. I'm sorry, sir, Despite his apology, Sherlock's tone lacked any genuine remorse. "It's all right, these are all newly hatched." However, Hagrid didn't seem to notice, continuing proudly, "You can raise them yourselves. We can do a big project, go big and strong, and create something even more glorious, so why should we raise them?" Just then, a cold voice spoke. The Slytherin students had finally arrived. The speaker was Draco Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle were chuckling behind him, while Pansy Parkinson stared at him adoringly. Hagrid seemed stumped by the question, remaining silent for several seconds. "I mean, what can they do?" Malfoy frowned, glancing in Sherlock's direction before explaining impatiently, "What are they for, sir?" Hagrid's mouth dropped open, looking like he was racking his brains. After a few seconds, he said gruffly, "That's for next class, Malfoy, you just feed them today." Malfoy raised an eyebrow but ultimately said nothing more. "Honestly, I think he's right this time. I've been wanting to know the answer to that question too," Ron whispered to Harry. Harry nodded in agreement. "I'd bet you a galleon that Hagrid hasn't even considered it." "Oh, old Harry, you've picked up Sherlock's ways, always betting, and always a galleon at that." Ron, short on cash, was somewhat displeased with Harry's extravagant behavior. However, there was no need for them to bet any more. Hagrid continued, "All right, now you'll have to try feeding them a few different things. Since I've never raised them before, I'm not sure what they like to eat. So I've prepared ant-eggs, frog livers, and green snakes. You can try a little of each and see if they'll eat them." The whole class was speechless. First it was the pus from the tuber, and now this, Seamus Finnegan muttered. "At least that stuff feels good to squeeze, it's like," Dean Thomas muttered under his breath, making a gesture that every man understands. "I suspect you're making a suggestive joke, but I have no proof," Seamus said irritably. "Hetty?" Dean returned a rather lewd smile to his good friend. Harry didn't know what the others were thinking. He himself was only doing it out of deep affection for Hagrid, grabbing handfuls of slippery frog livers and putting them in the box to lure the Blastales. Ron was similar. He reluctantly grabbed a handful of ant eggs and did the same as Harry. Hermione, seeing Sherlock hadn't moved, leaned closer and whispered, "Sherlock, why aren't you moving?" "It's pointless." "I think so too," Hermione said, keeping her voice low. "In fact, I suspect the whole thing is pointless, because the Blastale doesn't seem to have a mouth." Obviously, the Blastale is Hagrid's biological hybridization experiment. Judging from Hagrid's behavior, it's the product of his attempt to create a new magical creature species. That spirit is commendable, but in my opinion, this thing is more of a failed experiment than a creature with clear practical value, Sherlock sighed. If that's true, then even Hagrid himself is confused about the Blastale's development path. As it turned out, Sherlock was right most of the time. Just 10 minutes later, an accident occurred. "Ouch!" Dean Thomas cried out. "It hurt." Hagrid rushed to his side, looking somewhat flustered. "Its tail exploded," Dean said angrily, showing Hagrid a burn on his hand. "Ah, yes, that can happen when they explode," Hagrid nodded, seemingly not considering it a serious matter. "I've had it several times." Hermione, who was talking to Sherlock, couldn't help but put her hand to her forehead. "Come on, you're a giant, you have hardened skin. Being bitten by an eight-eyed spider only causes a little numbness, and even being hit several times by one of these things wouldn't matter. But we can't." "Disgusting," Lavender Brown complained again at this moment. "Really disgusting, Hagrid. What are those sharp things on it?" Hagrid said excitedly. "Ah, yes, you noticed. Some of them have thorns." Lavender quickly pulled his hand back from the box. "I guess the ones with thorns are males. The females have sucker-like things on their bellies. I think they probably suck blood." The whole class fell silent. "Very well, now I finally understand why we're trying to keep them alive," Malfoy said coldly. "It can burn, sting, and bite. Who wouldn't want a pet like that?" Faced with Malfoy's blunt statement, Hagrid was truly at a loss for words. Hermione, seeing this, immediately stepped in to help him out. "Just because they don't look very useful doesn't mean they were useless. Dragon blood has magical effects, but would you be willing to keep a dragon as a pet?" Hagrid couldn't help but laugh at this. His greatest wish was to own a pet dragon. Just 3 years ago, he had kept a dragon. The dragon egg that hatched from it was given to him by Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort himself. Unfortunately, it grew too fast, and keeping a dragon was illegal. Faced with Sherlock's choice between lifting the roof and opening the window, Hagrid ultimately suppressed his heartache and gave it to Dumbledore. it should still be with Newt Scamander, the magizoologist, now. So, Hagrid simply liked large, ferocious animals. The larger and more dangerous, the more he liked them. Actually, I really think Malfoy is right this time, Hermione couldn't help but say to Sherlock during lunch. The wisest thing to do is to nip them in the bud before they attack us. Then why did you just say that? Ron asked, puzzled. That's because Malfoy embarrassed Hagrid, Hermione said irritably. Continuing with a you don't understand tone. These Blastales are still small now, but once Hagrid figures out what they eat, I bet they'll grow to 6 feet long in no time. In that case, you shouldn't have argued with Malfoy, Sherlock said calmly. Giving up right and wrong just to maintain friendship isn't something to be approving of. Not everyone can be as objective as you are, Hermione said somewhat awkwardly. Besides, I don't think this matter has escalated to that level yet, dear Hermione. If I ever make a mistake, please don't hesitate to point it out, Sherlock said quietly. Don't ignore it just because I'm your friend. Okay, I understand. Hermione glanced at Sherlock, then began wolfing down her lamb chops and potatoes. Harry and Ron stared at her in astonishment, and Ron couldn't help but ask, is this your new stance on elf rights, or are you trying to stuff yourself to the point of vomiting? Although Hermione had begun to abandon the hunger strike yesterday at Sherlock Holmes's, this kind of retaliatory eating seemed rather strange. No, Hermione shook her head, her mouth bulging with bean sprouts. I just want to go to the library. What? Ron said incredulously. Hermione, it's the first day of school. And there hasn't been any homework yet. Hermione shrugged and continued to devour her food as if she hadn't eaten for days. Then, she leaped up, said only see you at dinner, and ran off. In her opinion, since she couldn't go to class with Sherlock Holmes in the afternoon, there was no point in staying any longer. Chapter 496 Suspicious Vehicle with Evidence. Sherlock, she must have told you what she was going to do, right? Harry and Ron were both puzzled as Hermione disappeared after finishing her meal. She didn't tell me. Sherlock shook his head at Ron's question, but I know. What was she going to do? Research. Yes, research on house elves. Under Harry and Ron's surprised gaze, Sherlock said quietly, I think once she stops going to the library, she'll be able to tell you about the history of house elves. Hermione's obsession with house elves left Harry and Ron speechless. Sherlock, however, didn't seem to care. As long as she didn't do anything too outrageous, he let her be. In the past, even if Hermione ripped the roof off Hogwarts Castle, Sherlock wouldn't have bothered. But not now. Before the start of this school year, Mrs. Holmes had specifically asked him to look after Hermione at school. In fact, Mrs. Holmes had mentioned this before, when she first met the Grangers, before the start of the first year. Sherlock hadn't paid much attention then. But things were different now. 4 years had passed, and the relationship between the two families was far more than ordinary. He and Hermione had become good friends. Taking care of a little girl was troublesome for Sherlock, but taking care of a teenage girl, especially one who was his friend, was a completely different story. Not to mention, Sherlock had grown up from age 11 to 14. He had promised his mother, and he would definitely keep his word. When the afternoon bell rang, Sherlock, Harry, Ron, and the other young wizards who had chosen divination headed towards the North Tower. The divination classroom was different from the others. It was located at the top of a narrow spiral staircase, with a silver trapdoor leading to a trapdoor in the ceiling. Sherlock knew, of course, that Professor Trelawney had done this on purpose to create an air of mystery. Upon arriving at the classroom, a familiar sweet aroma emanating from the fire wafted over, making one unconsciously become dazed. This was also part of Professor Trelawney's strategy to create an atmosphere, to make the young wizards' minds go from clear to confused, making it easier for them to listen to her fabrications. A summer vacation later, the room remained unchanged, the curtains drawn tightly shut. Many lamps were lit in the circular room, each draped with a scarf or shawl, casting a hazy red glow over the entire space. Hello, Professor Trelawney's ethereal voice suddenly rang out from behind them as the three sat down. Harry and Ron were startled. Only Sherlock, calmly observing the descendant of the famous prophet, said without changing his expression, Hello, Professor. Professor Trelawney looked exactly the same as before, wearing enormous glasses that made her eyes appear frighteningly large on her thin face. Her rosary, necklace, and bracelets gleamed in the firelight as always. Her small frame seemed to contain immense power. Feeling uncomfortable under Sherlock's gaze, she looked away and then at Harry. This made Harry feel uneasy. Because her face bore a tragic expression, the same expression she always wore when she saw Harry. "You have something on your mind, my dear," she said sorrowfully to Harry. "My third eye sees through your brave face and into your troubled soul. I regret to inform you that your worries are not unfounded. I see a difficult future ahead for you, a very difficult one. I fear that what you fear will indeed come. Perhaps sooner than you imagine." Professor Trelawney's voice trailed off, becoming almost a whisper. Ron couldn't help but roll his eyes. Harry, however, stared at her expressionlessly. He was already habitually disgusted by such doomed prophecies, yet he couldn't escape the professor's sorrowful gaze behind her large glasses. Just then, Sherlock coughed softly, breaking the silence. "You've had a very productive morning, Professor." His gray eyes looked calmly at Professor Trelawney, his voice calm yet undeniably penetrating, as if tearing through the hazy, sweet-smelling atmosphere of the classroom. "You first consulted the original manuscripts of the 12th century astrologer Cassandra in the library, trying to find new evidence to embellish next week's class. Unfortunately, those tattered parchments were covered in too much dust. Just look at the gray marks on your left cheek and collar. Then you hurriedly ate a piece of buttered bread for lunch, the crumbs still not completely wiped off the back of your hand. But the most interesting detail is that you also drank a small bottle of wine with lunch, didn't you? I guess butterbeer with sherry? The smell mingled with your breath, sweet with a hint of alcohol, and even more pronounced when mixed with the sweet aroma of the fireplace in the classroom." Professor Trelawney froze, her thin face turning deathly pale, her eyes behind her large glasses widening in disbelief and terror. I didn't," she stammered, her voice losing its usual ethereal quality, becoming hoarse and shrill. Her body, draped in rosary beads and bracelets, trembled slightly, as if Sherlock's words weren't a deduction, but a direct exposure of her carefully constructed facade. Ron gasped in surprise, nearly slipping off his chair from the armrest. "Wow," he couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Don't try to deny it, Professor," Sherlock said calmly, unmoved. "Your eyelids are red, and your pupils are slightly dilated. These are signs of alcohol. More importantly, your emotions are too volatile. The anxiety you felt this morning while researching, combined with the excitement of alcohol, has made you so emotionally charged towards Harry. I suggest you get a drink of water to sober up. It will be more helpful for maintaining order in the classroom." Professor Trelawney's face flushed crimson, no longer displaying a sorrowful expression, but rather a mixture of embarrassment and panic. She hastily averted her gaze, avoiding Harry's eyes, frantically adjusting the glittering jewelry on her body. This is utter nonsense," she stammered, trying to sound composed, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. We have to start regular classes today. We can't waste any more time." She turned around quickly, as if chased by something, and swept past them to sit in a large, winged armchair in front of the fire, facing the whole class. Harry let out a long sigh of relief, his stiff body finally relaxing. He looked at Sherlock, his green eyes filled with genuine gratitude. "Thanks, Sherlock, that was a huge help." Ron leaned over, nudged Sherlock with his elbow, and grinned, his admiration undisguised. "My God, Sherlock. That was brilliant. I knew it, you're the real prophet, but one who thinks with his brain, not some kind of clairvoyant." Sherlock merely shrugged slightly, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips, as if it were all a trivial matter. "Just basic observation and logic, Ron," he said calmly. "Everything has its reasons, and as for Harry, I'm just keeping an overly stressed, drunken professor out of the way." The sweet aroma still lingered in the classroom, but the atmosphere had quieted down. Lavender Brown and Parvati Petty, who particularly admired Professor Trelawney, sat on cushions close to her. "My dear, starting this term, we're going to study the stars," Professor Trelawney said. "The movements of the planets and the mysterious signs they display can only be deciphered by those who understand the rules of the celestial dance. Human destiny can be deciphered through the radiation of the planets, these lights intertwining." Soon, Harry's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Mainly because the fragrant fireplace always made him drowsy. Professor Trelawney's endless ramblings about fortune-telling had never really captivated him. However, the end of the last term was somewhat of an exception. She predicted that Voldemort would rise again. When Harry described the scene to Sherlock, Sherlock immediately deduced that Professor Trelawney's hypnotic state was genuine. Later, when they went to find Professor Dumbledore, they learned a shocking secret from him. The prophecy that had influenced his life was actually made by Professor Trelawney. It was because Snape heard half of the prophecy and told it to Voldemort that his tragic life was created. To be honest, even now, he still hadn't figured out how to face Snape. Harry. Just then, Ron suddenly issued a series of short reminders. What is it? Harry looked around and realized that the whole class was staring at him. Obviously, his daydreaming had been discovered. But he couldn't be blamed. The room was too hot, and he had almost fallen asleep. However, glancing at Sherlock and seeing the smile on his lips, he felt relieved and quickly sat up straight. My dear, I was just saying that you were clearly under the ominous influence of Saturn at the time of your birth, Professor Trelawney said, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Harry's behavior clearly indicated he wasn't paying attention to her lecture. If it weren't for the fear of what Sherlock might say next, she would have already made a death prophecy. However, Harry's next sentence nearly made her break down. Excuse me, sir, what did you mean by Saturn, my dear? Saturn, Professor Trelawney said, her tone clearly annoyed at Harry's indifference to the news. I was saying that at the moment of your birth, Saturn must have been dominant in the sky, your dark hair, your thin frame, and the fact that you lost your parents in infancy. I can assert, my dear, that you were born in winter, right? No, Harry said expressionlessly, my birthday is in July. Ron almost burst out laughing, but quickly suppressed it. Professor Trelawney didn't seem embarrassed by her incorrect assertion. Something must have interfered with my judgment, but that doesn't matter. Half an hour later, Professor Trelawney handed out a complex circular chart to everyone, asking them to fill in the planetary positions at the time of their birth. Clearly, this was a tedious and boring task, requiring calculations of many intricate times and angles. However, for Sherlock, it was much simpler, just applying a formula, and actually more scientific than subjective divination methods like tea leaves, palmistry, or crystal balls. But Harry and Ron were different. After only a short while, Harry looked at his parchment and frowned. I have 2 Neptunes here. That can't be right, can it? Harry was asking Sherlock, but Ron started mimicking Professor Trelawney's whispered, mysterious tone. Darling, when 2 Neptunes appear in the sky, it definitely means a little bespectacled person is about to be born. Harry, Seamus and Dean, who were drawing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. They immediately realized their mistake and covered their mouths. But they didn't really need to worry, because their laughter wasn't even enough to drown out Lavender Brown's excited scream. Oh, Professor, look! I have a planet whose position is off. Oh dear, what is this planet, Professor? It's Uranus, darling, Professor Trelawney said, looking down at the chart. What was originally just a very ordinary teacher-student conversation turned into a fatal mistake. He said to Lavender Brown, could I take a look at Uranus too? Lavender's face immediately turned as red as an apple. Harry and the surrounding boys stared at Ron in surprise. Seamus's eyes were filled with shock. Good heavens, last class I said Dean was being inappropriate. Turns out you're the real pro. I suspect you're being inappropriate, and I have evidence. Unfortunately, Professor Trelawney overheard him. Perhaps that's why she assigned so much homework before get out of class ended. Referring to your respective charts, analyze in detail the planetary movements that will affect you next month, she said sternly, her voice unlike her usual ethereal self, more like Professor McGonagall's. It must be handed in by next Monday, no excuses allowed. Damn old woman. They merged into the flow of people going downstairs, and as they returned to the Great Hall for dinner, Ron said bitterly, the whole weekend is wasted. It's all your fault, Harry said irritably. To be honest, he didn't even realize what Ron was talking about at the time. It wasn't until he saw Lavender suddenly turn red and Seamus gave him a timely reminder that he realized what was going on. Chapter 497 Hermione, you're even more despicable than Sherlock. Uranus, the planet Uranus. The word itself isn't problematic. Coincidentally, the pronunciation of Uranus is the same as your anus, so Ron's "Can I have a look at Uranus?" could also be interpreted as "Can I have a look at your anus?" Ron saying this to Lavender Brown, a girl. No wonder Seamus thought he was making a suggestive joke. Hearing his good friend Harry bring it up directly, even the thick-skinned Ron felt a little embarrassed. Just kidding. Just then, Hermione caught up with them from behind, excitedly saying, did they give a ton of homework for divination? Professor Victor didn't give any. Seeing Hermione arrive, Harry naturally felt too embarrassed to discuss Uranus in front of her any longer. Ron was quite relieved that Harry had finally let him off the hook, so he went along with Hermione's suggestion and continued, "Yes, Professor Victor is so kind." Harry glanced at Ron but said nothing more. As time went by, the boys and girls had all reached the age of budding romance. In this respect, the Wizarding world and the Muggle world were of course no different. However, even Ron didn't realize one thing. Judging from Lavender Brown's reaction just now, even though Ron made a lewd joke, she didn't object strongly. Perhaps Ron didn't realize what this meant? And himself. Harry couldn't help but sigh, "I really am a naive boy." However, Ron's relief didn't last long. When they were having dinner, Dean came over with a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Hey, Ron, your dad's in the paper." "What? Let me see." Ron immediately took the paper. But as soon as he saw the headline, his face darkened. "The Ministry of Magic is in new trouble." Just from this headline, Ron already felt that the following content was mostly not good. Sure enough, in the following section, reporter Rita Skeeter launched a scathing attack on Mr. Weasley with highly biased descriptions. Simply put, she named him directly, specifically pointing out the incident from the Quidditch World Cup that had previously been named. She explicitly stated that after the Quidditch World Cup, a certain official from the Ministry of Magic was none other than Arnold Weasley of the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Misuse. She even misspelled Mr. Weasley's name, seemingly confusing him with Arnold Pisgud. Furthermore, she brought up another incident, Mr. Weasley's altercation with several Muggles over a large number of highly offensive dumpsters. She also took the opportunity to criticize the retired Auror, Alastor Moody, who had appeared at Peter Pettigrew's public trial. She claimed that since retiring, the Auror could no longer distinguish between a normal handshake and premeditated murder. As for Mr. Weasley, he received an alarm from Moody's residence, only to find it was a false alarm upon arrival. But since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to use magic to alter the memories of several Muggle police officers, ultimately preventing the situation from escalating. This whole affair could at most be considered an overreaction by Mad-Eye Moody, and had nothing to do with Mr. Weasley. But the crucial point is this: when a reporter from the Daily Prophet asked him why he wanted to involve the Ministry of Magic in this pointless and potentially very troublesome affair, Mr. Weasley refused to answer. This Daily Prophet reporter was undoubtedly Rita Skeeter. She also attached a photograph. It showed the Weasleys standing side by side in front of their house. It's unclear under what circumstances she took the picture. "She even got my dad's name wrong," Ron said angrily. After the Quidditch World Cup, the Ministry of Magic banned anyone from answering questions without authorization. This damn woman must know that too. She must have done it on purpose. "Don't be angry, Ron." Harry patted Ron on the back, comforting him. "Everyone knows this woman is mentally ill." "Not everyone knows," Sherlock said calmly. "In fact, this report will give a lot of people preconceived notions." Harry and Hermione looked at Sherlock helplessly. Although they were already familiar with Sherlock's behavior, they still felt helpless whenever he said something so inappropriate. It seemed that Sherlock couldn't change this habit. Harry sighed, and Hermione shook her head, starting to divide the beef stew into Sherlock and Harry's bowls. "Where's mine?" Ron's eyes widened. "How come I was left out? I thought you weren't in the mood for food." "Nonsense," Ron snapped. "Hermione, you're worse than Sherlock." "Thank you for the compliment," Hermione said calmly, then began wolfing down her food as she had at lunchtime. "You're not going to the library again tonight, are you?" Harry asked worriedly, watching her like this. "Of course I am," Hermione mumbled, her mouth full. "I have a ton of work to do." Ron, who had also started eating heartily, channeling his anger into his appetite, paused when he heard Hermione's words. "But you told us that Professor Victor, it wasn't schoolwork?" Just like at lunchtime, Hermione finished her food, said goodbye to the three of them, and hurriedly left. "Is she going to look up information on house elves again?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances, watching Hermione's hasty departure, and couldn't help but ask. "Obviously, my friend," Sherlock said with a slight smile. "Just as I said at noon, once she stops going to the library, she'll be able to tell us the history of house elves. We don't need to hear about that." Ron shook his head and went back to fighting for his beef. The next 2 days passed uneventfully, with everyone attending classes as usual. Hermione still went to the library whenever she had free time. She had taken Sherlock's advice to heart, ceasing her hunger strike and finding a different way to advocate for the rights of house elves. Another noteworthy event was the case of Professor Snape, the Slytherin potions teacher. For some unknown reason, his vengeful nature seemed to have reached new heights after the summer holidays. Of course, someone had also given him ample justification. Neville Longbottom, the forgetful young wizard who was most afraid of Snape, had melted his cauldron yet again during potions class. This was the 6th cauldron he had melted. Professor Snape mercilessly delivered Neville's deduction of house points plus detention package, sending him to gut a large bucket of horned toads. When Neville returned, dragging his heavy steps, he looked as if he'd just been pulled from a mud pit. His uniform jacket was covered in dark brown slime, a few toad hairs clung to his cuffs, his fingers were stiffly curled, and his fingernails were embedded with indelible dark green entrails. His lips were pale, his eyes were red-rimmed, and even his breathing trembled, his nerves were on the verge of snapping. Until he saw Sherlock around the corner of the corridor. He cried out as if grasping at a straw, "Help me, Sherlock!" Almost instinctively, he began to ask his fencing instructor for help. "You need a cleansing charm at this time." Sherlock's gaze swept over Neville, then went straight to Hermione. "Leave it to me." Hermione nodded and quickly walked over. She took her wand from her pocket, tapped Neville's hand lightly with her fingertips, and patiently said, "First, concentrate and imagine the grime under your fingernails being washed away by the water, then repeat after me, clean and fresh, make sure your pronunciation is clear, and point the tip of your wand at the grime." She demonstrated slowly as she spoke, allowing Neville to see every detail so she could help him clean the disgusting toad entrails from under his fingernails. "How, we all know why Snape has such a bad temper," Ron sneered, watching the scene. Harry sighed, "He always likes to target Gryffindor students." Neville was just taking the fall for him. Without Neville, he would definitely have lost points in this class. Not only that, but Professor Lupin was re-elected as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Ron added. Everyone at Hogwarts knew that Professor Snape had always wanted to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts. This is why he harbored resentment towards all the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers, and he made no attempt to hide it. Especially Professor Lupin, because he was so popular with the students. What Snape found even more unacceptable was that such a popular teacher was also a ruthless person. Sherlock, Snape wouldn't have deliberately leaked Professor Lupin's identity, would he? Harry asked worriedly, hearing Ron's words. His suspicion wasn't unfounded. After all, when Professor Lupin was absent last term, Snape had consciously led everyone to think in that direction. Although only Sherlock and Hermione ultimately understood Snape's true intentions, it was enough to demonstrate his resentment. No, Sherlock shook his head. He abandoned that plan after Peter Pettigrew was exposed, but Professor Lupin was re-elected this year, Harry said, still somewhat worried. What if, no ifs, Sherlock said firmly. He won't do that, though he'd be happy if Professor Lupin exposed himself. What are you talking about? Hermione walked over and, seeing their lively discussion, couldn't help but ask. We're talking about Professor Lupin, Harry said, glancing at Neville, who was letting out a long sigh of relief. Is it resolved? It's resolved. Let's talk about it on the way to Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Harry also told Hermione about his concerns. Sherlock said Snape wouldn't say anything, so he definitely won't, Hermione said confidently, with an almost blind trust in Sherlock's judgment. However, she immediately frowned. But if this continues, taking leave every full moon and having Professor Snape cover for him, he'll eventually find out. Ron chuckled, don't worry, a summer vacation has passed, Dumbledore will surely find a way. I hope so, Hermione said, though inwardly she disagreed. Admittedly, Dumbledore was widely recognized as the greatest wizard of his time. But judging from their years of schooling, this old man had clearly been holding Sherlock back. Thinking this, Hermione quickly dismissed this somewhat disrespectful thought. Sherlock was indeed very powerful. But she couldn't belittle Dumbledore because of that. Perhaps Dumbledore really had some deeper meaning. When the little lions arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor Lupin hadn't arrived yet. Everyone was already used to Professor Lupin's lateness, so they weren't surprised. In fact, they were quite excited. Finally. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor wasn't changing every year. And the one who stayed was the best teacher they had ever encountered. How incredibly lucky. As expected, Professor Remus Lupin was greeted with enthusiastic applause when he entered the lecture hall. Professor Lupin stopped, gently placing his hands on the podium, his gaze slowly sweeping over each excited face. His eyes were slightly moist, a gentle smile playing on the fine lines around them, and even his usually pale cheeks were flushed. He cleared his throat, his voice softer than usual. "First of all, it is an honor to continue teaching you the course on defense against the dark arts." Professor Lupin was as gentle as ever, and compared to last year, he looked much better. His eyes, which were usually somewhat tired, were now sparkling. Not only that, but everyone also noticed that he was wearing a new robe. "Looks like Hogwarts pays him quite well," Ron whispered to Sherlock and Harry. Sherlock nodded slightly. This time, Ron was right. Because of his immigration status, Professor Lupin had been unable to find a regular job for years. He could only take odd jobs that were far beyond his capabilities and paid very little. But all of this changed after he arrived at Hogwarts last year. On one hand, Dumbledore was generous enough to offer him a high salary, and indeed, Lupin's efforts were well worth it. On the other hand, there was Severus Snape. This potions master could provide him with an unlimited supply of Wolfsbane potion for free, which saved Lupin his biggest expense, a double blessing. Plus, Hogwarts provided room and board, so Professor Lupin was finally able to save some money. Under these circumstances, he was finally able to buy himself a new outfit. Last school year, we learned how to deal with boggards, red hats, hickpunk, Gringelo, Cabber. Professor Lupin's gaze swept over the class, a faint smile always on his face. "So, we've finally caught up." Chapter 498 3 against 1, yet still managed to be killed. It must be said, Remus John Lupin was truly remarkable. With his exceptional abilities, he managed to teach Sherlock and his classmates for 2 years in just one school year. There was no way around it. The problems left by the previous 2 defense against the dark arts professors were simply too deep. The first, Professor Quirrell, only knew how to recite from the textbook, offering absolutely no practical application. Professor Lockhart was somewhat better, at least teaching them some useful spells. The problem was that each class was only 5 minutes long, with the rest of the time spent rehearsing stage plays. Even so, he was still stronger than Quirrell in the first year. Everything changed with Professor Lupin's arrival. "I don't want to discourage you, but I still have to tell you the truth," Professor Lupin said slowly, looking around the classroom. "Even though we've tried to catch up, you're still not good enough at dealing with spells, far from enough. For you fourth-year students, we need to face more challenging content, more closely resembling real threats. Of course, for teaching, safety and control remain the primary principles." Noticing the expressions on some of the young wizards' faces, Professor Lupin added another sentence. Next, his gaze swept over everyone's desks to the Dark Magic, a Guide to Self-Defense, this semester's textbook on defense against the dark arts, and he slowly said, "I do recommend that you all read this book carefully, but not in class. Put it away, you won't need it today." The students put the book into their bags, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Sure enough, a practical lesson full of surprises was Professor Lupin's standard practice. "Please follow me." Just like the first class last year, Professor Lupin led everyone out of the classroom and down the corridor. Just as they turned the corner, they bumped into Peeves, floating in midair. Seeing the group following behind Professor Lupin, the mischievous smile on his face froze for a moment. Since being subtly reprimanded by Professor Lupin last year, Peeves had finally learned his lesson. He stuck out his tongue, made a face at Lupin, and then whoosh, darted into the adjacent corridor, no longer daring to block their way and provoke them as before. Soon, they arrived at a familiar faculty office. It was here last year that they first encountered the boggarts. Last school year, you all successfully dealt with quite a few magical creatures. While each had its own dangers, most followed clear instincts and patterns. However, the real threat comes far beyond these magical creatures. Professor Lupin stood in the center of his office, his voice exceptionally clear in the empty room, but his expression gradually turned serious. The wizarding world contains some extremely powerful, malicious dark magic. This magic is always far more terrifying than these magical creatures, or even the dark magic itself. Hearing Professor Lupin's words, the students' hearts leaped. Sherlock exchanged a glance with Hermione without making a sound. Harry looked bewildered, but this time Ron reacted faster than Harry, muttering under his breath, "He's not going to teach us those illegal dark spells, is he?" He didn't name them, but Sherlock and Hermione knew what he meant, the 3 unforgivable curses. Hermione frowned, thought for a moment, and softly retorted, "No, Professor Lupin isn't that radical. He values gradual progress and safety. If Professor Lupin really did that, It would ruin his image. She glanced at Sherlock subconsciously, and Sherlock nodded slightly. Professor Lupin seemed to hear their whispers, his gentle gaze sweeping over Ron with a hint of a smile. Don't be nervous, Ron. According to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, I am indeed supposed to teach you how to counter various offensive spells. However, until you reach 6th year, I will not show you any, nor will anyone be allowed to show you, those spells that are explicitly forbidden by law and are extremely evil. But, just as the young wizards breathed a sigh of relief, Professor Lupin's tone shifted, his expression becoming unusually serious. Understanding the darkness and being wary of the darkness is the first step in learning to resist it. Some spells, although not classified as unforgivable, can be just as destructive, causing considerable pain and chaos if used properly. Especially when the caster harbors malice. Today, I intend to start with the most basic offensive and defensive tactics. The young wizards immediately became excited upon hearing this. Great! Finally, we can practice. I knew it. Is it like the duel club? Professor Lupin waited a moment, until the commotion in the classroom subsided, before raising his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then, he waved his wand, and 4 glowing circles, each about 5 meters in diameter, appeared in the center of the faculty lounge. Since we all know the limitations of spell-based combat, today we'll start with the most basic offensive and defensive sparring. He walked to the center of the arena, his wand tip flashing with golden light, instantly raising a semi-transparent magical barrier at the edge of each dueling circle. The protective barrier will absorb spell energy exceeding the safe threshold, ensuring no one is injured. But please remember, this is not a reason to be careless. A spell going out of control and hitting the barrier will also count as a failure. Therefore, please remain focused and control your magic. Please remember my requirement. All attackers are only allowed to use the spell other than your weapon. The young wizards nodded in agreement. They were very familiar with the spell, and many had already instinctively gripped their wands in their pockets. As for the defenders, they can only use armor for protection. Lupin raised his voice to quell the commotion. I know that Professor Lockhart taught you the armor charm in your 2nd year. However, judging from last year's teaching, your mastery of the armor charm is still insufficient. Even in a calm state, you can't achieve a 100% success rate. He glanced at the eager students, and Neville immediately lowered his head. Professor Lupin smiled slightly. Remember, our goal is not to defeat our opponents. At this stage, the most important thing is to observe the trajectory of the spell, feel the force of the impact, and train your instinctive reaction to instantly casting the armor charm. I hope you can use defensive spells at any time, in any place, at will. With the groups completed, the 4 groups of students stepped into the barrier. The 4 groups were Sherlock versus Neville, Harry versus Seamus, Hermione versus Parvati, and Ron versus Dean. The outcome of a wizarding duel often depends on who can raise their wand faster. Lupin's voice pierced through the barrier. Now, begin. Watch the rhythm. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 beams of red light flash almost simultaneously within the barrier, crisscrossing and shooting towards it. Harry seemed to have an exceptional talent for the disarming charm. The moment the shout to disarm him faded, Seamus's wand flew out with a whoosh. Hermione, on the defensive, remained unshaken. Parvati's red light struck it without even causing a ripple. Dean, though he managed to raise the barrier in time, was struck by Ron's spell, causing red light to scatter wildly, the barrier humming as if it might shatter at any moment. Facing his fencing master, Neville completely lost his composure. His spells either missed, hitting the barrier with a dull thud, or landed limply in front of Sherlock, even without Sherlock casting any defensive spells. Lupin immediately stepped forward and pressed his shoulder. Take a deep breath, Neville. Don't swing your wand carelessly. Raise your wrist angle by half an inch. Yes, that's it. After a while, when Seamus finally managed to successfully use the armor charm to defend against Harry's attack, Professor Lupin called a halt to their fighting. Now, switch roles. The situation was much the same as before. Seamus's disarm charm was immediately blocked by Harry's armor charm. Hermione's disarm charm successfully forced Parvati to hand over her wand. Ron was still locked in a fierce battle with Dean. As for Sherlock, he naturally disarmed Neville without a doubt. However, this time, Neville, on defense, was unable to redirect his spells towards the magical barrier created by Professor Lupin. After this round of switching roles, Professor Lupin began to intensify the young wizard's fighting. He pointed his wand at the ceiling, and the 4 dueling circles suddenly merged into 2. Now, 4 on 1. The rules remain the same. but you'll have to deal with spells coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Sherlock, Neville, Ron, and Dean formed a group. This time, the situation immediately became chaotic. First, Ron, the sixth member, tried to ambush Sherlock, but his wand was knocked away by Dean's barrier charm. Attack Sherlock first. Let's team up and take down Sherlock first. Ron, wandless, jumped up and down inside the barrier, shouting at the top of his lungs, but no one paid him any attention. Because at this moment, Sherlock had already removed Dean's wand. Neville, on the other hand, crouched on the ground in terror, trying to use this method to avoid the spells. Lupin couldn't help but feel helpless at the sight. He waved his wand, creating a magical barrier directly in front of Neville. Stand up, Neville. Fear weakens spells. Think of your courage against the Boggart last year. Ron, Dean, pick up your wands and attack again. Sherlock, watch your positioning. Don't get surrounded by three at once. Okay, whatever. Professor Lupin said this because the three fighting Sherlock had learned from their first experience and, just as Ron had suggested, started by teaming up against Sherlock. They adjusted their positions, trying to surround Sherlock from three directions. But Sherlock disarmed Ron with a single gesture. At this point, Dean's disarming charm was successfully cast, but it was blocked by Sherlock's armor charm. As for Neville, he hadn't even realized what was happening yet. The next few rounds were almost identical. Sherlock easily won each time, fighting 3 against 1. On the other side of the battlefield, Harry and Hermione briefly allied to eliminate Seamus and Parvati before engaging in one-on-one combat. That's not fair, Hermione, Parvati, hands on her hips, complained. Why didn't you team up with me to deal with those two boys first? Sorry, even then, the outcome wouldn't have changed, Hermione said apologetically, but firmly. That way, you'd still be the first to be eliminated. You, Parvati puffed out her cheeks in anger, unable to find a rebuttal. Under Professor Lupin's on-site guidance, the young wizards, divided into 2 groups for free-for-all battles, improved rapidly. After the 4-person free-for-all ended, Professor Lupin selected 8 students who hadn't yet participated and repeated the attack and defense exercises. Throughout this process, Professor Lupin continued to correct each student's performance. Once these 8 students had finished their one-on-one battles and the 4-person free-for-all, today's practical lesson concluded. Professor, we haven't gone on stage yet. Hearing the bell ring, and seeing the young lions already on stage, sweating profusely but with bright eyes, the ones who hadn't yet had a chance to go on stage cried out. Some couldn't help but shout, "Can we extend the class a little longer?" That's right, the next period is history of magic anyway, it doesn't matter if we're a little late. Why don't we tell Professor Binns and just take his class too? That won't do, going overtime isn't a good habit. Lupin waved his wand to remove the barrier, and smiled slightly after hearing the young lion's suggestions. Don't worry, everyone. For the next period of time, our lessons will cover this topic. And I will teach you new offensive and defensive spells. Hearing this, everyone finally quieted down, their disappointment replaced by anticipation. Remember, today's focus isn't on who wins or loses, Professor Lupin summarized, wiping his wand. The most important thing is for you to experience 3 things firsthand. First, defense always comes first. Successfully blocking 10 spells is more valuable than hitting your opponent once. Second, control is more important than power. Neville's final ironclad charm, though weak, was precise and more suited to real combat than Ron's out-of-control obstacle charm. Third, tactics are crucial. Harry and Hermione's brief alliance during the melee, and the combined strategy of Ron, Neville, and Dean, are all worth learning. He looked at the thoughtful expressions of the young wizards, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and smiled gently. Remember, training is just a means, not an end. What we ultimately need to learn is how to protect ourselves and others in the face of real danger. As soon as Professor Lupin dismissed the get out of class and left the classroom, a torrent of discussion erupted. Most students excitedly discussed their performance. 3 against 1 and still got killed? Are you kidding me? What a joke. That's the Lion King. You'd lose even if you went up against him? That's not entirely wrong. And another thing, the title of Savior is well deserved. Look, even Hermione isn't a match for Harry. It's so good that Professor Lupin can continue to be our teacher. Chapter 499. Some people drift apart as they walk along. After Professor Lupin's exciting and engaging defense against the dark arts class, everyone's excitement lasted until Professor Binns' history of magic class. Compared to the previous 3 years, Professor Bin's teaching style remained unchanged. In short, a ghostly lecture, full of nonsense. However, Professor Lupin's class had a strong after effect. Even under Professor Bin's unique hypnotic teaching style, everyone stayed awake for a while. Unfortunately, this energy didn't last long. A little over halfway through the first class, everyone couldn't hold on any longer. By the time 2/3 of the first class was over, everyone had returned to their drowsy state. They only woke up again when the bell rang. Great, a nap in class today should make tomorrow much more energetic. At dinner, Harry made a suggestion. It would be best to start working on Professor Trelawney's prophecy assignment tonight. After all, Ron's inappropriate joke had infuriated Professor Trelawney, who assigned them 3 times the usual amount of homework. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been able to finish by the next divination class. Sherlock, you're so lucky, Ron said enviously. Even without homework, Professor Trelawney doesn't do anything to you. This wasn't the first time this had happened. For well-known reasons, Professor Trelawney never cared about Sherlock's homework. In fact, she almost wished Sherlock wouldn't attend her classes, so she could have more freedom in class. Otherwise, the "you predict the future, I predict the past" scenario would keep happening, which would be incredibly awkward. Hermione didn't participate in Harry and Ron's conversation at the dinner table. As before, she wolfed down her food quickly. However, this time, before going to the library, she glanced at Sherlock, hesitating to speak. "What is it?" Sherlock noticed Hermione's action and asked. "No, nothing." Hermione shook her head and ultimately went to the library alone. Watching her retreating figure, Sherlock wore a thoughtful expression. After dinner, the 3 of them headed towards the Gryffindor Tower. Upon reaching the entrance and giving the password, the fat lady swung forward, revealing the opening. They climbed into the Gryffindor common room, which was crowded and noisy. Looking at the scene, Harry said to Ron, "How about we go get our divination materials?" "Okay," Ron said listlessly. They went upstairs to their dormitory to retrieve their textbooks and charts, and then... Wait, where's Sherlock? The moment Ron found his textbook, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Looking left and right, up and down, he realized that Sherlock had disappeared again. The reason for saying again is that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Several times in the past, when the 3 of them, or the 4 of them, were walking together, Sherlock would disappear. Some people drift apart as time goes by. Some things fade away as time goes on. After a while, Harry and Ron also became indifferent. "Oh, I think he might have gone to the Forbidden Forest," Harry said uncertainly. "He hasn't been there this week, but doesn't he usually go at night when he's sleeping? You just said it yourself, he doesn't have to do his divination homework. Since he has time, he might as well go earlier, which would effectively extend his exploration time, right? Even if he goes to the Forbidden Forest now, he'll never get caught. How lucky." "Yes, how lucky." And so, Harry and Ron took their seeing the future through the fog back to the common room, found a table, and began to predict their fate for the next month. However, after an hour, they had made no progress whatsoever. Many pieces of parchment covered with numbers and symbols were scattered haphazardly on the table. Harry's mind was filled with a thick fog, as if it were filled with the smoke rising from Professor Trelawney's fireplace. "What does this stuff even mean? I have no clue." He looked down at the long row of calculation formulas, somewhat doubting his existence. Ron's hair stood on end as he scratched his head in frustration. "Well, Harry, actually, I have a bold idea." "Oh, what idea? Tell me about it." Harry immediately perked up. "Use the traditional method from divination class." "You mean, make it up out of thin air?" "Exactly." Ron snapped his fingers and swept the messy pile of draft paper off the table. He looked at Harry, his eyes gleaming. "You know her, we'll make up some bad things, she loves that." Harry glanced at the draft paper Ron had swept to the floor, feeling a pang of regret. After all, it was the result of an hour's hard work, even though it was ultimately pointless. But seeing Ron already dipping his quill in ink and burying himself in writing, he realized Ron was absolutely right. No pain, no gain. With that thought, he decided to follow Ron's example and crumple up his brainstorming ideas into a ball. Then, over the heads of a group of chattering first years, he tossed the crumpled paper into the fire. The two then began their little show. "Next Monday, I might cough because Mars and Jupiter are unfortunately in conjunction," Ron finished, looking up at Harry. "Harry, no problem, on Monday, I'll encounter, Danger of being burned, that makes sense. We'll encounter a blast hail on Monday, then, on Tuesday, you'll lose money because of Mercury, no problem. As for you, the two began to fabricate prophecies for each other. When they couldn't think of any tragedies, they would consult a book seeing the future through the fog for inspiration. As time went on, the tragic elements of their prophecies grew stronger. From tripping and falling while walking, to burns, freezing, paralysis, confusion, to curses, petrification, poisoning, bleeding, even death from injuries. Another hour passed, and the people in the common room gradually went back to sleep, the surroundings slowly becoming quiet. Just then, Crookshanks strolled over and nimbly jumped onto an empty chair. It gazed at Harry and Ron with a profound, enigmatic look. Harry felt that look was strikingly similar to Hermione's. Because if Hermione knew they were cheating on their homework, she would have the same expression. But none of that mattered now. After all, following the normal procedure was truly difficult to complete Professor Trelawney's assignment. Harry looked around, racking his brains for a bad idea he hadn't yet used. Just then, he saw Lavender Brown showing her drawn celestial chart to Parvati Petty. Since last year, the two had been staunch followers of Professor Trelawney. They always sat closest to her in class and treated her every word as gospel. Professor Trelawney also treated them very well. She frequently declared in class that they were the most likely to possess a third eye and always praised their exceptional divination talent. For example, this time, although the whole class had been given an excessive amount of homework because of Ron, Lavender and Parvati weren't unhappy at all. Harry looked at them, and saw Parvati shake her head at Lavender, cross something out of the paper with her quill, and then say something. Although her voice was low, it still carried to the other end of the almost empty common room. She said, "No, the position isn't right, your premonition isn't strong enough." At this moment, Lavender looked up and saw Harry looking at them. Harry grinned and quickly looked down at his prophecy. He didn't want Lavender to think he was eavesdropping. Shortly afterward, Parvati and Lavender rolled up the parchment and actually walked towards them. As if they had planned it, Parvati sat down next to Harry, and Lavender sat down next to Ron. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to bed?" Harry was immediately flattered. Since entering fourth year, the Petty twins had grown even more beautiful. The two sisters were undoubtedly the prettiest girls in the entire grade. Even in the whole school, only Cho Chang could outshine them. Ginny, who was a year younger than them, couldn't compare. However, Harry hadn't had such close contact with Parvati before, and being used to seeing Cho Chang and Ginny, the difference wasn't as obvious. Compared to the somewhat awkward Harry, Ron seemed much more outgoing. This was understandable, given that he was the one who directly confronted Lavender. So he confidently pushed his homework in front of Lavender. Lavender curiously took it and his eyes widened immediately. "Ron, this isn't prophecy, it's fiction." Lavender's voice carried the exaggerated tone of Professor Trelawney's lectures. "Look at this," fell into the Black Lake, entangled by a giant squid, bleeding profusely. "That's ridiculous. When Mercury and Jupiter are in opposition, it only foretells financial loss, not attracting giant squid. Professor Trelawney taught us that prophecies must be based on real celestial phenomena." Lavender spoke with great conviction, but Ron just shrugged, nonchalantly scratching his messy red hair. "Hey, she loves hearing these kinds of bad luck anyway. The worse the story, the happier she is. Besides, my head is full of divination symbols right now. I can't make this up anymore. Look over there, Harry." Harry was looking nervously at Parvati. Parvati was sitting very close, and he could clearly smell the floral scent in her hair, which made Harry even more nervous. He thought of Cho Chang. Parvati's beauty was indeed not much less than Cho's, just a bit more lively. Parvati, on the other hand, was quite poised, simply picking up Harry's draft paper and glancing at it. "Harry, you wrote here next Wednesday I'll be whipped by the willow because the Sun and Neptune are in opposition. That's too casual." Parvati shook her head, her tone slightly teasing, but her eyes were serious. "The Sun opposing Neptune can easily cause hallucinations. It has nothing to do with plant attacks. Lavender is right, you need to combine it with real divination theory." She opened the book on the table, seeing the future through the fog, to the page with a celestial chart. "Look here, if Mars is in the 7th house, it indicates potential physical injury. You can change it to Mercury retrograde causing a leg sprain, at least it sounds more plausible." Harry smiled wryly at Ron, and the two exchanged a glance. Both realizing that Parvati and Lavender genuinely wanted to help. Or rather, They simply couldn't stand their haphazardly fabricated regular program anymore. Crookshanks was still watching them from his chair, his unfathomable eyes seeming to deepen even further. But Harry quickly shook off the thought and focused on Parvati's advice. Lavender pulled out her prophecy chart and handed it to Ron. "All right, let me polish it for you. Professor Trelawney said my clairvoyance is very accurate. Last time I accurately predicted Neville burning the cauldron. Here, take a look. Change this to Mars opposite Jupiter, indicating shortness of breath on Monday. How realistic is that?" "Ron, you do always sneeze in Snape's class." Ron grinned and began copying, immediately feeling much more relaxed. Lavender, meanwhile, pointed out the flaws, occasionally chuckling. Parvati, focused on instructing Harry, said, "Harry, don't be so nervous. The secret to divination is to disguise prophecies with real events. For example, you just said burned. Isn't that good? The bomb-tail experiment is a real threat. The professor will definitely buy it." Harry gradually relaxed and followed Parvati's guidance to reorganize the numbers and symbols. Only the four of them and Crookshanks remained in the common room. The moonlight outside the window was hazy, and the firelight from the fireplace made the parchment glow red. Lavender suddenly exclaimed, "Ron, and here too? It seems you're going to drown twice next month." The four of them couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere became relaxed. The assignment gradually took shape. Harry and Ron's prophecy was revised to be much more reasonable, but at its core it was still a story of misfortune they had made up. As they signed their names and put away the parchment, Lavender suddenly became serious. "All right, but you'd better do your homework properly next week. The professor said that true diviners rely on talent, not on making things up." Ron nodded perfunctorily, while Harry muttered under his breath, "Thank goodness Hermione's not here, or he'd definitely laugh at us for not being bold enough." Just then, the portrait of the fat lady was suddenly pushed aside, and Hermione hurriedly climbed in. She carried a roll of parchment in one hand and a box in the other. The contents of the box clattered as she walked. Crookshanks arched his back and purred. "Hello," she said. "I'm done." "Me too," Ron said smugly, tossing down his quill. She glanced at the divination book and scattered parchment on the table, her brow furrowing, a look identical to Crookshanks. Hermione sat down, placed her things on an empty chair, and pulled the prophecy Ron had written in front of her. "You've had a really bad month, haven't you?" she said sarcastically. Crookshanks curled up in her lap. Seeing this, Harry immediately stuffed his homework into his bag, pretending nothing was wrong. Lavender and Parvati exchanged a knowing glance. Chapter 500 As long as Sherlock becomes president, everything will be alright. From his very first year at Hogwarts, Sherlock recognized the importance of the Forbidden Forest. As time went on, this became even more evident. Ordinary potions are self-explanatory, but the difficulty of brewing high-value potions like Polyjuice Potion, Wolfsbane, and Felix Felicis is self-evident. Of all the people Sherlock knew, only a potions master like Severus Snape could absolutely succeed in concocting them. Oh, and now we must also add Snape's former teacher, Professor Horace Slughorn. But as Professor Lupin once remarked about Wolfsbane, for high-difficulty potions, the long and meticulous brewing process is only one aspect. Simply gathering those expensive and rare raw materials is an extremely difficult task for most wizards. Yet, in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, you can find almost all of those materials. Poisonous stingers, yew trees, oaks, two-eared grasses, unicorns, horned beasts, two-horned beasts, werewolves, centaurs, giant spiders, trolls. This is why Hagrid's hut is a glittering golden house. Although various events occurred at Hogwarts each year during the first 3 school years, affecting Sherlock's exploration of the Forbidden Forest, now, nothing in the Forbidden Forest can stop him. Even the area infested with fear, created by Hagrid himself, is easily traversed by Sherlock. Of course, with his current strength, he cannot confront the giant spider clan head-on. However, avoiding their detection is still very simple for him, even without the invisibility cloak. No one knows that Sherlock has already obtained a considerable amount of rare materials from the Forbidden Forest. As the saying goes, great things come to those who wait, and this school year, Sherlock has developed the idea of brewing potions himself, which means he needs a lot of raw materials. Because of his prejudice against Gryffindor and his deliberate avoidance of Sherlock, Snape, the potions master, failed to discover Sherlock's talent in potions. However, Sherlock himself was not surprised by this. After all, in his view, Potions had commonalities with Muggle subjects like biology and chemistry, two subjects that were precisely Sherlock's strengths. Hermione had once written a list of Sherlock Holmes's strengths, and the three friends all assumed Sherlock was unaware of this. In fact, Sherlock was fully aware of it. He simply laughed off Hermione's writing. At that time, Hermione didn't understand him well enough. How could what she wrote be accurate? It was merely a stereotype stemming from first impressions. If Hermione were to rewrite it today, she wouldn't do it the same way. Of course, this was also related to Sherlock's continuous growth over the years. This was his first nighttime expedition into the Forbidden Forest in his 4th year. The details are unnecessary. Simply put, Sherlock encountered the unicorn he had previously helped. With its assistance, Sherlock returned laden with treasures. In addition, he had set off early enough today, which meant he returned much earlier than usual. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room, he was chilly and tired from the night. To his surprise, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were still there. Sherlock had assumed Harry and Ron were working on their divination homework, since they had discussed it during dinner. As for Hermione, she had probably just returned from the library, so her presence wasn't unexpected. However, Sherlock's gaze swept over the three of them, and he immediately realized the situation wasn't so simple. Let's rewind a quarter of an hour. After Parvati and Lavender wisely left, Hermione didn't ask Harry for his homework. Just looking at Ron's homework, she already understood the problem. Lavender Brown and Parvati Petty were both Hermione's roommates, and Hermione knew them well. That's why she found it incomprehensible. 2 roommates helping 2 friends, or helping to deceive the teacher? It was all too strange. Isn't it obvious you made this up, and they even helped you make it up? How dare you say that? Ron said, feigning anger. We've been working here all night, like house elves. He was only feigning anger because he had finished his homework with Lavender's help and was in a good mood. However, upon hearing his words, Hermione immediately raised her eyebrows. Sorry, I misspoke, Ron quickly said. He already knew from Sherlock that Hermione had been going to the library recently to advocate for the rights of house elves. Although he strongly disagreed, Ron felt it wasn't worth arguing with Hermione over such a trivial matter, so he quickly apologized. Harry put down his quill. He had just predicted he would be beheaded, though Parvati's reminder had changed it to losing his hair. But seeing the tense atmosphere, he immediately pointed to the boxes Hermione was carrying and asked, Hermione, what's in these boxes? With Harry asking this, Hermione stopped dwelling on their attempt to cheat on their homework. Actually, she was mostly just joking. In her opinion, taking divination class was a waste of time. Taking shortcuts to do the homework for this course wasn't unacceptable. What really bothered her was Ron's statement. So he knew house elves had a hard life? Thinking of this, she impatiently opened the box and showed them what was inside. There were about 50 badges in the box, all different colors, but all with the same letter written on them. Spew vomiting? Or spitting out? Harry picked up a badge and examined it closely. What does this mean? It's neither vomiting nor spitting out, Hermione said impatiently when she realized Harry had misunderstood her. It's the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, abbreviated as SPEW. Never heard of it. Ron shook his head. So you've been going to the library all this time just to find this? It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Hermione said crisply. Because I just founded it, huh? Ron was somewhat surprised. After he realized what Hermione was talking about, he couldn't help but let out a huh. So, how many members do you have now? If you two join too, there are 3, Hermione said, then looked around, and with Sherlock, that makes 4. By the way, where is he? Is he asleep? I don't know where he went, Harry said honestly. Ron, however, was more focused on something else. You think we want to walk around wearing badges that say vomit? Say it again. It says PEW, not vomit, Hermione said irritably. I was going to name it a movement to stop the cruelty to our magical creature friends and improve their legal status. At this point, Harry and Ron both looked at her with horror. But that's not quite right. Thank goodness. They exchanged a glance and muttered to themselves. But Hermione then added, so I made that the title of our association's manifesto. Hermione waved a roll of parchment in her hand and continued, these past few days, I've been studying this issue in the library. The slavery of house elves dates back centuries. I can't believe no one has taken any action. Hermione, listen to this, Ron shouted. They like it. They like being slaves. Our short-term goal is to ensure house elves receive fair wages and good working conditions. Hermione ignored Ron's loud statement. Her voice was even louder than his. Our long-term goal is to amend the law that prohibits elves from using wands, and to strive for a house elf to be placed in the Department of Magical Creatures Control. Because the fact that elves' interests are not being adequately represented is appalling, compared to Ron, who viewed the whole thing as a joke, Harry was much more forgiving. He asked tentatively, "So, how do we do all this?" "First, we need to recruit members," Hermione said enthusiastically. "I think every participant should pay 2 silver sieves to buy badges. This revenue can be used to print flyers. Ron, you're the treasurer, I've prepared a piggy bank for you upstairs. Harry, you're the secretary, you need to write down everything I say as a record of our first meeting." "So, you're planning to become, excuse me, the president of SPEW?" "No, I'm planning to be the executive vice president." "And the president?" Ron asked curiously. "Sherlock," Hermione said firmly. "As the Lion King of Gryffindor, his influence is unparalleled." "Are you crazy?" Ron couldn't help but blurt out. He found the whole thing utterly absurd. "Let me tell you, Hermione, let alone whether Sherlock would agree to be the president of this SPEW thing. Even if he did, do you believe his influence in Gryffindor would plummet because of it? Impossible." "Absolutely impossible," Hermione said firmly. "You don't understand Sherlock at all." For a moment, no one spoke. Hermione looked at the two of them with a smug look. Harry sat there, both annoyed by Hermione's performance and amused by Ron's expression. Finally, the silence was broken, but it wasn't Ron who spoke. He seemed unable to speak for the time being. The three heard footsteps coming from the doorway. "Sherlock," Hermione called out excitedly. Perfect timing, Harry also breathed a long sigh of relief. Sherlock, who had just stepped into the common room, was slightly taken aback by the sight. He had a bulging dragonskin pouch slung over his shoulder, with a few patches of dark forbidden forest moss still clinging to the edge. He subtly tightened his purse, his gaze sweeping over the three people staring at him expectantly. It finally settled on the box containing the brightly colored badges Hermione held aloft, and the scroll of parchment on the table bearing the association's manifesto. "What's wrong?" Sherlock's voice was inquisitive, his gaze falling on Hermione's face. "You seem quite excited." Hermione, radiant, eagerly stepped forward. "Sherlock, we've just founded an important organization. We need a president like you." Sherlock's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. His reaction wasn't simply anger or excitement, but rather a pure, sudden bewilderment. "SPEW," he repeated the abbreviation instinctively. Even Sherlock couldn't deduce the meaning of this abbreviation. So his tone was a steady question, his gaze sweeping over Hermione, Harry, and Ron in turn. Ron quickly covered his face the moment Sherlock entered, his shoulders trembling suspiciously. Harry sat there, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Finally, he could only shrug slightly, gesturing to Sherlock with his eyes towards the pile of badges and the parchment in Hermione's hand. SPEW. It stands for Society for the Promotion of Elf Welfare. Hermione immediately corrected him, her voice loud and fervent. "Sherlock, I think you're right. There's no point in using hunger strikes to protect the rights of house elves. So we can no longer ignore the injustices suffered by house elves. For centuries Sherlock listened as Hermione delivered her declaration with effortless fluency, as if a start button had been pressed, while he slowly walked to an empty armchair near the fireplace and carefully placed the heavy dragonskin bag from his shoulder at his feet. The bag made a dull thud as it hit the ground, as if hard edges were pressing against the leather inside. He turned, calmly interrupting Hermione's impassioned speech, his gaze fixed directly on her eyes. "Wait, Hermione, what do you say I need to be, president?" Hermione said expectantly and with unwavering conviction. "Only you have the prestige and influence. We need your name and your strength to make this happen." The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The fire crackled in the fireplace. Ron peeked through his fingers, stealing a glance at Sherlock's expression. Harry gripped his quill tightly. As Hermione had requested, he needed to take notes. Sherlock didn't respond immediately. His sharp eyes swept again across the badges bearing the word SPEW on the table, finally settling on Hermione's slightly flushed face. After a moment, a complex expression, a mixture of disbelief and profound, unfathomable emotion, appeared on his face. Even his three best friends had never seen such an expression on Sherlock's face. "President of the House Elf Rights Promotion Society," He repeated the title slowly and clearly. His tone wasn't one of a questioning, but rather of confirming an absurd reality beyond his comprehension. He looked at Hermione, the know-it-all of Gryffindor. Her eyes burned with an undeniable passion and a fire of justice, completely oblivious to the fact that he was forcing someone who had just returned from the Forbidden Forest, dealing with unicorns and giant spiders, her mind still preoccupied with secretly brewing potions, interposition fighting for the right to use ones among the kitchen elves. Sherlock remained silent, his astonishment spreading and settling like ripples in his deep eyes. Even Sherlock Holmes needed time to process this sudden news. After all, it seemed so out of place compared to his potions plan. He hadn't expected Hermione to have come up with this after all that tinkering. The air in the common room was so quiet that only the crackling of the flames could be heard. Ron, meanwhile, couldn't help but let out a weak, desperate sob through his fingers. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.